Do you have time to talk over the weekend? And are we doing office hours and hours? It's going to be, is it the first Friday? Is tomorrow October?
It's the
No.
first. I think Friday is the first Friday of the month, but I think Joe's website situation didn't say hours and hours, but I'm pretty sure it is.
All right. Do you have time to talk over the weekend? And are we doing off? There we go. And one final thing. What am I, before we start the show? I forgot what it was.
The show hasn't started yet.
The
Yeah,
show
we can talk
hasn't-
over the weekend.
We can talk over the weekend. And when is Professor Hussein's course? Is it Saturday or Sunday?
I can look that up now, but I am not sure off the top of my head.
Okay, we should look into that. I hope it's on Saturday. Okay. Show hasn't started yet. All right. Do you want to pray with me?
Yes.
You want to pray?
Yeah, I want to pray.
All right. Forget it. It's not going to happen. All right. Turn your thing off. I've got my coffee.
My truss is real tight right now. My truss is so tight. All right,
Loosen the truss. Okay. Let us pray. My upload speeds. I'm going to make you the host. There we go. But change it back when you're done so I can. There we go. All right. I've been on the phone for 6 hours working on upload speeds. This should work. All right. Did I kill the meeting? Is it still going on?
Yeah, everything is good.
Oh, I can't find anything. All right. Here we go. All right.
It might be time for a Feldman vacation, a camping trip, maybe a river cruise, or a week in LA so you can really schmooze. It's a very long show, 2 times a week. Could it be your brain has sprung a leak? It's time to take a break and get out of town before this whole thing comes crashing down. Have you thought about doing a best of show where you could mine the archives and save some dough with all the crazy stuff happening each day? You could play old clips of Harvey J. It's time, I'm sure, for a Feldman vacation. So go up to Nantucket, find the man who can suck it. You better do it now before you kick the bucket. You better do it now before you kick the bucket. You better do it now before you kick the bucket.
Oh, if I could only find a man in Nantucket who can suck it. Welcome. It is 5:04 p.m. in New York City. Here's the latest on Hurricane Ian. Joe Biden said this afternoon Ian could be Florida's deadliest hurricane ever. 2.5 million Floridians are without power. Thousands have called 911 asking for help. Portions of the Sanibel Causeway and Pine Island Bridge near Fort Myers have been destroyed. Governor Ron DeSantis says it's too early to confirm reports, but there are reports that hundreds of people are now dead. Sheriffs have so far only been able to confirm 5 fatalities. Obviously, that number is expected unfortunately, to grow. Ian smacked southwestern Florida at 3 p.m. Wednesday with winds of 150 miles an hour, making it a Category 4 when it hit land. Ian is now one of the top 5 most devastating storms ever to hit Florida. As of 5:05 p.m. Thursday evening, that's when we're doing this, Ian has been downgraded to a tropical storm as it moves across land, but as it flies over the Atlantic later toward South Carolina, Ian will gather more strength from the warm ocean temperatures and is expected to reclaim hurricane status late tonight as it hits parts of eastern Georgia and then slams full force into South Carolina on Friday. Right now, Floridians are experiencing life-threatening, catastrophic flooding. Governor DeSantis called Ian's damage historic, adding it'll change Florida's character for years to come. As I just mentioned, Ian has temporarily been downgraded to a tropical storm as it moves northeast across Florida, leaving in its wake down power lines and trees with winds of about 80 miles per hour. And as I said, Ian is expected to hit parts of Georgia later tonight, but will gain strength tomorrow and slam into South Carolina on Friday at around 8 p.m. And then there were the sharks. Fort Myers, Florida. Residents of Fort Myers, Florida, take a look at this. Today, we're treated to visions of sharks swimming through their streets. Take a look at this. Those are actual sharks on the streets of Fort Myers, Florida. Florida police said they were prepared to shoot the sharks, but decided against it after being told they were great whites. That's Florida for you. Don't shoot anything that's white. Well, Ron DeSantis has much bigger things to worry about than climate change, like critical race theory and shipping people of color to Martha's Vineyard, and liberals in the media forcing him to fire his hand-picked commissioner of Gadsden County. Poor Ron DeSantis, he tried for a little diversity in Gadsden County, and this is the thanks he got. This is a very sad story. Gadsden County is 50% African American. Of all the counties in Florida, Gadsden has the largest percentage of African Americans, and all their commissioners, their county commissioners, were African Americans. So Ron DeSantis, racist that he is, decided Gadsden could use some diversity, like a white commissioner. But on Monday, pictures of a Gadsden County commissioner named Jeff Moore began circulating of him in a KK outfit. DeSantis's white diversity hire, Jeff Moore, Republican in a KKK outfit. Gee, you think? He admitted the picture of him in the KKK outfit was in fact him. I'm assuming he thought that would gain him some favor with Ron DeSantis, that he put on a KKK outfit. But no, these critical race theorists, they and the liberal media, so he had to resign. And now DeSantis has to appoint a new county commissioner for Gadsden County. How much you want to bet he's white too? It bears repeating, hurricanes intensify when the ocean's surface temperature heats up. The science is in on this. It is indisputable. Hurricanes get more intense when humans burn fossil fuels, sending greenhouse gases into the atmosphere. That is the science. Those are the facts. These storms, these floods, these deaths, these buildings collapsing, jobs and lives getting destroyed right now are caused by fossil fuel companies like Exxon and the politicians who get paid by Exxon, Chevron, and Shell to say otherwise. This is not Mother Nature. This is not Mother Nature. This is Warren Buffett's fault. He is the single largest shareholder of Occidental Petroleum. Warren Buffett, it is his fault. Warren Buffett, who recently invested $25 billion into Chevron, one of the world's largest polluters. It is the fault, Hurricane Ian is the fault of Jamie Dimon, the CEO of JP Morgan Chase, who last week told Congresswoman Rashida Tlaib that it would be, quote, the road to hell if JP Morgan Chase, his bank, stopped investing in oil and gas. It would be the road to hell. What is Florida right now, if not on a road to hell? What is Florida right now but a hell, a hellscape? Today and tonight, it is hell because you are a greedy asshole, Jamie Dimon. That's why. That's why. You see all that destruction? Well, according to the Sierra Club, since 2016, since the Paris Climate Agreement, Jamie Dimon's JP Morgan Chase has served as the single largest banker to the fossil fuel industry by pumping more than $316 billion into the fossil fuel industry. He has pumped more than $316 billion into the fossil fuel industry through loans and investments. That would be Jamie Dimon. His kids should know that their father, Jamie Dimon, is a serial killer. Make no mistake about this. When you look at the devastation, what's going on in Florida right now, it is Jamie Dimon's fault. It is Warren Buffett's fault. Make no mistake, this is about greed. Jamie Dimon and Warren Buffett are murderous pricks. They are destroying the planet. And still, don't forget Ron DeSantis. It's still his fault as well. Last year, Governor Ron DeSantis signed into law a bill that he personally pushed through. It was called the Preemption over Restriction of Utility Services Act. Nice, right? What does it mean? Well, it specifically forbids local municipalities in Florida from switching to clean, renewable energy. Why? Why did he pass this bill? Because he's in bed with the Florida Natural Gas Association. 70% of Florida's electricity is provided through natural gas. They have a lot of money, and Republican that he is, Ron DeSantis, climate change denier that he is, sucks up to the Florida Natural Gas Association because that's where the money is. Republicans are all about choice, right? All about choice. And Ron DeSantis believes energy choices should be left to the providers of natural gas. Your choice in energy should be decided by Florida's Natural Gas Association, not ordinary consumers. They're going to choose not to die from climate change. No, Ron DeSantis believes in choice, as long as the Natural Gas Association is making all those choices. By the way, Florida is America's third largest emitter of greenhouse gases. Just a few weeks ago, through executive order, Ron DeSantis made it impossible for Florida's $240 billion state pension fund to cleanse its portfolio from fossil fuels. But now is not the time to politicize a Category 4 hurricane, right? That's what Republicans would say. It's tacky to bring up politics right now. When isn't it? When is it right to bring this up? Right? This is his fault. This is the Republican Party's fault. This is the fossil fuel industry's fault. Don't politicize the hurricane. Kind of like what? Politicizing the plight of migrants escaping gangs and certain death in Guatemala by tricking them into boarding a flight for Martha's Vineyard. That's okay to politicize, right? But, don't politicize the hurricane. Folks, climate catastrophe, what's going on in Florida, it has a very ugly face, and it's Ron DeSantis. It is Jamie Dimon. It is the beloved neoliberal, Obama's best friend, Warren Buffett. This death and destruction that's going on right now in Florida falls squarely at the feet of Ron DeSantis, Warren Buffett, Jamie Dimon, and anyone else who profits off fossil fuels and climate change denial. Critical race, transgender children using your child's bathroom, migrants flooding into Texas and finding their way into Florida, the woke police, Antifa, all these are fictions created by the fossil fuel companies to make sure idiots who vote for Ron DeSantis remain clueless as to what they should really be terrified of. A hurricane is coming. No, don't pay attention to the hurricane. Look over there. A 13-year-old girl is trying to abort her father's child. Stop her from aborting her father's child. Don't worry about migrants flooding, and don't worry about your streets flooding with water. You need to worry about migrants flooding your streets. I have an old friend, a loser, a piece of shit from California who moved to Florida because his life bottomed out because he's a piece of shit. He's an out-of-work comedy writer, out of work because he's a drunken misogynist who thinks racist jokes are perfectly harmless in a writing room. And he complains as he ages out of the business that nobody will hire him because he's a white male. Yeah, that's it. Nobody will hire you because you're a white male. The fact that you're a multi-million-dollar lawsuit waiting to happen has nothing to do with it. It's because you're a white male that no show will hire you. So his life has bottomed out. He moved to Florida. Naturally, that's where you go when your life bottoms out. And right now, his biggest concern, I just spoke to him, is he can't decide whether he's voting for Trump or Ron DeSantis. I'm not making this up. This piece of shit comedy writer is divorced. Wife won't let him see his children. But his biggest problem is trying to decide between Ron DeSantis and Donald Trump. You piece of shit. You piece of shit. He's borrowing money from his parents, which is probably why he's living in Florida, so he doesn't have to wait for the U.S. mail to deliver their checks to him in California. He complains about, the postal service, how lazy everybody is over at the postal service. I can't get those checks from my mom and dad mail, so I'm just going to move to Florida so I don't have to depend on the federal government to deliver my checks. Well, he's a piece of shit, and he knows it. And I called him this morning to make sure this piece of shit was okay. He's literally, I'm on the phone with him today, he's literally evacuating his parents. He's in a car driving away from Ian, and all he wants to talk about is what a monster George Soros is. That's what he's worried about, George Soros. You take someone like this piece of shit who's out of options. You take someone who is congenitally bigoted. This guy has always been a bigot. You take someone like him, and if you tell him he never has to change, you've got a follower, a voter for life. That is the secret to fascism. You tell pieces of shit, it's not you, it's them. You don't need to change. You're perfect. They do. In fact, you need to dig in and be more of who you are. Don't let them steal your identity. That is how fascism works. That is how Ron DeSantis works or Donald Trump works. You take pieces of shit and tell them you don't need to change. It's not your fault. It's their fault. This is how Satan works. Make no mistake, there is evil in this world. And Ron DeSantis is evil. He is evil. If you suck up to the fossil fuel industry, you are Satan. If you work for a fossil fuel company and claim you have no choice, you are evil. If you invest in a fossil fuel company, if you vote for a candidate who takes money from the fossil fuel industry, you are in bed with the devil. Now, Republicans 2/3 of Republicans want this country to become a Christian nation because they believe in God and they believe in a vengeful Jesus. Well, what do you think this hurricane is? What do you think if Jerry Falwell gets to blame 9/11 on the sodomites? Maybe we should think about this hurricane. Maybe it's time for these morons to repent. Maybe it's time to read Genesis, read the flood. Why did God tell Noah to build an ark? Why did God make Noah build an ark? Partly because he wanted to put Russell Crowe into a piece of shit movie, because Russell Crowe was sleeping with Meg Ryan in between takes on the set of Proof of Life. That's partly God's way of getting even with Russell Crowe, making him do a movie based on Noah, because it was adultery. And I did feel bad for Dennis Quaid, who was married to Meg Ryan at the time. But it turns out Dennis Quaid is a Trump supporter, so F him. I know his brother Randy went off the deep end, but Dennis Quaid, he was the reasonable one. He's a Trump supporter, so I couldn't care less if Dennis Quaid was cuckolded by Russell Crowe. In fact, Dennis Quaid is a Trump supporter precisely because he was cuckolded by Russell Crowe. If Dennis Quaid could have satisfied Meg Ryan in bed, he wouldn't have had a vote for Donald Trump. Anyway, the flood, Noah, Genesis, God destroyed the earth because man had become wicked. Perhaps that's what this hurricane is. Maybe it's God punishing Ron DeSantis. You know, I would assume a good Christian would not approve of Ron DeSantis for bullying migrants, the transgender youth, the Don't Say Gay bill, and of course, his incessant attacks on critical race theory. I have a feeling the real Jesus would want to punish Ron DeSantis. You see, I don't believe the right wing should have a monopoly on stupid religious bigotry. I can be just as stupid. I believe in God. I'm not an atheist, so I can be just as stupid as the Republicans. I'm blaming this hurricane on God's wrath for Ron DeSantis, and he should repent. He should kneel, he should get down on his knees and repent for his sins because he has brought all this destruction upon Florida. He should repent, as should Joe Manchin, who's a Democrat. Pray with me, Joe Manchin. Democrat Joe Manchin, piece of shit, is the largest recipient of money from natural gas pipeline companies in all of Congress. So all the destruction that you're looking at today in Florida is Joe Manchin's fault. This destruction has a face, okay? It is the fault of Warren Buffett, Jamie Dimon, Ron DeSantis, and Joe Manchin. This is their fault. And these hurricanes are going to get worse because of Jamie Dimon, the CEO of JP Morgan Chase, the beloved Warren Buffett, who owns a majority stake of Occidental, Ron DeSantis, and of course, Senator Joe Manchin, who takes more money from fossil fuels than anybody in Congress. Now, Manchin and Chuck Schumer, he's the Senate Majority Leader, they cut a secret side deal to pass legislation that would speed up permits for fossil fuels. It was a side deal that Schumer felt was necessitated by Joe Manchin, who wouldn't sign the Inflation Reduction Act unless Schumer made this side deal to destroy the planet, basically. Luckily, it died. Even Republicans decided to block it. Well, look, politics is dirty. The Inflation Reduction Act is far from what we need, but it's something. And I understand that Schumer has to make dirty deals. I understand that. Dirty deals with Joe Manchin or his son-in-law, who now works for Blackstone, which owns all the real estate in Spain. I'll talk about that tomorrow. Anyway, you can think whatever you want about politics, but know this: Joe Manchin is murdering our planet. Look at what's going on in Florida tonight. When you take money from fossil fuel companies and then block America's promise to the rest of the world to keep this planet from heating up another 1.5 degrees Celsius, you are a mass murderer. You're a mass murderer. Well, if you're just joining us, we're keeping track of Hurricane Ian. Fox News has a meteorologist, and apparently it's not good enough for Fox News's meteorologist. It's not good enough for him that Florida looks like a penis. This guy had to give it a pair of Bret Baier-sized testicles. Take a look.
What you think you see is all kind of tracks here over Florida and fewer over here. Well, that's just because the European model makes more.
Yes, and for those of you living along the prostate gland, a traveler's advisory is now in effect. Residents of Vos deferens are being advised not to touch down power lines as Hurricane Ian makes landfall. Those of you living in the Twin Testicles should expect winds as high as 70 miles per hour, tapering off by Friday. As the heavy rainfall places a severe strain on the state's aging infrastructure, those along the Gulf Coast near the urethra should expect some heavy bladder leakage. Good news for those of you in Foreskin, Florida, along the tip of the peninsula. We're now getting reports that you seem to have been spared the brunt of Ian's wrath, but residents are still being advised to boil their drinking water, wash the underneath of your flap with soap and water, and stay away from anything resembling cheese. That's it for now. I'm Dick Inballs for Fox News's Weather Center. I'm going to throw it back to you, David, in the newsroom. Okay, thanks, Fox News meteorologist Dick Inballs. Well, I apologize to my podcast listeners. You can't see what this moron did, but he literally drew 2 balls on Florida Sunday. You should subscribe to my YouTube channel to see that. It's not a joke. It's for real. It's amazing. Well, Governor Ron DeSantis held a press conference yesterday advising residents of Florida to be cautious.
Don't drink a lot of water. You may not need to go out. We know that this is going to have major impacts on Florida's golf course, Gulf Coast.
Yeah, the golf course. It's going to, he called the Gulf Coast the Gulf Coast. There is a Gulf Coast. It's located right near Florida's Twin Testicles. So let's get back to the press conference. I love the women. There's a woman signing. Again, I apologize to the podcast listeners. You should check this out. And this will be the last visual of the show. But I love watch the woman signing for the hearing impaired. Watch her as DeSantis is telling everyone to remain calm. Watch her. She's basically telling the hearing impaired, we're effed.
We've issued waivers of weight restrictions for commercial trucks to ensure we've ample fuel and resources coming into Florida. Make sure you're prepared. There's no need to panic buy. If you normally don't drink a lot of water, you may not need to go out and buy 20 gallons of water right now. So just do what you need to be prepared.
I think luckily Ron DeSantis doesn't understand sign language. I think she's basically telling.
We know that this is going to happen.
She's basically saying, if you are hearing impaired, get the F out of Florida. We're being run by a crazy Christian. He hates the hearing impaired. He hates transgender. Get the hell out of here. Just leave. Get out while it's still safe. Amazing. Well, Ron DeSantis's press conference didn't seem to go too well. He should get control of his signer for the hearing impaired. But thank God we still have a strong federal government. Here is White House Press Secretary Karine Jean-Pierre in the White House briefing room, making certain that in a time of crisis, cooler heads prevail.
These moments of confusion are happening with increased frequency.
Excuse me, there are
Americans are watching this and are having concerns. What do you say to that? This is a legitimate question. We need to have some answers.
At the end of the year, Can you tell us
I'm
about
sorry,
that?
somebody was yelling over you, so go ahead.
There are reports that Treasury Secretary Yellen is looking to leave.
It is not
the
your turn to
administration.
speak, and you're being rude to your colleagues, and let your colleague answer the question. Go ahead. Go ahead. No, you're yelling and over your colleague. So that is incredibly rude. So can you, go
We're just
ahead.
trying to get an answer
Go ahead.
for you.
There are
Top of
reports that
mind,
Treasury
trying to
Secretary
answer.
Yellen is looking to leave the administration at the end of the year.
Oh, you know what? I made a mistake. That wasn't White House Press Secretary Karine Jean-Pierre. That was a substitute White House Press Secretary. Karine Jean-Pierre called in sick, and they had a substitute White House Press Secretary. The press is incorrigible. Yes. Okay. Well, no need to panic. Everybody stay cool. Some good news. Good news. Good news. Bernie Sanders. He was on CBS's morning show this week. Now, there's something that never would have happened 6 years ago, right? Bernie on CBS's morning show. 6 years ago, you couldn't allow Bernie Sanders on CBS's morning show. 6 years ago, the only time you could see Bernie was at 4 a.m. when the engineer running C-SPAN 2 was sniffing airplane glue and accidentally pressed the wrong button and played one of Bernie's press conferences. You never saw Bernie on network television, but here is Bernie on CBS's morning show. Granted, more people watch C-SPAN 2 at 4 a.m. than CBS's morning show, but still, Bernie was on CBS. And they asked him, are you going to run for president in 2024?
Do you plan to run again? That's something, I haven't made that decision. Right now, my focus, and I'll be going around the country dealing with trying to elect often young progressives, often young people of color who are prepared to stand up for working families and take on big money interests.
Wow, he may actually run. Bernie may actually run. That is pretty amazing. And then, of course, they asked him the big question. Are you too old? This was the question. And this was his answer.
And most Americans, according to numerous polls, including a CBS poll,
Yes.
say, yes, there should be age limits. And in fact, the older people support age limits more than younger people.
Yeah.
Where are you on that question, Mr. 81-year-old?
Yes.
Excuse me, what did you say?
Exactly.
Look, this is what I think. You can't categorize everybody. You're different than everybody.
Yeah.
We're all different.
Yeah.
You got to look at the individual. But what I think we do, guys, is we look too much at race, at gender, at age. What does somebody stand for?
Yeah.
What are their views?
Yep. What does somebody stand for? What are their views? A miracle of democracy, Bernie Sanders. I love this guy. Well, meanwhile, on Friday, Joe Biden was looking for dead people. On Friday, Joe was hosting a conference on hunger in America and wanted to thank Congresswoman Jackie Walorski. She's a Republican from Indiana. And he wanted to thank Congresswoman Jackie Walorski, Republican, for putting together this conference on food and hunger. And did I mention Jackie's a Republican? Biden wanted to do more than just reach across the aisle to thank her. He wanted to reach across into another dimension of time and space, because Jackie died in August. But Joe's the commander in chief. He can talk to her. That's executive privilege. He's got those powers. But Democrats and Republicans couldn't wait to belittle Joe Biden, calling him doddering and confused. Here's our president asking to speak to a dead person.
Representative Jackie, are you here? Where's Jackie? I didn't think she was going to be here.
Right? Everybody couldn't wait to say, "Oh, he's old. He's talking. He forgot that he doesn't know where he is." Even Bernie was making fun of him.
Excuse me, what did you say?
I mean, that's not nice. That's not nice. That's not nice to make fun of. To make fun of our president, right?
Where's Jackie?
Excuse me, what did you say?
Where's Jackie?
Excuse me, what did you say?
Where's Jackie?
This is one man who's 79. Here's somebody who's 81.
Excuse me, what did you say?
79.
Where's Jackie?
Excuse me, what did you say?
81. We age differently. Bernie, run, Bernie, run, Bernie. Well, Donald Trump did a phoner for OWN. Has anybody watched the OWN network? It's great. If you're rooting against America, it's great. OAN, watch it. It's even worse than Fox. Well, Donald Trump did a phoner for OWN earlier this week, and he said Biden is blowing it in Ukraine. He said Biden, not making this up, he said Biden is doing so poorly that he's forced Vladimir Putin to start using the N-word. And Putin, he says, never, ever uses the N-word. Here is former president, or if you're like me, you still think he's president. Here is Donald Trump talking about Putin using the N-word.
If you look at Putin with his talk, and if you look at, this is not talk, you don't mention that thing that we don't want to talk about. I say the N-word. Well, it means the nuclear word. Mm-hmm. The N-word is the nuclear word, and that is a threat like nobody's had out there. I mean, he's talking about that openly, and it's being handled very badly. Again, this was all something that shouldn't have happened.
We're on the
being
precipice.
hurt very badly from within.
Yes. That's Trump's N-word. And Trump, he won't say the real N-word because he knows it's wrong. He's terrified of N-words. One single N-word could ruin an entire neighborhood. Just one N-word. An entire city can be destroyed by one N-word. In fact, when he was president, Trump and Putin were working on an agreement to eliminate all N-words. And I think that's why so many people voted for Trump. They hate N-words. You talk to MAGA people and ask them, what are you most afraid of? N-words. Meanwhile, Vladimir Putin is facing mounting resistance from his own citizens as he tries to call up 300,000 army reservists.
Russian men trying to escape the draft have fled to the border with Georgia. Lines so long they can now be seen from space.
Lines so long they can be seen from space. For a second there, I thought he was talking about Donald Trump Jr. bent over a mirror with a rolled up dollar bill in his nose. Well, a lot of things going on in Russia, especially the battle against the EU. Russia insisted today that state-sponsored terrorism is responsible for gas leaking into the Baltic Sea. Several pipelines carrying natural gas from Russia to Germany are now leaking, and Russia says it had nothing to do with it. Look at that. That looks like me in the bathtub after a burrito from Chipotle. Look at that gas. Yeah, I went there. Yeah. Well, Putin insists Russia had nothing to do with these gas leaks. Charlie Kirk from Turning Points, he sides with Vladimir Putin, and he thinks the CIA did it in order to get more Americans wanting to send troops into Ukraine. Here's Charlie Kirk.
If this was an act of the Central Intelligence Agency, the CIA, which again is just speculation, it's very important. How does that get us closer to peace? Is this a potential midterm election operation? Pure speculation.
Pure speculation. I'm just putting it out there. People are saying, I'm just asking, did the CIA do this? I'm not saying the CIA did it. I'm just performing a thought exercise.
Asking a question. I know Media Matters will have a heyday with this. Is this a wag the dog situation where they want us talk?
What's with his twitch? What's going on with his left nostril?
About a war in Europe when we have inflation, border problems and the economy? Is this because that there is a looming red wave here? Is this an underwater October surprise?
It's just a question. That's all he's asking. He's just asking, did the CIA blow up these pipelines?
No. But I certainly don't trust our government.
No.
The intelligence agency, and I hate to say it this way, it's very painful as a proud American.
Yes, you're a real proud American who sides with Vladimir Putin and doesn't care if 99% of us starve to death.
They're guilty until proven innocent in this situation. They're going to have to prove to us it wasn't them, given the evidence that they were basically saber rattling and threatening that they were going to do it.
When? Sources, please? When did the CIA ever saber rattle and say they were going to blow up gas pipelines in the Baltic Sea?
I pray it wasn't. I hope it wasn't. I hope it was Greenpeace.
Sure.
I don't think so.
Yeah, that was just Charlie Kirk doing a thought exercise. That's all. He's just asking questions. He's just putting it out there that the CIA, our own government, blew up the pipelines because he says he's a patriot. He loves America, but, just performing a little thought exercise. Did the CIA blow up those pipelines? I'm just asking. Just a question. Like, I noticed Charlie has a little twitch in his left nostril. I'm just speculating. Is Charlie Kirk snorting cocaine? Look at the twitching and the sniffling. Maybe it's a cold. I just want to know. I don't know. Just pure speculation here, Charlie. It's a thought exercise. Maybe I'm just asking, is Charlie Kirk unable to get it up for his wife, the former Miss Arizona? I'm just asking. It's a question. It's speculation. It seems to me that Charlie Kirk has some weird tics. And, I would think that could be maybe speculation. That's from cocaine. That's what people are saying. I don't know. I'm asking that maybe he can no longer get it up for his wife, the former Miss Arizona. Pure speculation. I would never say that Charlie Kirk is doing cocaine. I'm just, as a thought exercise, why is he twitching? I'm just asking. People are saying, and by people saying, I mean me, and I'm not saying, I'm just asking, is Charlie Kirk an impotent cocaine addict? Pure speculation here. That's it. Well, Ursula von der Leyen is from Germany. She's also commissioner of the EU, and she's pretty certain it's not the CIA. She's not doing any thought exercises. She's not asking any questions. She's not as inquisitive as Charlie Kirk is. She knows Russia is behind this, not Greenpeace. Today, she said the EU is going to make things even tougher for Charlie Kirk's friend, as well as Tucker Carlson's friend, Vladimir Putin.
So we propose sweeping new import bans on Russian products. This will keep Russian products out of the European market and deprive Russia of an additional 7 billion euros in revenues. We're also proposing to extend the list of products that cannot be exported to Russia anymore. The aim is here to deprive the Kremlin's military complex of key technologies.
No, she's not messing around. So I that doesn't seem fair to Vladimir Putin. Wow. You're listening to The David Feldman Show, davidfeldmanshow.com. Please sign up for office hours. Meanwhile, a new poll is showing that more and more Americans are growing wary of the war in Ukraine. More and more Americans are not so keen on financing this war in Ukraine, which is why we never put the war to a vote here in the United States, right? We've committed about $14 billion in weapons to Ukraine, but we never voted on that because we don't vote on war here in America. We're not allowed to. We don't vote on war because guess what? Americans, just like those able-bodied Russian men fleeing the border to avoid the draft, we too, Americans, want peace. We all want peace. It's the people in charge, the ones who don't have to fight the war, who want the war, right? We've known that since the beginning of time. A new poll from Quincy shows that 57% of likely voters want Joe Biden to pursue peace negotiations instead of war. Only 32% prefer the path America is on. Isn't that interesting? Despite all the propaganda, I love this country. I do love the American people. 57% of likely voters want Joe Biden to pursue peace negotiations. A vast majority want peace over war, despite all the propaganda on CNN and MSNBC. Despite all these generals, retired generals, who secretly work as lobbyists for Raytheon and Boeing, coming on all these news programs and telling us, these HIMARS are working. We're this close to destroying Putin. Despite all that, the American people can see through all of this, and they want peace negotiations. They don't want war. We're an oligarchy. You do know that. We've talked about this on the show. That there was a study done either out of Rutgers or Princeton. They looked at all the legislation that's been passed for like 2 decades. Any legislation that gets passed only because it has the tacit approval of the ruling class. This is a study out of Rutgers or Princeton. We've talked about this. I forget if it's Rutgers or Princeton. Americans don't want war. We don't want to give all this money to Ukraine as the first gesture. We want peace negotiations. We rather spend the money on COVID relief, which still hasn't been approved for Americans, right? The tests are no longer free. We're not as bad as we think we are. We're being held hostage by the ruling class. We know climate change is man-made, and we also want Medicare for all. We're just not getting it because we're not consulted here in the United States. Well, some sad news. In a rare moment of clarity, Marjorie Taylor Greene's husband filed for divorce today from his batshit crazy wife, Congresswoman Marjorie Taylor Greene, who is batshit crazy. Greene's husband says their marriage is irretrievably broken, like his soon-to-be ex-wife's prefrontal cortex. Married for 27 years. A few years ago, the two became separated. He separated from Marjorie, and Marjorie separated from reality. There are reports that Marjorie Taylor Greene had an affair with her personal trainer. Would that be Jesus? She's sleeping with Jesus? What do you mean she had an affair with her personal trainer? The divorce is expected to get nasty as the two are going to fight over visiting rights for their Jewish space lasers. This batshit crazy Marjorie Taylor Greene, who opens for Donald Trump, blamed last year's forest fires in California on Jewish space lasers. I wish I were joking. More sad news. Mackenzie Scott. Remember her? If you don't know who she is, her vagina was soiled by Jeff Bezos. She used to be married to Jeff Bezos. She used to love Jeff Bezos, Mackenzie Scott. And now she's giving away her fortune, asking God for forgiveness. She is the greatest philanthropist in the history of philanthropy. She is trying to empty the coffers because she knows that she did wrong. She loved Jeff Bezos. She bore his kids. This is Mackenzie Scott, whose vagina was soiled by Jeff Bezos, the world's second wealthiest man, but the first most disgustingest man on the planet. Mackenzie Scott, who divorced the homunculus Jeff Bezos 2 years ago on the grounds that he looks like a shaved bull testicle riddled with bovine spongiform encephalopathy. Mackenzie Scott is getting another divorce. It was announced today. That's how putrid and vile Jeff Bezos is. She's divorcing him again. She's just renewing her divorce vows because Jeff Bezos is a festering carbuncle on mankind's rectum. That's what happened today. Mackenzie Scott announced she's divorcing Jeff Bezos again, just to get the stink of Jeff Bezos and the rot, the sulfuric rot of Jeff Bezos off her skin. She's just going to keep announcing that she's divorcing Jeff Bezos until she no longer has to keep washing herself. Wait, I got that wrong. No. She remarried. My mistake. And now she's divorcing another guy, some teacher. The two of them are divorcing. This is sad. I'm sorry, I got that wrong. Mackenzie Scott is her name Mackenzie Scott? Yeah, Mackenzie Scott. She's divorcing this teacher who she met at her kid's school. And they were only married for less than 2 years. And they're getting a divorce because she's tainted by Jeff Bezos. She's damaged goods. I'm not trying to be cruel here, but she loved Jeff Bezos. There's a price to be paid when you love Jeff Bezos and bring his children into this world. No guy is going to marry you. Who wants to marry this woman? You're better off sticking your dick into a jar of battery acid. She made love to Satan. I don't mean to be cruel here, but she's the one who loved Jeff Bezos. But I'm the bad guy for saying that any guy would be better off sticking his dick into a jar of battery acid than putting it anywhere Jeff Bezos has been. No, I'm the tacky one. I'm low class. I'm bad. The wife of Supreme Court Justice Clarence Thomas, Virginia Thomas, testified before the January 6th committee today. Virginia Thomas reportedly sent hundreds of texts to the Trump White House in 2020 on how to overturn the election. She sent those texts along with some recipes for Clarence's favorite meal. That would be meatloaf a la Long Dong Silver's pubic hair with a side of Diet Coke. I'm not making that up. That's Clarence Thomas's favorite meal that Virginia cooks for him at least 4 times a week. Meatloaf a la Long Dong Silver's pubic hair with a side of Coke. Supreme Court Justice Clarence Thomas, who wants to not only overturn Roe v. Wade, he wants to get rid of same-sex marriage, contraception, and same sex. That's who Clarence Thomas is. And that's his wife, who is as batshit crazy as Marjorie Taylor Greene. This is the David Feldman Show. And that means you're in J.R. Majewski country. On Monday's show, we told you about the Associated Press looking into combat veteran J.R. Majewski's war record. And they insist, the Associated Press is saying that J.R. Majewski is not a real combat veteran. To which I say define combat veteran. If J.R. Majewski says he's a combat veteran, it's impolite to ask someone who says they're a combat veteran whether or not they really are a combat veteran. It's impolite to ask to see his war record. The Associated Press is tacky. They're just like me talking about Mackenzie Scott and the battery acid. It's tacky. Show some respect. You don't ask somebody who claims they're a combat veteran whether or not they're really a combat veteran. It's disrespectful to the thousands of brave men and women in America like me who pretend to be combat veterans to get laid. Don't ask to see somebody's war record. It's like when I was a waiter and customers would add up the bill right in front of me. It's insulting to add up I'm your waiter. I brought you all this food. I give you the bill, and now you're adding it up to see whether or not I treated you. You don't trust me? Just because you told me you were vegan and I forgot the beans were cooked in lard, you're adding up the bill? You don't trust me? If you were so vegan, you would have known something was wrong with the beans after you tasted it. You would have tasted the lard. But instead, you waited until you finished those lard-soaked beans and then asked me why they tasted so weird. And I went back and asked the chef, and I found out there's lard mixed in with the beans. But I told you the truth. The beans were vegan. Lard isn't vegan, but the beans were vegan. And you insult me by checking the bill because you think I'm an idiot? You add up the bill in front of me to think I would have cheated you? Well, J.R. Majewski, the Associated Press, today, they won't leave this combat hero alone. They say now, they're standing by their story that J.R. Majewski is lying about his war record, that he never served in Afghanistan. Today, they're now saying that J.R. lied about his demotion. J.R. was demoted. He said he was demoted because of a brawl that he got into with some other soldiers. The Associated, they won't let this guy alone. Turns out, according to the Associated Press, J.R. was demoted because he was caught drunk driving a military vehicle when he was stationed in Japan. So this is important because J.R. says he was demoted because of a brawl. The Associated Press says there was no brawl. He was demoted because he was driving drunk on Okinawa when he was stationed in Japan. So they're saying he not only lied about saying combat in Afghanistan, apparently the Associated Press is saying he also lied about saying combat in Japan. There was no brawl. There was no brawl. He was just drunk. He got demoted because he got behind the wheel of an army vehicle drunk. Okay, you know what? I don't think he's lying. I don't think he saw combat in Afghanistan. And I don't think he saw combat in Japan. I don't think it was a brawl. I don't think that's why J.R. Majewski was demoted. I really love J.R. Majewski. He's a pacifist. He's against violence in all its manifestations. He's my type of guy. Yeah, he never fought in Afghanistan or on the Japanese base. There was no brawl. But he was too embarrassed to admit that he's a pacifist. This is the sick culture we live in, where a kind-hearted man like J.R. Majewski has to lie about being a pacifist. We should be ashamed of ourselves. I'm voting for J.R. Majewski. I don't live in Pennsylvania, but apparently Dr. Oz tells me you don't have to live in Pennsylvania to run for Senate there. Oh, he lives in Ohio. I'm sorry. He lives in Ohio. Did I say Pennsylvania? I meant to say he was in Pennsylvania campaigning for Dr. Oz. I apologize. I stand corrected. He's in Ohio. Well, I'm moving to Ohio so I can vote for J.R. Majewski. Pacifist. The big presidential election in Brazil is this Sunday. There are 11 candidates, but only 2 will make it to the runoff, one of whom will be Lula, the former president, who ended his last term with an 80% approval rating. And the current president, the Trump of the tropics, that's how he's known, Bolsonaro, it will be between Lula and Bolsonaro. Bolsonaro. I got Lula right, Bolsonaro. Chipotle. Brazil is the world's fourth largest democracy. Lula is leading in the polls, and many suspect Bolsonaro will pull a Trump and refuse to concede. Meanwhile, the Heritage Foundation is considered the third most powerful think tank in America. It has assets of well over $500 million, receives much of its funding from the same people who fund Charlie Kirk, oil companies. Dr. Kevin Roberts is the head of the Heritage Foundation, and after Italy on Sunday voted in a fascist leader, Roberts, the head of the Heritage Foundation, tweeted this: "If exit polls are right, then conservatives will come to power in Italy." Now, those would be fascists, right? Those are fascists. Just weeks after, he goes on to write, just weeks after conservatives in Sweden won. No, those were neo-Nazis. He goes on to write, this can be a trend. Conservatives everywhere need to define the choice as what it is. Us versus them. Everyday people versus globalist elites who've shown they hate us. Wow. Giorgia Meloni is the new prime minister of Italy. She leads the Brothers of Italy, the most far-right party since Benito Mussolini's fascist party took over 100 years ago. The Brothers of Italy can trace their origins to Benito Mussolini. This isn't a conservative party. This is a fascist party. Dr. Roberts, the head of the Heritage Foundation, in that tweet also celebrated the conservatives winning in Sweden. Conservatives didn't win in Sweden. The Sweden Democrats, that's the party, the Sweden Democrats won, or they came in second. And that is a party that can trace its roots back to a 1980s-era neo-Nazi leader. They came in second. Is this who the Heritage Foundation is hitching their wagon to? Is this who conservatives are hitching their wagon to? Orban in Hungary, a fascist? Giorgia Meloni in Italy, a fascist? Apparently, Trey Gowdy, remember him? Conservative congressman, chair of the House Oversight Committee, wouldn't leave Hillary alone on Benghazi. Well, now he has his own show on Fox, and he cannot believe, he and Brett Baer cannot believe that there was this big election in Italy, and all anybody wants to talk about is a fascist one. They don't want to bring up that a woman won. All they want to talk about is that she's a fascist.
Some of those organizations may have said first female prime minister for Italy, but they chose the other way to describe this.
You know, Brett, if you had 2 hours and could read to the bottom of the New York Times story about her election, you would see that she was historic. But you would have to get through more hard right and far right references. And I guess what I'm wondering is, if you're winning elections, if you are what the people want, at what point does that become the center? I mean, who gets to say what is far right or what is hard right?
Well, first of all, as Howie Klein pointed out, that's not what the people want. Only 24% of Italians voted for fascism. That's the first point that you're way off on. Secondly, the origin story. How did we leave out that she's a woman? And that's what makes it historic, right? That's what we want to talk about, that a woman is going to be prime minister. That's the history, not the fact that she's a direct descendant of Benito Mussolini and a fascist. Well, we'll be right back. This is the David Feldman Show, davidfeldmanshow.com, and you're about to meet John Ross if he's here. Is John here?
Yes, he is.
Oh, there you are. Okay.
Starting my video.
Start your engines.
Oh God.
How are you, buddy?
I'm okay. I do have a little bit of a bone to pick with you.
Oh, good.
I don't know if you want to get into it or not.
No, it's good to see you.
It's good to see you too. How are you?
Good.
How are you?
I'm hanging in there.
Yeah. Is that right?
Yeah. You have a bone to pick. You have a complaint.
Well, I'm not. It's not a. Maybe it's a.
And you, by the way, I should mention that you are kind of like this show's ombudsman.
Exactly.
You speak for my audience. You do.
Exactly. And that is why I'm doing this. I'm doing this on behalf of your audience. And I'm telling you the truth is I actually got so sort of upset and frustrated with your show that I had to step back and not listen for a little while.
Me too.
Yeah. And a lot of your audience is probably guessing that it's your inability to say the word Chipotle. That's not it. Your obsession with the royal family, and when the Queen died, and for maybe 3 shows in a row, it took up this majority of the show. That was hard, but worse, it is your position on it is very frustrating. And I don't. It's one of a few things. It's either that you are being disingenuous and you are doing this just to that thing you say about how, oh, you got to have a fresh hot take. I've got to come up with the opposite thing that everybody. So either it's that you're being a contrarian just to fuck with people. That's frustrating. And if not, then you are doing some kind of mental and ethical and moral gymnastics to come to this position that is diametrically opposed to everything the show is. The ethos, if the show has an ethos, if it has a point of view, it is diametrically opposed to the idea that someone is born into a position and that they deserve to be there for whatever reason. It just doesn't make any sense. And that listening to you defend the Queen and the royal family and on and on, I feel guilty even just talking about it now. Like
in my defense,
please
I
defend
said
yourself.
that Britain should not have royalty. America should. I said they should be brought over to the United States. I don't think Great Britain should have royalty. We should take King Charles.
Look, it's fantastic if you want to make jokes. That's a joke. That's a funny joke. It's a point of view. It's spin it around.
It's not a joke. I'm a royalist. I believe.
So you honestly, now you're not going to be, you're not joking. You're seriously, like, as if you were talking to not another comedian, but a professor or something. You'd be saying that America needs to have royalty. No, that's not what you're saying. Let's either let's just joke around or let's be honest and really have a conversation. One or the other. But this mixture of like, America should have a queen. That's what I think. Fuck you. What are we doing? What are we doing?
Well, first of all,
make jokes. Let's just make jokes.
Well, first of all, I have evolved.
It seems like enough people beat you down that you stopped trying to make this defense of it makes sense that there should be a royal family and that you do.
I like it. It also, I like. First of all, it's a great story. They are a metaphor for all families. They are reminders of how impossible it is to have a family.
Yes, that's all well and good, but they're even more of a metaphor, not even a metaphor. They are actually, entitled, it's everything the show stands for is, lift up, equality, all these things. To say that there should be a family that just by the fact of where and who that they were, the luck of their birth, that they should be born into this, even if it was that you would have it's like slavery. that you get to be a slave just because of who you are and where you're born. That's equally wrong.
Hang on, I forgot. Am I for or against slavery?
Well, I'm actually for slavery, and it based on not race, an intelligence test.
Yes.
I think anything under, I don't know where you draw the line, but
well,
I don't know. I think it would motivate kids to study in school.
I don't hate the monarchy as much as most people do. I'm not a royal subject. I find them fascinating. I think I should have been Prince Charles. I think I would have been good at it, putting on costumes and drinking gin. I'm a good hood ornament.
Who wouldn't be? I mean,
Right.
who wouldn't think that of you? Everybody, I think if there would be a vote, if you could vote for, he'd be out, you'd be in, is what I'm saying.
You don't have any weak spot for the Queen when she died. I have said, just to be, you said you wanted to be serious. I'll be
Okay.
serious. I'm
Let's
being
be
absolutely
serious.
Okay, so I was teasing because I'm an American. I've played, I'm a royalist because I am fascinated by them. I'll read anything about them.
It is, look, it's fine to be fascinated. It's fine to enjoy the crown and all these things because it happened. It's history. It is fascinating, but just morally, ethically, philosophically, it's a bad thing. It's wrong. It doesn't
Right.
make
Let me
any
ask you, you're a
sense at
comedy-
all.
You're a comedy writer, correct? You wrote on Lucky Louie. You wrote on the HBO series called Lucky Louie,
Guilty as charged.
and it starred Louis C.K. and he played a guy who was down on his luck, kind of like a Ralph Cramden. It had a kind of honeymooners feel to it.
That was his idea, yeah.
Yeah, and it wasn't successful because in America we like champagne wishes and caviar dreams. We've changed. We are fascinated with the rich and powerful. People say, why don't they bring back the honeymooners? Because America doesn't want to look at.
You can't reduce the success of that show and explain it away for that. I think there were a lot of problems with the storytelling and, a lot of the execution and a lot of the acting. There were a lot of things wrong with that show. It could have been a huge success. I don't think it was because people didn't want to see a down on his luck guy.
People don't want to see down on the that people have changed. You know what?
What? Hey, wait a minute. They like watching you.
That's true. I'm like, okay,
no one's further down.
Let's ask OJ.
If I want to see negative and hear negative news every morning, I'll just watch Fox News Channel. They'll tell me what's wrong with America and everybody.
Right? People want upbeat stuff.
The wisdom of OJ.
The wisdom of OJ. How are you, sir?
I'm good. You like my new hat? This is my Hartford Yard Goats.
Is that a minor league team?
That's a minor league team in Hartford. They play in Dunkin' Donuts Stadium, and so it's a fun place to go see a game.
Good.
I don't want to talk too much about the Hurricane, but I'm very familiar with that area because that's where I play my tournament in January. So I'm hoping my fields are going to be okay. I'm like, hey, I know that street where that shark is swimming.
Did you see that
I've
video?
been there. Yeah.
And your mom and dad live down there?
They used to. They're no longer with us. So aside from my tournament, that place can sink into the ocean. Fuck them.
Did they move?
Yes, they did. The big move.
Why do people live in Florida?
I hated it. I go down there for the tournament, and even then, it's a weird ass place, man.
Yeah,
I don't like it.
We hope the people are okay.
Do we?
There. Yes, we do. Of course.
Just kidding.
It's terrible, and yes. So your team won the championship, right?
Oh, I should have brought my little trophy over. I'm 3 in a row as far as that. I play on 2 teams in the summer. They both won championships, and my tournament team won a championship. So the last 3 teams I've played on, just saying, though I didn't participate in the one team's championship run because of COVID.
Did you have it?
Yes.
You
No,
did get COVID.
I did get COVID. Yeah. Well, my daughter went to
Oh,
France,
right. Your daughter gave you COVID.
and she came back through Iceland, and I'm picking her up from the airport, and I'm driving her home, and she's telling me about, when we were in not Iceland, Greenland. Wait, Iceland, right? Isn't that what they were flying through? And she goes,
That's
yeah, they made us all go stay in this one little room, and it's this hub. So people from all over Europe were going to this one, and they made us all go in this little tiny room. Then they put us on a shuttle and drove us over. And I'm like, I'm driving in the car thinking, you got COVID, and now I've got COVID.
Right.
Which is what
I just have to take care of a little house cleaning here because you offended the people of Greenland. We have listeners in Iceland and we have listeners in Greenland. And if there's one thing they hate is when people confuse people from Greenland with people from Iceland. You know, the difference between Greenland, people from Greenland are incredibly cheap. They're warlike. They beat their wives and they're stupid. And people from Iceland.
Are there bad things about them too?
And people from Iceland sleep with their relatives and can't do math. And they hate. So I apologize to anybody from Greenland or Iceland. We do not confuse the two nations. You're both separate. You're not the same thing. So I apologize. Trump.
Yeah.
Now, I'm going to attack you. Oh, no. Let's talk about, now you don't cheat. You're married, right? But there is somebody who's single.
Oh my God. That would be so.
Do you have a hall pass?
That's my one. When we turned over the sheet, mine said Marjorie Taylor Greene. So that was mine. Yeah.
How shocked were you to discover that? I mean, what does that say about the state of marriage when a good Christian like Marjorie Taylor Greene can't keep it together?
I would love a peek into that behind the scenes there to know what's going on. That would be a good show someday. What kind of freak show is happening there?
27 years of marriage.
Yeah.
What did he see in her? What do you think he saw? I would, you know what?
Do we know anything about that guy? Well, who is he? What does he do?
Other than he's blind and deaf? No.
No, we don't know anything about him.
We don't know anything about him. I think there was somebody had some family money that they may or may not have lost. She either married into money or she had some money, and I can't remember. But you
don't come here and talk to Marjorie Taylor Greene.
I could see if she weren't if she weren't a politician, if she didn't sound the way she sounds, talk the way she talks, think the way she thinks, look the way she looks, I could, I could consider dating her.
Yeah, she is, as far as we know, carbon based. So she's got that going for her.
Right. There's a pulse.
Yeah.
As far as we know. How long, because you've dated before you were married, you've gone out with some
doozies.
Some what?
Doozies.
Some dudes. I think. Watch your language. We see the D word.
Yeah.
Some D's. All right. Let's hang. You know what? Gloves are off. You've dated some doozies.
Yeah. All right. Yeah.
And you were very successful. You were.
Well,
We won't bring up
Yeah.
we won't bring up your past, but I could see you bringing Marjorie Taylor Greene to one of my kids' bar mitzvahs.
I don't think she would have gotten over that bar, but
I could see you. I could see you, and I could see you bringing her to a bar mitzvah, and my having to go. Oh, hi, nice. Yes. Jewish state blazers.
I could have gotten drunk and done the deed with her once.
Could you fall in love with a woman who's a hunter, who has guns?
No is the answer. No.
Yeah.
That's horrible.
What is it? What is it, to me, the turnoff is racism. Like, I can handle republicanism.
Really?
Yeah, I could handle
not anymore. I mean,
not anymore.
What is republicanism anymore? I mean, we used to be friends, with Frank Prinzi. He was a good guy. He was a Republican,
Right.
but that's when it was, it was actual policy differences and stuff. You were talking about the isms and stuff. Now
Yeah.
it's a different thing.
Back when we were kids, you said you were Republican if you wanted people to think you were rich, like there's family money.
Right.
If you were trying to impress somebody. I don't like to talk about my politics. I'm a Republican. They go, oh, he's got family money. And then, but other than that, yeah. So are you?
What else should we talk about? You want to talk about N-word? You want to talk about Trump?
Trump, yeah. So now, are you still forgiving of him, or are you still on the fence? You think? Did you say? I don't know. I read you have a great Twitter feed, Fun with Frick.
Yeah.
Did I read that you say give him a second term just to let's just see what he's got? Is that what you were?
I can't even remember what I've said, but there is part of me that, how your kid would just be hawking you and just going, I want a candy, give me a candy bar. It's like, no, it's dinner. It's going to be dinner in a little while. And you're like, but I want a candy. And they just keep going. And eventually just go, you know what? Fuck it. Have a candy bar. I don't give a shit anymore.
Right.
What happens to you? Just eat. Yeah, go ahead. There's part of me that wants to go, you want to be president? You want it that bad? You really think you want? Here you go. You want the economy. You want the war. You want the weather. Go ahead. You be president. See how you like it.
Succeeds. That is who succeeds in show business. That's who succeeds. It's how bad you want it.
It's how badly you're willing to continue to annoy people.
When you look, not to discount anybody's talent, but talent only gets you so far. You need sharp elbows, and you need to want success. You need to crave money and power. Now, I crave money and power. I just don't have the talent.
But you have to be sort of that Teflon kind of, have no feelings, like people, whatever they say and do, you just don't care. And you just keep going like a machine.
When I was a full-time stand-up comic, I was like that.
Yes.
Where I would get up every morning and all I thought about was stand-up comedy, getting bookings, doing my next show, and just get people out of my way. I can see eventually it's not healthy for me. It wasn't healthy for me.
Well, quite honestly, it would be serious for a second. I am now writing a memoir, and memoirs are difficult.
Whose?
I'm writing yours.
Oh, good. Because I hate to think that you were writing who would want to read your memoir?
They're difficult because they do have to really have a point of view and be about something.
And I learned that they're not autobiographies. They're just a series of stories.
They need to plumb some depth. They need to find some truth. There needs to be some discovery in them. And as I'm writing mine, I mean, some of what I'm finding and is this feeling, this thought that you do have, in order to be super successful, there is this trade-off. You need to be kind of narcissistic. You need to have this just singular drive that blocks out caring for a family and caring and having good relationships and nurturing all that. I mean, some people are able to kind of manage some of it, but I do think, you know, that's why stand up to some degree, it's for people in their like 20s and 30s, because you can just be, you know, all consumed by it. And then, because that's what I didn't start a family until I was 40, you know,
Right.
because I couldn't get into relationships because I was too focused on this. And I think some of the guys who stayed successful, I mean, personally, I think Louis, you know, was a guy when I was working for him. At that point, I was married. I had started a family. He had, but it had fallen apart because he was such a, you know, focused on stand-up and on what he was doing. And to the point where his wife was like, I'm over here. And
Yeah, and look at me. I mean, I'm pathetic because I used to say, well, I'm not successful, but at least I have a wife and kids. And then one day I wake up and I discover not only do I not have a career or success, I no longer have a wife and kids.
yeah.
And then
You
the
tried
back
to
of my
straddle the
mind,
fence. You didn't go all in on either.
we have to wrap it up. It's great to see you. Fun with Friction is your Twitter handle. And I think we have Royal Watcher Sir Arthur Grebe Streebling. Go ahead.
Well, I wanted to send a message through your show to one of your other guests, who I'm a big fan of.
Yes.
That is Professor Mike Steinel.
Oh, you're being sarcastic again.
I am no. He and I patch things up, and we're simpatico now.
Yeah. Okay. Give a message. I don't trust you. You're going to say something mean to him.
No, I have a request.
Because he said to me, if he sees you, go ahead. Go ahead.
I'm gonna make a pilgrimage down to where he. I listened to you played them live. That was great. But I want to go down there.
The sound was horrible. We couldn't get this. Are you being sarcastic?
No, but you did. I mean, they still sounded great. It was still fun. It was. But here's what I'm going to say. I know he's busy and he is doing a lot of. It's unbelievable how much what he does. He's writing books and so it feels like a lot to ask. But there hasn't been a new song
for you.
I don't need one. Not for me.
What rhymes with ombudsman?
I need a song. You listening, Professor Mike? A song for Harriet Fraud.
You're right.
Yup. Wouldn't that be great? And not to tell you your business, but you got Wad and Rod.
Bod.
Hot bod. Squad. God. Right?
Nod.
No, it's all right there. Facade, I don't know.
Quad.
Have at it.
Quad.
So good.
Right? And Ross. A lot of things rhyme with Ross.
Yeah.
All right. I love you, buddy. It's good to see you. And when are we coming up to your house?
Hey, it's all booked up right now, but anytime after it'll open up after Thanksgiving.
So you want to plug your bed and breakfast?
It's an Airbnb and it's a dreamy cottage. But right now I think it's like blocked out completely because it goes up to Thanksgiving and then we don't want to have too many people around here on the holidays. So it's just, I'll tell you more about it next time. I don't want to step on anybody else.
I love you, buddy. John Ross, follow him on Twitter at Fun with Friction. Before we bring in Professor Ben Burgess, we have Royal Watcher Sir Arthur Grebe Streebling. Are you there, Sir Arthur?
Show me the way to go home. Hello, David.
And we have we also have a Florida man. So we're going to go to him too. So briefly, now you heard I was just being attacked by John Ross. What are your thoughts on somebody attacking me for being sympathetic to King Charles?
I am all for it. Actually, he's just been around, and it's the first time I've It's the first time it's the first time. Hello?
Yes.
It's the first time I've managed to get to catch up with him since his. I'm afraid we've had far too much trifle.
Right. Right.
Since he got made king, he got a lot of trifle, and the royals are partial to a lot of alcohol in their trifle.
You're saying that the royal family drinks too much? I've heard they.
I would say yes. I would say they would do that. Yes.
And is that fair to the royal subjects to discover that Queen Elizabeth and now King Charles are partial to gin? That they sometimes show up to these unveilings?
I think it couldn't be more British. To be fair.
Do you think it's
in as much as one likes to tipple, when the royals do get drunk, they tend to shoo away their helpers, which causes all manner of problems, you see. And tonight, well, let's just say, given as they've never had to what's the word? Hygienically maintain their own posterior throughout their entire lives. Pardon me. When they've been around and shooed away the helpers and get a bit squiffy, and there tends to be a great hygiene problem.
Right.
And currently,
you grew up.
My house smells an awful lot of a king's poo.
Like King Charles's poo, because you live in Ribbington Hall in Norfolk.
Correct, yes.
In East Anglia.
East Anglia, yeah, yes, next to Norwich. The place with the big cathedral.
Yeah. And your
mother was what?
Your estate butts up right against Sandringham, which is the royal estate. You grew up with Prince Charles. I believe you're the same age. You have said that you had substance abuse problems in the past, but you turned your life over to a higher power. You have intimated that you have counseled some members of the royal family.
Yes. Yes.
And not to spill any secrets, you dated Prince Anne and helped her through some substance abuse problems, I understand.
I think without hesitation, I've never considered Anne to be a prince. Oh, she's quite manly, but she's definitely a princess.
Did I call her a prince?
I think you did. I've had a look down there, and she's very much tackle in rather than tackle out.
You saw you saw S. So it's a prince. It's so hard these days. Like if you call a female an actress, right?
Yes.
Here in America, if you call a female an actress instead of an actor,
yes,
we offended them. And I would here in America, we don't have princesses. We just call them princes.
Yes. I love you. Hey, David, I love you.
Was it difficult to help Princess Anne because you were dating her, and then there was she moved on, and then she came running to you after a failed marriage, and what kind of substance was she abusing at the time?
Well, she had a great penchant for horse, because she's a horsey woman, you see. A great penchant for horse tranquilizer.
She liked horse tranquilizers.
Very, very much so. And not drinking it. That's the weird thing. It's not meant to be drunk at all, or even used in any way to stimulate the brain. However, Charles, on the other hand, took it anally. Yes.
He took it anally.
He got high from the arse up. So from the...
What did he take anally? The horse tranquilizer or something?
Oh, like a horse, yes. That's where they that's where they tend to stick the bugger.
I see. So,
Yes.
have you spoken to King Charles?
I have. I heard he's been here tonight, and he's got me rather squiffy. I had to have some form of remonstration with the old chap, actually, because my nephew, I'm not in with the internet, and I didn't watch the funeral and stuff, but my nephew showed me a video of him dismissing a rather lovely family heirloom in Inkwell. He shooed away, and to be fair, it was a blight in this house. And I thought I might as well just get rid of it and give it to him. But I thought you would like the sentiment, but no, he didn't like my Inkwell, David.
Mm.
It just hurt me, David.
And so you hosted King Charles, and was the Queen consort there as well?
No, just the lads, all the ladies.
So was it? I think you call it stag, right? But
Something like rutting, a lot of rutting going on. Yes.
so it was a stag party. So what?
Yes.
When the British aristocracy come together,
yes,
and it's just the men.
Yes.
What do you talk about?
We tend to do very little in the way of talking. We outcompete each other in various things, including naked wrestling by the fire.
No.
If you've seen the film Women in Love with Oliver Reed, well, we've recreated that tonight. It's not the appealing sight it used to be. We're getting on somewhat. And as I say, his hygiene, having not been able to wipe his own ass.
Yeah, he can't
Frankly,
wipe. Is it that he can't or he doesn't have to?
He has no understanding of the concept, as he's never had to do it for his entire life. Wait, you booger.
Well, now, I believe Ribington Hall, where you live, is not doing that well. When did you learn to wipe your own ass? Because I would assume, how far can you trace your ancestry back?
Oh, well, we go back as far as the Battle of Agincourt. Battle of Agincourt was quite a unique thing. I am a Grebe Stribling, and my family intermingled with the Strebe Greblings. Which is very confusing because we're not the same. And there's an Arthur Grebe Stribling, and there's an Arthur Strebe Greebling as well.
So
and
your mother was a Strebling, and your father was a Strebling, but but two separate families, not three.
And both their mothers and fathers were Streblings and Greeblings, very much like the rest of aristocracy. We're born with inheritance and also a rather confusing bloodline.
Confusing bloodline. That.
Yes.
And are you a bleeder?
Yes, as Charles found out to his displeasure this evening. Yes.
Did you start bleeding? Because I know that runs rampant throughout your lineage. Do you have are you a bleeder?
I am a right little bleeder. Yes. Yes.
I see.
I'm a right little bleeder.
Is
Yes.
that hard? Because I read somewhere that you're also a cutter.
A cutter?
You know, that you sometimes cut yourself because it's the only thing in life that you can control.
Oh, no. That's the myth. That's the myth. That's what the peasants.
I see.
That's the sort of myth the peasants pass around to create some sort of ambiguity around our nature. I cut peasants. I'm in control of that. I don't cut myself.
Oh, you cut. Oh, so okay. It's a little different here in America. Teenage girls, teenage boys, adults cut themselves because it's the pain is the only, instead of other people giving them pain, they give themselves pain. But you're saying in Great Britain, it's different.
very much, very much so in the aristocratic world. However, when it comes to teenage boys and girls, the very last thing the aristocracy would do is cut them.
I see.
And I think I'll leave that one there.
Yes. Thank you, Sir Arthur Grebe Streebling, joining us from Remington Hall.
Yes, Remington, and you can pass all of my love on to the rest of the colonialists. I'm very drunk, David. I do apologize.
You're what?
Very drunk. Yes.
Drunk?
Yes.
You had a drink before you came on?
Yes. I'm glad I've gotten through this entire call without you noticing.
Right. And did you? My producer says that you're calling from your cell phone driving King Charles home. Is that correct?
He's in the back of the tractor. Yes.
You're
We've
driving.
had a park up. We've found a peasant in the field half an hour ago, and he's got the spot lamp out, and I've got the gun. So we're just waiting for him to show his head, then ding! Get a bit of fun in on the way home. Yes.
Well, drive safely. I couldn't tell that that you were drunk at all.
Oh well, see, I could have gotten away with it. I could have gotten away with it, David, and that would have been fantastic. Yes. See, could you tell me where I am, David?
Well, is everything okay?
Could you tell me where I am?
I think we have to wrap it. It sounds like there's been. It sounds like there's been an accident.
Do you have any free samples of prune juice?
Okay. Thank you, Sir Arthur Grebe Streebling.
Goodbye, David. Goodbye. Hello. Hello.
Yes, thank you, Arthur, Sir Arthur. That was Sir Arthur Grebe Streebling calling from Great Britain. Professor Ben Burgess is in the house, as the kids say. We will be back with Professor Ben Burgess. You're listening to The David Feldman Show. Office hours, Friday night at 8 p.m.
I'm on my way to be a billionaire. Now you can make fun of me, but I don't really care. I have a plan to get there by and by, as long as I stay healthy and I never die. $15 an hour, 5 days a week, 52 weeks a year, and 32,000 years. I know it's a long time, honey, to 34,020. But when I get there, babe, I'm gonna be in the money. I'm on my way to be a billionaire. Now you can make fun of me, but I don't really care. I have a plan to get there by and by, as long as I stay healthy and I never die. All I really need is a second job or a third. Lift myself up my boots and join that elite herd of the 600 billionaires in the USA who make more in a second than I do in a day. I'm on my way, yes I am. I'm on my way. I'm on my way. Oh, yes I am. I'm on my way to be a billionaire. Now you can make fun of me, but I don't really care. I have a plan to get there, yes I do, by and by, As long as I stay healthy and I never die. As long as I stay healthy and I never die. As long as I stay healthy and I never die.
All right, Professor Ben Burgess joins us. Hello there, Professor Ben Burgess. Where are you, sir? Did I lose you? What happened? Did he check out?
He seems to have vanished.
All right. Why don't you turn your video on? And let's go to Florida Man, by the way. Florida Man, are you there? Florida Man. Oh, there, Professor Ben Burgess is joining us again. Professor Ben Burgess joins us. Hello,
Sideways.
sir. He's sideways. I think it's time he and I do a quiz, Dan, although you're unprepared. Joining us is Professor Ben Burgess. He is the author of, hang on, I have the book. Hang on for 1 second. He is the author of this book. Christopher Hitchens, What He Got Right, How He Went Wrong, and Why He Still Matters. Go buy this book. And it has David Feldman written all over it. Look at that. Go buy. I'm enjoying this book. Hello, Professor. And you're muted. There we go.
There we go. Yeah, I'm on my phone since the computer had to restart while I was trying to get on earlier. But
are you in Georgia right now?
I am in Georgia.
And have you gotten anything from Ian yet? Because you're going to get hit by it tomorrow, right?
Haven't got anything yet. My understanding is that we're not really going to be hit by it. It's going to like rain more heavily, but it's not really going straight through us.
And I should mention you teach at Rutgers, Morehouse. You're the host of Give Them an Argument, which everybody should subscribe to. You're a columnist for Jacobin. You write for The Nation, and you also write for the Daily Beast. What have you been writing about?
Yeah, so I had an article come out yesterday in Jacobin about the referendum in Cuba to amend their family code to end discrimination against gay couples and marriage and adoption.
This is Cuba?
This is Cuba. Yep. So yeah, it's actually a pretty remarkable turnaround from where they were at, not that many decades ago. And this was
what was their policy? What was their policy?
Yeah, I mean, there was a time in like the 60s and, maybe even going into the 70s, although it was starting to change a little bit, when they had, they cracked down in pretty extreme ways on homosexuality in Cuba. It was like bourgeois decadence or something. And they have been, slowly liberalizing about that, pretty much starting in the very late 70s. But this vote on Sunday, they just voted to amend their family code in a way that ends discrimination against gay couples and marriage and adoption, and also strengthens, gender equality within standard marriages. And it's, and it does seem, I think that it's a significant vote for a couple reasons. This is I haven't seen anybody, even the sort of harshest critics of the regime in Cuba, I haven't really seen suggest that the vote was falsified in any way. Seems to be pretty genuine, and there was like a large no vote. It was it was like about a third of Cubans voted no. And there was quite a bit of opposition from the Catholic Church and
really
evangelical. Yeah. Evangelical churches in the island. And it's also worth noting, I mean, you can say, you can make a reasonable argument that's unfair because obviously the government supported it and, and they have access to the media there. but I think it's much more of a stretch to say that it's meaningless, since it's also the first time that there's been a vote in Cuba where most Cubans have had access to the internet and social media. So there's a lot more distribution of alternative viewpoints, and I think it actually does represent like a pretty authentic process of education and progress on there. And that, as many things as I don't think we have to romanticize Cuba. I think we can be honest about the many things that are wrong with that system, but I also don't think we need to like buy into the nonsense of like right-wing politicians who want to portray it as like a tropical North Korea. It's not either one, right? It's a messy thing of its own that's in the middle, and there are good things and bad things about that society, but they have accomplished some very good, very positive things, I think, in a lot of different areas, despite all of the dysfunctional or undemocratic things about it. And I do think that it's significant because this, I think, brings their system, closer to fuller realization of the kind of ideals that should animate any kind of socialist project in the first place. So that's the gist of that article.
One of the things I always thought about Eastern Europe during the time of the Soviet Union was women were equal, that sex was better among the Warsaw Pact than it was in NATO because women were happier and more evolved under. I think if nothing else, right, there is, I do not remember the name of the book off the top of my head, but there's a book with the title Women Have Better Sex Under Socialism, which makes that case. And, I think a lot of that has to do with relative economic equality, that people under conditions of at least rough economic equality, people sort of start and leave relationships in ways that are a lot less corrupted by those considerations, about, who, even people with like what we think of as very good middle-class jobs, the gap is small enough, in like East Germany as opposed to West Germany, that, whatever else was wrong with that society, at least, at least people, at least financial considerations didn't distort, human relationships in quite the same way that they do in capitalist societies typically. And I mean, yeah, I think that was one of the. Was that true as well for Cuba? And how does that stand vis-a-vis the LGBTQ community? One would think that a country that's inclusive when it comes to women would also be inclusive when it comes to the LGBTQ community.
Well, historically, that's not the case, right? Like most places, that even societies that made a lot of progress with gender equality, there's a lag, right? I think that's just
like Soviet, Stalinist Russia without a powerful church. Policy, is there still homophobia without religion?
Yeah, no, for sure. I mean, you could argue that maybe it's a sort of holdover, but homophobia clearly exists in societies that are have very secular governments, and I think that I think that certainly ideas that people might have about masculinity and femininity in the family and all that stuff, even if you could argue they were historically reinforced by religion, they do still have they have a life of their own, right? Certainly, different. I think that in Cuba, probably the point that Godsey, I think that was her name, the author of that book that was talking about, but I think her point, would probably apply also to Cuba, given whatever the correct country to country comparison is there. But that doesn't mean that, that's a comparative point, right? I mean, I don't think any of these places, were necessarily culturally feminist utopias. And I'm sure, and homophobia in particular, I mean, I think it's probably a different cultural context. I mean, it's definitely a different cultural context, in Latin America than in some of these other places. But yeah, I mean, I think that, but I think that it's important because the sort of animating ideals of any kind of socialist project, I think, have a lot to do with equality. Why do we object to the way that capitalist property relations distribute resources? Well, one of the reasons, not the only one, but one of the reasons, is that it tends to distribute resources according to all sorts of arbitrary things, like whether you're born into a rich family or a poor family, or whether you happen to be born with just the right combination of dispositions and skills and all that stuff to rise through the ranks of some professional class hierarchy. And that sort of basic egalitarian objection to that sort of arbitrariness should also apply to the rest of this stuff. And there's also a link at the very end of the piece to American politics, because one of the people that I quote who's sort of desperately casting around for a way to see this as a bad thing, because you can't just admit something good happened in Cuba, said, well, the fact that they're asking people to vote about the rights of a minority shows that they don't really understand how democracy works. That was a America's researcher, Human Rights Watch, who said that. And that seems, I think, importantly backward in a way that is worth thinking about moving from the Cuban context to the American one, because I think a lot of American liberals think that way, that the sort of proper way to protect minority rights is to have courts do it, not work through democratic political
That's how it worked
processes.
here in America. We didn't vote on abortion.
And look,
and gay marriage was Oberfeld. It was nobody voted on gay marriage in this country. It was the court. The courts giveth, and the courts taketh away here in America.
Well, that's the taketh it away is the issue. And I think if you look at what happened a little while ago, I mean, I wrote another Jackman piece for this when this happened a little while ago in Kansas. I think it's a good illustration of why I think it's actually a better strategy for protected minority rights to have a process of activism and education to build up majority support that can express itself democratically, rather than relying on some panel of 9 Harvard and Yale graduates to do the right thing. Because which is essentially what that amounts to. So after the Supreme Court, the Dobbs decision overturned the national protection of abortion rights, which, by the way, 2/3 of Americans said in polls that they wanted Roe to stay in place. But that's irrelevant. That's not how this works. And so in Kansas, there was the referendum to, well, essentially the ballot initiative in Kansas by pro-life groups would have removed the abortion rights protection for their state constitution, because an earlier court ruling had found that the Kansas state constitution protects abortion rights. And so this ballot referendum would have removed that, so they could have passed any sort of laws about abortion they wanted to. And that went down, the margin of victory was high double digits in a state that, I mean, this is the state Thomas Frank wrote, "What's the matter with Kansas" about? Right. It's the last, I checked when I wrote the article, the last Democrat to win Kansas in a presidential election was LBJ in 1964. And the last Democrat before LBJ to win Kansas in a presidential election was FDR in 36. He didn't even win in 40 or 44. Right. He won in 36. So
very, very quickly, because we have the Hirschenfeld.
Yeah, I was just going to say, I mean, I think that the fact that voters, even in a pretty red state, are more reliable, defenders of that right, than the courts are. I mean, I think that should tell us something. And if Clarence Thomas gets his way on this, and they do revisit Obergefell in the future, then we might have to do what Cuban voters just did in this country. You might start to see a bunch of red states where they have to do ballot referendums to protect same-sex marriage rights there.
Very quickly, what are you looking at Sunday in Brazil?
I am I think Lula's going to win. I am very worried about what could happen after that. There was just a Senate resolution that was championed by Bernie Sanders that was just passed by unanimous consent, which is really good, sort of calling for fair and free elections in Brazil, which I know some people, sort of look at that. You're saying, okay, so what? I mean, like a Senate resolution, that's just like writing a letter, right? That doesn't do anything. But I think that's good, because I think putting all these people on record in advance as saying that, I think is useful, because I think it's going to make it harder for senators to support a coup in Brazil if one happens, which some people on the right definitely wanted to happen. I don't know if you've seen any clips from the little documentary that Tucker Carlson just put out about Brazil, but it is like the most over the top fear mongering that I can remember.
Pro Bolsonaro.
Yeah, pro Bolsonaro. His angle is that Lula is an agent of Chinese influence in Brazil, and so it's all like anti-China fear mongering that's being used in a pretty obvious way to bolster support for a possible coup. I mean, I think it's pretty transparent that that's what it is. I hope it doesn't happen, but if it does happen, I think whether or not the United States supports it is going to be pretty big in terms of what happens next.
Well, at least Biden's president, not Trump. Ben Burgess is the author of this book. It has the Feldman Guarantee. Christopher Hitchens, What He Got Right, How He Went Wrong, and Why He Still Matters. Get this book now. And I will reimburse you if you do not like it. Read them over at Jacobin. Listen to Give Them an Argument, and follow him on Twitter at Ben Burgess, correct?
Yep. That's correct.
Thank you, comedian.
Thank you, Professor.
Thank you. Please, Professor is my father's name. Call me Dr. Professor Reverend Rabbi Feldman, please. You're listening.
All right, Dr. Professor Rabbi Feldman, I will see you next week.
Thank you. Great job. Thank you. You're listening to The David Feldman Show, davidfeldmanshow.com. If you're just joining us, the Hirschenfelds are about to join us. I just want to give you an update on what is happening with Hurricane Ian, which has regained its strength and is back as a hurricane. It's a Category 1 hurricane again, and it's 240 miles away from Charleston, South Carolina, with wind speed of 75 miles per hour. My friends in St. Augustine are going through a storm surge. Retaining walls are coming down. The Castillo de San Marcos National Monument has been flooded, and they are evacuating the hospitals in Southwest Florida. Problems with water supply and power. This is perhaps, according to President Biden, the worst storm ever to hit Florida. Dr. Philip Hirschenfeld is a Freudian psychiatrist, psychoanalyst. Ethan Hirschenfeld is a brilliant comedian. Let me get the book. Hang on for 1 second. Author of Today Is Now. It not only has the Feldman Guarantee, but it has the Ethan Hirschenfeld Guarantee. I'll reimburse you, but Ethan Hirschenfeld will do you one better. If you buy this book, he will buy you a cup of coffee, right?
Right. Even it could be a latte, a cappuccino, any of the Enos, whatever you like.
Brian Eno.
Yeah. Judge Eno.
And Eno Phillips. And
the Enos, yeah. Or an Eni, I'll get you a martini even. An Oni, I'll get you some pasta. Yeah.
And Dr. Philip Hirschenfeld, how are you?
I'm good, but I'm amazed by you, David. Now you're a man for all seasons. Now you're a weatherman.
Well, I have friends in Florida.
Okay.
And I might be in their will, and I just want to see how I'm doing.
Okay.
No, we all have friends in Florida, and it's pretty bad, isn't it? Yeah. So we hope everybody's okay.
Could I make a comment about your previous interview?
Yes.
I once knew a woman who grew up in Eastern Europe. She spent half her life there. And she said about it that she had great freedom. She had freedom to go to work for 8 hours and work like a man. Then she had freedom to come home, clean the house, cook dinner, take care of the kids, put the kids to bed, do the laundry, and so on. That's what her wonderful.
Let me guess. Hungarian.
No, she's not Hungarian.
Not Hungarian?
No. But I think it was like that all over Eastern Europe.
Yeah, but they've mythologized. I've heard when my son was in Germany, the East Germans talked about how great the sex was when they were under the sphere of the Soviet Union. That's what my son said. Dr. Fraud has said that. Ethan, do you have a cold?
You know, I just seem to have some allergies this evening. I don't know what's going on. Yeah, I'm feeling like suddenly just completely. Yeah, I'm completely congested. I don't know what happened. It just hit me. Well,
now, did your father left Cape Cod? Let me just see if I can guess your locale. Dr. Hirschenfeld is back in New York.
Yes, I am.
And you're no longer in Cape Cod.
I'm in Brooklyn. I came in for I had a job on Tuesday, and
Is this separation? Do you think maybe you're sick because you've been separated from your Dr. Hirschenfeld? What do you think?
I think now you're practicing psychiatry without a life. You truly are a man for all seasons. A minute ago, you were practicing ENT.
It just seems he's never sick. He spent a lot of time with you this summer, Dr. Hirschenfeld. All of a sudden, you're gone. He's congested. This is separate. I believe it's called separation anxiety.
Okay.
Dogs get this.
Separation congestion.
My dog gets this. Have you grabbed the toilet paper roll and spread it?
Let me just snap out of it. I want to say this. You're trying to impute some meaning to a symptom, which is the mistake that the Freudians and all the other schools of psychology make compared to what Dr. Benjamin and eclectic modality therapy espouse, which is the idea, and you can read about it in the book, and you can see it in the movie when it comes out. The idea is that the client knows. You know, there's no hidden meanings. These other people, they spend years and decades trying to unearth all these hidden meanings. The rule one in eclectic modality therapy is that the client knows. So I know what's going on. I'm having an allergy or congestion. And a lot of times I think patients will go into therapy and they'll sit there and they'll submit to all of this conjecture. What does this really mean? What's the hidden meaning? What's the hidden source? What is all of this digging for the why, the why, the why, the why? Eclectic modality therapy is about the what. And we know what the what is.
What is
the what is right there. We can all see what the what is. Okay? It's I have stuffed nose.
Well, does Dr. Samuel Benjamin, does he do dream interpretation?
No, the interpretation. Give me a dream. I'll tell you how he does it. Tell me a dream.
Let me run a dream past the Freudian psychoanalyst.
Okay,
I'll run it by Dr. Samuel Benjamin and see.
Good idea.
Okay.
Good idea.
I was in a department store. This was a dream I had 2 nights ago. I'm in a
Gimbals.
I dream at Macy's.
Okay.
I daydream about gimbals, but I dream at Macy's. What's the expression I should?
Macy's sell gimbals?
No, these like I browse at gimbals, but I buy at Macy's.
Right.
I daydream at gimbals and whatever. So I was in a department store with my father, and we were shopping for clothes, and he kept trying to give me some clothes, a pair of pants to try on, and nothing fit. And he kept insisting that I looked good in these pants. And my mother was there, and she said, these pants look great on. No matter what you wear, the pants look great. And my father was being very servile and kept running and trying to find me a pair of pants that fit. And no matter what I put on, I complained it wasn't stylish, it didn't feel good. And my mother kept insisting that the pants, no matter what I tried on, it looked great. Dr. Hirschenfeld, do you want to take a stab at that?
You know, this happens to be one of the few dreams where the Freudian and the Benjamin school are going to be the same. And what the dream means is you're gay.
Or my father's gay.
And a real whiner also.
Also, you don't know how to find a bargain. You overpay. That's the other interpretation.
And then, should I continue? I kept going into the changing room to try on the pants, and I kept begging my mother to help me in the changing room, and the dogs are, and my father was pounding on the door of the changing room. What are you doing in here? And I'm joking. Let me hear the dogs. Go ahead.
The dogs. Yeah, one of the dogs, Loki, the very old guy, he's here in New York for the first time in 2.5 years, and he might have fallen over. I don't know what happened. So the other dogs barked. They were coming.
You want to check and see if he's okay?
I can hear he's fine. He stood up and he shook it off.
Oh.
Yeah. Yeah.
Dr. Hirschenfeld, you were going to say something.
I was, but I will no longer say it.
Because we're upset about the dog.
No. The dog's fine.
But it's an aging dog.
He's aging. He's aged. The aging has happened. Yeah. Yeah. So what's been happening here is, I came to New York because I had an acting gig on Tuesday. I brought the old dog with me, so now all the dogs.
Is that how you talk about? Oh, you're talking about Loki. I'm sorry.
No.
No,
The reason I can't say anything is for the same reason that Picasso's father looked at Picasso's paintings when he was about 14 or 15, and he was so amazed that he put down his brushes and said, "I can never paint again."
Wow.
What my son has done. Okay? I'm in the same position now.
Vis-a-vis my interpretation of his changing room dream. Yeah.
I'm putting down my brushes.
Yeah, it was clear.
Is that Loki that we just saw?
No, that was Gornamance the puppy, and this was, so he had a big adjustment. He was in New York City for the first time after having spent his youth at the beach. Basically, he was freaked out. He was overwhelmed. He came into the stairwell of the building, and he just looked, and he wouldn't move. He was just terrified just of the stairs. It's interesting, these things that are pretty innocuous and they seem neutral to us. If you've never encountered them before, they can be really scary. But Loki, I have to carry him up and down. I've counted many times now. It's 51 stairs, so it's a real workout. So I'm carrying him up and down 3 times a day for his. And then there's a lot of strategizing of what position to hold him in to reduce the chances of any fluids or solids emerging on the stairwell. And then
yours or his.
And he weighs 70 pounds.
68. Yeah. Yeah. Sorry, go ahead. Yeah.
Dr. Hirschenfeld.
What?
Most suffering.
You're hawking me again. Okay, what?
All this suffering. We get a kitten, we get a dog, we find somebody to love and take care of. And somewhere along the line, there's going to be heartbreak.
Loss. Yes, there is.
Loss. And we know this. And yet, most of us still touch that third rail. We go for it. We fall in love. We take a dog. We take a cat. And we know that eventually there's going to be heartbreak.
Because it's worth the risk.
What risk? It's going to happen.
Here's the risk. The risk is if you don't do it. Turn the word love around. It says evolve. It's like evolve or evolution. Without love, there is no evolution. There's no growth. Yes, it hurts, but without it, you're just a stone.
A hard-hearted person.
Yeah, at best. You're
So
more of a lizard. You're a cold-blooded something.
So you, even though there's loss, you're saying, you have to still have a soft heart and go for it, right?
Or not. That's your choice. You can or you can't. You don't have to do what you want. That's really the answer. Yeah.
Yeah, but I see that part I disagree with, because you're helpless in these situations. You see a puppy, you don't have a choice about taking him home or not. You meet a beautiful girl, same thing.
Woman.
And ugly too. What about ugly?
Mishka.
Mishka. He's the greatest word in the history of the English language. Isn't even English.
I am stuck in the 1940s. So I call them girls. You know, I mean, what are you going to do?
You pretend that it's out of some force of habit when it's just your enjoyment of being provocative. So at least admit that.
A little bit that too.
Is it all right to call a girl a girl?
Yeah, but not if you're saying, in the example he was just choosing, it was like you meet a beautiful girl and you take her home. I hope you mean woman.
Right, but doesn't we all want to be mistaken for a girl? As we get older, if somebody calls me a girl, I'm flattered, as opposed to an adult male.
You need help, David.
So we know as we get older, we know this story. We've seen this movie. We know how it ends, and we still sit down and watch the movie and participate.
Let me point something out also, if I may. You can choose to love and suffer loss, but the other choice is to choose not to and suffer loss that way. So both lanes are loss. Whichever way you go, you're going to suffer. So suffering is down either road. There's no path that avoids the suffering. You can suffer the pain of loneliness or the pain of loss. That's the choice. Pick a card, any card.
And do other creatures, Dr. Hirschenfeld, do dogs suffer loss? I guess they do, but they get over it.
Yes, sure.
They suffer loss when if you go out and get a coffee and come back 5 minutes later. They go through the whole thing.
I think they suffer anxiety in that case.
Nope, that's incorrect.
Well, thank you very much. Who's the expert here?
No, you're probably right. That is anxiety.
Yeah.
Now, when we have discovered that people, I read the New York Times, the wedding announcements, 100-year-old men marrying 98-year-old women. Yes. And isn't there a part of you that thinks if you don't know how to be alone by then, you need help?
You can know how to be alone, but you don't have to be alone. I agree with you, by the way. If you're connecting with somebody because you don't know how to be alone, that's not such a great start to anything. That has more to do with fear and need and dependency. But you can know how to be alone and still want to be connected meaningfully to another person.
So is a perfect relationship is trying to figure out the balance between needing to be with that person and leave me the F alone.
You could say that.
And sometimes people want to, in a relationship, sometimes one person wants to be together and the other person is downstairs in the basement carving up once living things and wants to hide it from the police and needs me time. And it's figuring out the moments that you want to share together.
There is no perfect relationship. There are no.
There are some perfect. I know some perfect couples.
Are they married?
They're married. They live together. They're best friends. All of that stuff. I've met a few of those. They're out there. And I don't think
how often do they see each other?
No, I think that there are a few of those. I've met a few of these couples where they're just
second marriages or first?
First in both in all three cases. I'm thinking.
How old?
They're in they're middle aged. Yeah.
But by middle age, what do you mean?
They lived in the 1400s. No.
What do we do with that, Dr. Hirschen? What do we do with this mind?
No.
Isn't it amazing?
No, what I wanted to say.
What? Excuse me. Be quiet, Ethan. Did you, when he was a kid, was he like this?
No.
Yes.
I was lost in the Talmud.
I mean, it was not this finely developed, but it was there.
Okay, come on. Okay, no, what I wanted to say is Dr. Benjamin recommends for most there are two pillars of a solid relationship. Since we're talking about love and loss, the two pillars of a solid romantic relationship, Today is Now is the book. Dr. Benjamin, what he recommends is two principles, which you got to do both. Number one is get a 2-bedroom, or even better, get 2 different houses. If you're getting married, you should have somewhere else to go to.
Mm-hmm.
And the other one is that honesty is not the best policy. It's very important in a solid working romantic relationship or marriage to know how to lie and to know when to lie. People think honesty is the foundation. Honesty is not the foundation. It's very important to know when to not tell the truth and to also know when to lie to your partner.
But isn't the platonic ideal of love is fusing into one where you can't possibly lie because you're lying to yourself? Don't we want 2 becomes 1? Isn't that what
Platonic is out. Plato was Me Too'd. Didn't you see that?
Well, what happened? One of the men, little boys, came forward.
Yeah, there was a whole thing. It was in the papers, page 6. Yeah.
Isn't that the ideal, Dr. Philip Hirschenfeld, that you meet somebody and the 2 of you become one?
Yeah, it's the ideal in the sense of wanting to return to the mother-infant relationship. That's way in the background there. Yes, that fusion. But it's not what a healthy adult relationship is all about.
So wait a second. I'm looking for my mother. Seriously, I mean, I want what? But I thought love is like you give up your ego and blend with another person. Like, isn't that the?
That is the experience of being in love. Yes.
For the first 72 hours, that is.
If it lasts longer.
You do. Last longer, call a lawyer.
So in a real, because I always thought, no, I'm not looking for my mother.
Okay.
You're not looking for your mother. You're just looking for any lactating woman.
I pride myself in saying this is not my mother. This is not my mother.
And what does that mean? It means that there's some desire for your mother that you're fighting against by constantly saying, this is not my mother.
Interesting.
You're not going to get out of this, David.
So I'm just trying to get back home. That's all.
Yes. Exactly.
And yet, if I came to see you and said I live at home in the basement with my mother, peeing into a mason jar, wearing a chiffon robe, never leaving the house, you would tell me I need help, right?
Not if you're completely happy with it. Which I assume you're not, because why did you come to see me?
My mother is making me come see you, doctor. I'm perfectly happy. I'm in a chiffon robe living in her basement. I don't have any friends. I read. I mutilate small animals. I'm perfectly happy.
Wait, back up. Rewind the tape.
The chiffon robe, you gotta...
About the animals. That's where we draw the line. That's where we draw the line.
I would say, Mr. Feldman, since you're perfectly happy, maybe you should send your mother in to see me. And I could help her with her unhappiness.
And I would say, Dr. Benjamin would say, maybe you should send in the squirrels.
Have you ever had well, I don't want to ask this question. There are people who are happy. Have you ever met somebody who's happy and you had to talk them out of it? Because I meet people who are happy and I want to grab them by the scruff of their neck and shake them and say, you should not be happy. You have no right to this happiness.
Well, that's your meanness that makes you say that.
And I would say, oh, go ahead.
You go ahead.
I was going to say that it's very important to think about the difference between happiness and joy. They're not the same thing. And no one knows what the difference is.
What is the difference?
I don't know.
Well, I would think joy is something that lasts a millisecond and happiness lasts a nanosecond. Is that
That's
close?
about right. That's about right.
I don't grab anybody by the scruff of the neck. If somebody tells me I'm completely happy, I listen to them.
Yes.
And if I see signs that contradict that statement, I bring it to their attention.
Yeah.
Somebody was telling me that he's not angry with his wife. Not angry. And then half an hour later, he said that he had a fantasy that she was hit by a bus.
He was angry at the bus. He wanted to punish the bus.
Again, this is a point of difference between the Freudian school and the Benjamin school. Eclectic modality therapy, Dr. Benjamin would really say that fantasy, it's about mass transit. It's about congestion pricing. It's about pollution. And you immediately jump to, oh, it's about your wife.
That is Dr. Samuel Benjamin, founder and chief emotional officer of the New York American Institute of Eclectic Modality Therapy, EMT. EMT. It's trademarked. What are you reading, Dr. Hirschenfeld, before we go?
Actually, I'm listening to an interesting podcast.
Oh, thank you very much. You're also on it as well. I mean, you're not just listening, but it's important. The reason it's so good and interesting is you're listening and talking. That's good.
Okay. It's about
is it another podcast you listen to?
yeah, your competition. It's about forgiveness. And it's about a story out in Utah where some guy murdered a young man for no reason other than he wanted to see somebody die. And he shot up the girlfriend also, but she survived. He tried very hard to kill her. And he went to jail for life. And the family, after years, mostly the mother, I think, realized that this hatred was just eating them up and making their lives miserable. So they at least claim to have forgiven this guy and are in contact with him and send him letters and phone calls and stuff. I haven't heard the whole thing yet because I'm not sure.
He kills her at the end.
Right.
Also, they didn't mention they call him Collect.
So that's what I am occupied with right now.
Have you seen the documentary Forgiving Mengele?
No.
It's about, and she came and spoke at my kids' Hebrew school. She is a survivor. She just passed away. And very controversial, but she decided she was going to forgive Mengele.
I have been watching the instructional dance videos, Merengue with Mengele.
Or when he was living down south.
Yeah.
He was quite the dancer when he was hiding.
Cut a rug. Yeah.
And what are you reading? You know, there's a Mengele agricultural company in Germany run by the son.
Wow. I just really binged this series that I really liked, Fosse Verdon, about Bob Fosse and Gwen Verdon, on Hulu, which is something I was never going to watch. I started watching it, got hooked. I recommend that. That doesn't count as reading, but I did spend a bunch of hours on that.
Yeah.
Very good story.
And you were working on Tuesday, so you got the part.
I was working on Tuesday. It's a series. The exciting thing was that I was directed. The scene was directed by Steven Soderbergh, the amazing director, and in my scene was Dennis Quaid. So
I was just crapping on him.
Oh well, I think he's terrific, and but you know, my role, I have to say, wasn't terribly this or that, but it was very cool to get to work with those two
right
veterans. So that was cool. Yeah.
Sounds great. Congratulations.
Thank you, and congratulations to you and to you. And I wish you both a happy and a healthy new year. Let's look at the number 5783, the year of our Lord, 5783. Now take the 5, add it to the 7, now add it to the 3, and subtract the 7. Now multiply it by the 5 and divide it all by the 8, 18. Chai. Amazing.
That's amazing.
Yes, it always comes out to 18.
When is Yom Kippur?
Oh my God!
Is it Tuesday? They say Yom Kippur, but then I go. Oh, but then you start the fasting the night before. So
Tuesday evening. That's right, about 6 o'clock.
Tuesday evening, and then Wednesday. It's all day Wednesday.
7 o'clock. Yes.
And there's an all-day Yom Kippur buffet at Sizzler.
I'm already. Thank you both, Dr. Philip Hirschenfeld. Great. This was fun. Thank you.
God bless. God bless you all.
Happy New Year. Happy New Year. Thank you both.
Goodbye.
Goodbye. Thank you. You're listening to The David Feldman Show, davidfeldmanshow.com. I forgot to mention our mods, and I forgot to look at my one sheet. And I'm going to bring in Emil. I'm going to get some beans, Emil. I'm going to take a quick break. Is that okay with you?
Want me to follow you?
I'm going to put a little something in my stomach.
Good.
Okay. And then we'll be back with Emil Guillermo, host of the PETA podcast, as well as Emil Amok. We'll be back. Some music from Professor Mike Steinel.
I'm traveling light, got everything I need. Got a little bottle of Woolite and a little bag of weed. Got a Saul Bellow novel, cause I really like to read. I'm traveling light. I'm a creature of the road, got no regrets. Gave up my postal code and cigarettes. I'm doing much better with a touch of Tourette's. I'm traveling light. Just need a clean room in a Motel 6. Not too close to downtown, but not out in the sticks. I need my Penn and Teller magic kit so I can do my tricks. Got my favorite pillow, which I call Mr. Fluffy. 4 kinds of allergy pills in case I get stuffy. A pound of Epsom salts, cause my ankles get puffy. I'm traveling light. I got 2 pairs of socks and shorts in my little valise. A couple of passports and my sex doll Denise. I'm staying real quiet so they don't call the police. I'm traveling light. Need my sedatives and my antipsychotics. A high-speed parallax motor cause I'm into robotics. And my little red Speedo, I like to do aquatics. I'm traveling light. Got my CPAP machine and my George Foreman grill. A copy of Lolita and my little blue pills. A Navajo blanket in case I get a chill. I'm traveling light. Got my margarita mix and my rusty old blender. A fifth of tequila in case I go on a bender. My attorney's number in case I want to change my gender. I'm traveling light. So light, so light, so light, so light, so light. Twizzlers in case I have some visitors. Febreze if my room is stinky. A Polaroid in case I get kinky. My Jesus bobblehead and my Star Wars bedspread. I'm traveling light. I got my rabbi costume and my portable dark room. My hair plug lotion and my expensive wrinkle cream. My Emmy statue for my self-esteem. I'm traveling light. I got my podcast mixer and a fancy microphone. My exercise bike so I have a place to hang my pants. My very valuable Hummel collection, a menorah made of fish heads. A Christmas tree, I like to keep my options open, don't you know? A shoe shine kit, a skill saw, a crossword book, a large supply of mechanical pencils. A year's worth of New York magazines I've been trying to get around to read. Some scripts that I've been tweaking for those people in LA. And my enemies list. Don't forget about my enemies.
Don't forget about my enemies list. Thank you, Professor Mike Stein. I wish I was Professor Mike Steinel. I'd give anything to have his talent, as well as this gentleman's talent. His name is Emil Guillermo. He's the host of the PETA podcast. He also writes for ALDEF, the Asian American Legal Defense and Education Fund. Welcome, sir. You want to talk about Hurricane Ian?
Yeah, well, I more like Ron DeSantis's performance. I understand he's speaking maybe any minute now. Again, he's been doing these pop-up news conferences. But I don't know if it's just me, but when you see Ron DeSantis speak after Ian, don't you just see Martha's Vineyard just all over his face, like he's the governor of Martha? He's not the governor of Florida. He's the governor of Martha's Vineyard. And I think the lesson for most people is that when you do a stunt like he did a couple weeks ago with those Martha's Vineyard, with those migrants, sending them to Martha's Vineyard, you don't lose that stink. It stays with you. And, you know, he needs sympathy. He needs help, right? He's thinking 26 states did quite the opposite of what he did with those migrants, right? He said no. He sent the migrants away. He exported the trouble, right? And here he is, you know, in need of help, right? He's got historic damage. And I just can't help but see those 50 migrants' faces.
Yeah.
Well,
there's a piece in the New York Times. I'm glad you're saying this. And obviously our heart goes out to everybody who lives in Florida tonight and South Carolina and Georgia, including Ron DeSantis and his relatives and his family. Obviously, we, being people who believe in a strong federal government, I want to help.
Yeah.
But Ron DeSantis did not feel the same way when Hurricane Sandy hit New Jersey back in 2012 and then in 2013 when he was a freshman congressperson. He opposed giving money to New Jersey.
Yeah.
He said that it's a boondoggle. It's all part of the put it on the credit card mentality. And he voted against bailing out New Jersey. These are people, again, I think we should bail out Florida. I also think we should bail out New Jersey. I believe in a strong federal government.
We should bail out people in crises, states, fellow Americans in trouble. I mean, I think that's a thing. You mentioned New Jersey. I wasn't even thinking about New Jersey. I was thinking about things like 6 months ago or back in the spring when DeSantis talked about Joe Biden at a conservative rally in Orlando and said that Joe Biden hates Florida. He says Joe Biden hates Florida. And Joe Biden was one of the first to call DeSantis after the hurricane, said, we're opening up the coffers at FEMA. We're going to help everyone in Florida because, you know, he's like my old boss, Mineta. He believes, Mineta believed that no road is, a Democrat or Republican, just, because he was transportation secretary. Biden, no hurricane is a Democrat or a Republican. He's helping everybody. And he said it best today when he spoke from FEMA. Biden said, in times of crisis, Americans come together. We're on the same team. That's how a good politician plays it. And Biden showed.
Absolutely.
Yeah,
absolutely.
Yeah.
The Republican, let me just say something about Republicans. This current crop or crap of Republicans, if it affects them, they want it. Right. When Kentucky is hit by tornadoes, then Rand Paul, the big libertarian, wants a strong federal government to bail out Kentucky, but he didn't want it for New Jersey. Same thing with Ron DeSantis. Rob Portman, the outgoing senator from Ohio, Republican. When my son is gay, I'm all of a sudden I support gay rights. When my daughter needs an abortion, I'm a Republican. I oppose abortion, but it's my daughter. So maybe we should. It has to hit these people. They're so myopic.
Yeah. No
empathy. They cannot see beyond what's in front of their nose. That unless it happens to them, screw everybody else.
Yeah. And you know what else you should bring up? You should bring up this idea of, I'm a conservative small G government, right? They're
Right.
the ones who have part-time legislatures in places like I think Texas is a part-time legislature. You know, they don't believe in government, and so they can justify not paying taxes. But of course, they want the roads. Of course, they want help. You know, when it comes to hurricanes, and so there was DeSantis juggling this idea that, oh, I'm a small G government kind of guy, but he's going to take all the FEMA aid. He's going to take all the federal aid. Here's a guy who says, oh, we are good because we're small G government. We have a surplus. He said this. We have a surplus in Florida and we have no state tax, but we'll take your donations and you can call our 800 number, right? He'll take donations from the public. I wouldn't trust. I would send them like, products. I would send them
Toilet paper,
towels, stuff like that, because, if they have a surplus of towels, they'll use them. You send them cash. You don't know.
Ayn Rand collected Social Security. Milton Friedman collected Social Security. They loved their Social Security.
It's the small G government folks who become big G when they want. But thank goodness there was Joe Biden to lead the way today. The day after, when they're picking up the pieces in Florida, he says, Americans, this is a message for Floridians. This is a message for all of America. We're coming together. This is what America does. So even though it sounds like I'm kicking DeSantis to the curb a little bit, I just think that he deserves higher ground. But for the man who has the ambitions to be president, he does not deserve higher office.
Right. Well said.
Deserve that. So anyway, I'm worked up about DeSantis. I'm sorry.
He's repulsive, and this is the issue, not critical race theory, not transgender people in the wrong bathroom, not the Don't Say Gay bill. This is the issue. Where do you stand on the issue of our time, climate catastrophe? He is on the side of catastrophe. Yeah. He takes money from Florida Natural Gas Association. He's made it illegal for local towns to choose 100% renewable energy. People think I'm making that up. Yeah. But it is, he signed into law last year a bill that forbids local towns to choose anything other than natural gas for their electricity.
Yeah. Well, he's into the free market of Ron DeSantis, right? And as long as it benefits him, as you said, and
that's not the free market. If you forbid a municipality from choosing something other than natural gas,
no,
it's not the free market. That's the government propping up a monopoly.
Yeah, and so look, so thank goodness as Ron DeSantis was out there at all his various news conferences speaking. And I saw him just pitiful. And I just saw Martha's Vineyard all over his face. He was wearing a Martha's Vineyard sweatshirt.
Was he really?
No, he wasn't. But to me, I'm looking at
right.
him.
I see.
And so, but thank goodness there was Joe Biden propping him up. Joe Biden, when he was speaking from Washington, saying, "Hey, we are on the same team." That's the way it is in America. So even though it sounds like I'm kicking Ron DeSantis to the curb, I believe we're all together. We're all together in this.
Kick him.
Kick him. I'll hold.
He caused this.
Well, yeah. I mean, look, he doesn't have an historic 500-year hurricane without some of the the pro-corporate type of proposals that he let go in Florida. And now it's right there in his face. This is the problem. This is the problem now.
The first thing out of this MFer's mouth should not be critical race theory, don't say gay. It is, we need to build retaining walls. We need to buttress the coasts, the coastal communities, to make sure that there isn't massive flooding. We have climate He should have been screaming at the top of his lungs about infrastructure. That's all that matters. Yeah. Not that parents have no choice in whether or not their kids learn about transgender.
Yeah, well, all the hot buttons, right? He's going after all the hot buttons because, of course, he wants to be He's vying to be the next Trump kind of thing. And
You can't homeschool your kid if it's underwater.
No, you can't. But climate change, that's not an issue, right? That's why he didn't talk about it.
It's
But
too woke.
yeah, but this whole thing, what gets me, and I wrote this in my Aldev column, it reminded me of the Martha's Vineyard bit because he was so anti-migrant, anti-immigrant, anti-asylum seeker. What most people don't get is that most of these asylum seekers, they're not illegal, right? They're not well, they may be undocumented, but they're not illegal. They're waiting for their court dates. And there's like 471,000 of them, and the backlog is like 5 years. If he was smart, he would have gone to San Antonio, and he would have been. It was sort of like a precursor. He could have brought him into Florida so they could be at the ready to rebuild Florida, because you can work while you're waiting for your asylum date, and they could be building up Florida. But he's not that smart. So anyway, but he's touching on all these hot button issues, like he's avoiding climate change. He's hitting on the migrants, and there was a study by a group called the Public Religion Research Institute, and they quantified. Everyone's sort of data happy. They actually quantified racism amongst the extreme right, amongst right-wing Republicans. And they first of all they polled a bunch of people, and they asked.
Hang on for 1 second. I actually have. Let me bring this up. Is this what you're talking about?
The millions of Americans.
Well, hang on. The University of Chicago poll of Americans?
No, this is the Public Religion Research Institute's poll. And it was tied into whether or not public structures should, whether or not Confederate statues should be removed from public spaces. But they had to establish first what they call a structural racism index, where they ask people some questions about how they feel about racism, like reparations, if white people are responsible for, blacks, the status of blacks. And so they came up with this number to indicate where structural racism is in America. So the number was from 0, no racism, to 1, racism. The median was 0.45. Okay, so that's sort of like the baseline. And then they put people by political class and by race on the spectrum. So who was the most racist, going from 0 to 1? Who do you think? In terms of in terms of political party and
Republicans.
Yeah, white Republicans. So if the median was 0.45, Republicans was 0.67, and white Republicans was 0.67, which is tilting way over toward that, 1 figure, in terms of racism. On the other side, black Democrats were at 0.2, and Hispanics at 0.33, and other minorities 0.30. So that's just to give you an indication of where people are and how just heavy on this scale. It's real data. The structural racist index, they call it. White Republicans 0.67. Now, based on race, whites in general, no political affiliation. If the median is 0.45, whites were at 0.52, which isn't as bad as white Republican. And then they also did it based on race. And where do you think, since it's the Jewish holiday, where do you think the Jews were?
In terms of their racism?
Yeah.
I don't want to.
There's some. There's some. But
I don't want to know.
It's not great. Okay. Tipping over to the 1, which is you are like flaming racist. Whites were at 0.64. Once again,
how were the Jews? So tell me how the Jews were.
Okay, well, I'll go down. LDS was next at 0.55.
You're talking about the Mormons.
The Mormons, yeah. The Catholics were not that guy. I'm an altar boy. The Catholics were at 0.55. The Jews, so much better than the Catholics. So much better. 0.39, which is pretty good. The median is 0.45. The Jews are 0.39.
They never met my Uncle Murray.
Probably not.
He would raise it for.
But look, and the best among the religious types, Black Protestants, 0.23. There it is. Black Protestants among the least racist, according to the structural racism index of the public religious research institute. It's called PRRI. They call themselves.
What wasn't your radio show syndicated by PRRI?
No, actually, I was on a couple of shows by PRI. I don't even know if are these still in business? Public Radio International.
Yeah, let me show you. This is the poll from the University of Chicago. Can you see this? And they break it down between Democrats, Independents, and Republicans. And this is from September 9th to September 12th. The question is, Irish, Italians, Jewish, and many other minorities overcame prejudice and worked their way up. Blacks should do the same without any special favors. Do you agree or disagree?
All right,
what do you see there?
All right, I have it on small. I have to put it on big.
So it's a pretty outrageous statement that we've heard in bars. It's, do you or disagree with this? Irish, Italians, Jewish, and many other minorities overcame prejudice and worked their way up. Blacks should do the same without any special favors.
Well, I certainly disagree with that.
So strongly agree. Among Democrats, 5% of Democrats strongly agree with that. 25% of Republicans agree with that statement. 32% of Republicans agree with it.
Wow. Yeah, look, all the data's coming out. Look how racist the Republicans are.
Yes.
I mean, that's well, you know, this is the thing they say about Asians. They say the Asians, they've been talking about Asians being white for at least a generation, at least 25 years. I've heard that. And now, you know, except the Asians are not white well, actually, in the affirmative action case, they are making Asians as proxies for whites to try to, you know.
So this is a question from the University of Chicago. This is a statement where they ask Democrats, Independents, and Republicans, do you agree or disagree? This is a statement. I'm not virtue signaling here. I've never thought about this question. Do you agree or disagree with this statement? African American people or Hispanic people in our country will eventually have more whites than whites.
More whites than rights?
Or no, more rights than whites? More rice than whites. No, more rights than whites. Yeah. African American people or Hispanic people in our country will eventually have more rights than whites.
Yeah, see, you know,
and what are the numbers? 2% of Democrats strongly agree. 11% of Republicans strongly agree. 23% of Republicans agree with that. 4% of Democrats agree with that.
See, let them keep all their soul music royalties, and you know they get all that money, and they become white. That's what it is. It's a class thing. That's how they get more rights, right?
Right, but it is the Republicans. It's a racist party.
Yeah, no, definitely, and you know this is the thing that they asked in that religious index that I was saying. The way they got that, where the median is in our country. The structural racism index, they asked people a bunch of questions like that, like how do you feel about what's keeping blacks down, or should blacks get reparations, and from that number or from those questions they came up with that index where the median was at 0.45, and then you see where all the other folks are in the spectrum. Yeah, you know, it's good that we have all this data, but now that we have the data, you know, I don't know. I mean, you could say, oh, I kind of figured that. I kind of figured that these people were, you know, more racist. But, you know, when you have the proof, when they say, oh, here's the proof. Where's the proof? And you say, here.
Right.
You know, now you got them. So, I don't know. Is it going to help us? You know, you can throw these stats at people, and they'll just do whatever's in their self-interest, right?
Right.
Which is a sad thing. So, I don't know. But it's good to know because.
Well, let's talk about this. There's a big strike in France.
Yeah.
PETA is calling for a strike. I love this idea. What is the idea? And by the way, let me alert the affiliates, we're running 10 minutes behind. I know the Reverend Barry W. Lynn will be joining us. I just want to let him know we're running 10 minutes behind. And before we get to that, let me thank our mods: Autumn Leaves, MIDI Doctor, Bob Carmody, M. Toussaint, Choking on Ashes, Lexi 444, S Scout is taken, Dent F, Andy Brown, Sarah Bush, and of course the Invisible Ninja. We have 2 chat rooms going.
Wow.
Yeah, we have one in on the YouTube channel and one in Zoom, and they keep the trolls away. So let's talk about this strike that PETA's calling for.
Well, PETA is calling for a strike on sex with meat-eating men, and this is real. You know, PETA, they're trying to go legit in a lot of ways. You know, they got real scientists going to Parliament and the EU trying to stop animal testing, but occasionally they'll do some things which may strike some people as a kind of a publicity ploy, but they're serious here. They're calling for a strike on sex with meat-eating men because they cite a study published in the journal PLOS One. I know, PLOS One, and it found that men contribute significantly more to the climate catastrophe than women, primarily through their meat consumption. And they found that their habits result in 41% more greenhouse gases. That's
and they
greenhouse
smell.
gases.
You eat meat, you smell.
Well, yeah, it's I've been vegetarian now for about vegetarian 30 years or so, more vegan the last 5-10 years. But it's sinking in when I can't even eat Beyond Meat, because I find that Beyond Meat, in their emulation of meat, smells. They emulate it so well that it has that meat stench, and I can't eat it. I can't eat it anymore. So, I've gone down that path. And so I share this now I don't want to be sexist and say, because, men might have male partners. I don't want to say it's just women who should strike, but men who have meat-eating male partners, they should strike too. They should strike all meat eaters.
Well, what about men not having sex with meat-eating women?
Well, but the meat-eating men were the problem, according to this poll. But you know what? If they're a meat eater, and if it applies to you, you should not have sex with that person.
What about the enablers? What about the women who what about a woman who cooks the meat?
Oh, and she doesn't eat the meat, she just cooks it?
Yeah. What about the women who eat the meat? What about the women who eat the meat?
The women who eat the meat, we should strike them too. Look, there should be the meat eaters and the non-meat eaters, and they're just pointing out that
So you're saying basically we should take it easy on women who eat the meat.
No. If they eat the meat, you should not take it easy on them. You should say, hey, look, we're going to strike you. You got to stop eating meat. You got to stop enabling, because we're going to save the world when you don't eat meat. I mean, that's the thing. I mean, the greenhouse gases, climate, we're going to have fewer Hurricane Ians. How many Hurricane Ians do it? Did you know they're retiring Ian from the hurricane list?
They're retired,
Yeah, because it's it turns out there's 4 or 5 I hurricanes. They don't have a Hurricane Igor, by the way. So there's still room for a Hurricane Igor. But all the
Igor, if they call him Igor, then the eye of his storm.
Yeah. Well, I just noticed, I was reading all the I's. It's like A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H. When you get to I, for some reason, it's like the worst storm. And they figure they're going to retire. They were going to retire Ian. So they're going to need another I word.
What about diversity? How come there's no Hurricane Yossi?
Yossi? How do you spell Yossi?
Like a good Hebrew name.
Oh,
Hurricane Yossi.
Is it an I name?
I don't know.
How about a Hurricane Shlomo? That's Hurricane Shlomo.
Did you know that Sigmund Freud's middle name was Shlomo? I meant to take that up with Dr. Hirschenfeld.
What shape was it? Did it look like a Shlomo? Okay.
You're thinking of a Schmeckel.
Oh, Hey, did
No,
you?
Freud's middle name was Shlomo.
I didn't know that. I do know that Emil rhymes with Schlemiel. You know that, right?
Yes.
Yeah, but
And Schlemazel.
and a Schlemazel, yeah. So,
Emil rhymes with Schlemazel. And
it's a David.
yes.
One last thing before I leave, but this is real. Go vegan. But I don't want people to get a complex about being vegan and associating with sex, because that's what I've done in my life. Oh, I go vegan, I get sex. That's unfair. You should go vegan, save the animals. Yeah, sex. Yeah, you have that too. That's good. But if you make it so that you got to go vegan in order to have sex, I don't know. That may not be. I don't want to get into people's personal lives, but you should be thinking about the animals, thinking about the greenhouse gases. Hey, did you know that you can get orange chicken now at, this is not really a plug, but I like to promote vegan food at different places. Panda Express is now serving the orange chicken.
Really?
And Beyond version. And
You just said you don't like Beyond.
this was a test for me. I ordered it and I picked it up and I couldn't get past the second nugget. I couldn't get past.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I just, I just.
It didn't taste decadent.
It wasn't. I felt bad. I took a taste. I said, "Great, I'm supporting Beyond." But like I said on my my live stream, you're really vegan when you can't even eat the fake meat. When the fake meat is so disgusting. And
we had fake. I think that was made out of seitan.
Seitan, yeah, seitan.
Satan.
Yeah.
You ever have anything Chinese food made out of seitan?
Yes. Hey, and David,
the horns are delicious.
You're gonna say, Emil, stop with all these commercial references. This is not a commercial. Just like when you mentioned beans and you always mention Punto Gordo, which when you mentioned them the last time, I bought some, but there's a store in Jersey. They have them all over. These Ranch 99s. They're these super Asian markets. You go in there, and if you went there, you would feel more Asian than you ever did.
Okay.
More Asian than you ever did on Christmas Day, which I know you probably feel Asian on Christmas Day because you probably have Chinese food on Christmas Day, don't you?
And you go see a Woody Allen movie.
Exactly. That's what happened. All the Jews.
And he's married to it. That's why he's married to an Asian woman.
Korean woman, right? Exactly.
Just for Christmas. That's
used
all.
to be his daughter. I mean, I don't know if that's Korean. And it's anyway. Ranch 99 has all this fake meat that's better than Beyond. Like Beyond is kind of full of like.
Send me the link.
Okay, but the thing that makes the fake meat at the Ranch 99, the Asian store, because Asians love tofu and soy. That's it. They don't doctor it up with stuff to make it look like it's real blood or it's kind of meaty. They give you a thing like you can get mock duck and mock goose and all this fake, and all it is basically is either gluten or some kind of wheat gluten or soybean. And I had one the other day. I found myself at this store like a couple weeks ago, and I got a bunch of fake meats, better than Beyond and better than Impossible. And it was great. It was great. I had some the other day. It's like mock.
I'm looking at. I went to the Panda Express.
Yeah.
Website.
Panda Express, the Taco Bell of Asians.
If you order their Beyond Chicken, you get a free bowl.
Yeah, but that's deceptive too. Look, this is the thing. I went there, and it's sort of like Starbucks. If you don't know how to order, you don't speak their language, you don't get what you want. And Panda Express, that's about as white an Asian thing as it gets. But they've made it. They've made it so that you have to speak Panda Express to get what you want at Panda Express. You have to speak the dialect, in other words. And I couldn't. So I ended up with this little box, which looks like a Lilliputian's, Chinese food box. And that's what they call a box. So if you want more, you should get more. But look, take it from me. It's all right. Better to get mock meats at your favorite Asian grocer.
Can you send me the list?
Yeah, I'll send you a list. Sure. Sure.
Yeah, but Panda Express, I used to eat Panda Express when I ate chicken, and it was decadent.
Yeah.
Like
Look, if some people claim being flexitarian, that's good, right? Eat chicken, don't eat red meat. But look, there's just as much cholesterol in chicken. Really. I mean, you're not doing yourself any favors you're not doing the chicken any favors. But you eating the chicken, you're not going to, help your health.
Right.
So anyway, but mock meat done the Chinese way.
Send it to me.
Yeah. Hey, David. Oh, Aaron Judge hit his 61st home run. Did you see that? I love Aaron Judge because he's this big 6'8", mound of guy. He's huge. And I believe he's drug free. I don't know anyone who's even accused or thought about performance enhancing drugs. He's having the best offensive baseball season ever. And
what's so offensive about it? What, you rather have Maris hold his record? Why?
I want to see. I want Judge to break the record. He tied it last night. I want to see him break the record, and then I want to see him leave the Yankees and join the San Francisco Giants, where he's a giant among giants. Makes sense. $350 million. That's what they're.
We have to wrap it up.
Yes.
Emil Guillermo, host of the PETA podcast, People for the Ethical Treatment of Animals, and a columnist for ALDEF, the Asian American Legal Defense and Education Fund. Also, you can see him practically every night on his YouTube channel.
Yeah.
Subscribe.
AMOK.com, or also on Twitter, Emil Amok, or YouTube. Yeah, YouTube.
I'm going to go to Panda Express tomorrow and unionize their workers. I'm not going to order anything, but I'm going to No, there's one like 3 blocks away, and you got me really hungry for fake orange chicken.
Yeah, look, I prefer Beyond to Impossible, but really, like I said, I took one bite and I said, I don't need this fake meat. And I munched out on their super greens. They have a super green plate.
Great.
Anyway, all right, David, love you.
Thank you. Love you too. Thank you. By the way, Beyond Meat is not doing well. McDonald's canceled Beyond Meat. I think they're no longer serving a Beyond Meat burger. Yeah. And the stock, they're not making the kind of profits they were hoping for, which is too bad.
You want to corporatize that stuff, and that's what happens. You have your dreams are bigger than your stomach. But here's the thing: did you know the number of vegans in this country? It's very small. It's like 0.4%. It's like really small.
Well, people should switch at least. The Reverend Barry W. Lynn joins us. Thank you so much, Emil Guillermo.
Hey, Barry.
How you doing?
Take care. Bye.
Let us go to Massachusetts, where the Reverend Barry W. Lynn is standing by. He, for nearly a quarter of a century, ran Americans United for Separation of Church and State. He's a lawyer, a member of the Supreme Court Bar, and he's an ordained minister in the United Church of Christ. So I have some clips I want to show you, but we can get to that in a second. How was Massachusetts? I was up near Framingham on Saturday, and it was perfect. Saturday in Massachusetts was absolutely perfect. It is like just the cusp of autumn. The leaves are just beginning, and the lakes were vibrant, and I've never seen anything as beautiful as Massachusetts with autumn about to start. You must be very happy up there, right?
I was really happy on Saturday when the weather was perfect. Now it's getting a little too cold.
Oh, it is getting cold.
Yeah, it's getting cold. It's not a bad cold yet, but it's cold. It's chilly. And but I like it. I'm having a good time with our 3 grandkids up here. and looking forward
Where's
to
your
voting.
microphone? Where's your microphone?
I think it's right here.
It's scraping against. There you
No,
go.
it can't be scraping again. How about this?
That's better.
I hope it'll stay this way.
You can keep it that way, can't you?
Probably.
I can give you a pill if you need it.
Yeah, just give me a pill and a shot of whiskey, and I'm sure everything will be fine.
You don't want whiskey, Mike, trust me.
No, I don't want whiskey. You know, I don't drink alcohol except for one drink a year because I tended to drink a little too much. And I
Right.
once drove while I was clearly drunk, and that ended drinking. Now, I know there are people who say, oh, well, that's just because you did it once, why did you go all the way to no drinking? And it was because it was just easier to just say no completely.
Yeah. That's what I miss. That's what I miss about drinking, the driving.
Yeah, I
I
know.
do.
It's exciting because you see people, and it's kind of like a video game.
Uh-huh.
And it was yeah, it was just, oh, look. But it
Like
was
people, I'd go to a party. People, I'm going to go home, and they'd say, "No, let me make you a cup of coffee before you can't drive." I go, "No, I get behind the wheel. It's a bigger jolt than a cup of. Trust me, the thought of getting into an accident, I'm wide awake. It wakes me up. No, I did some. I don't want to talk about it. It's too depressing.
Okay.
It's sad.
Anyway,
Yeah.
the weather's good most of the time. I love fall in New England, and winter gets a little rough. I love spring.
Well, hopefully, we're changing that for you.
Yeah, I think it's getting a lot warmer.
Yeah.
Yeah, because I do accept the idea of climate change. Unfortunately, Florida politicians do not, and that's why they're having so much fun trying to explain what this hurricane did and continues to do. Hurricane Ian in Florida.
You're you don't like melding church and state, apparently.
That's correct.
I got that right. Yeah. You think there's a problem with religious fundamentalists from any stripe entering politics and using God and their holy books to further their political agenda.
Absolutely. I couldn't have said it better myself.
So when Jerry Falwell blamed the sodomites like you and me for 9/11, that was considered, well, he's a Christian fundamentalist, right?
Right.
Why can't we blame Hurricane Ian on Ron DeSantis?
That's an interesting point, and I think we should do that. In fact, I spent a few minutes this afternoon writing a speech that I think DeSantis ought to give instead of just doing this. You know, he was just on a few minutes ago talking about the first responders and when you shouldn't call 911, all kinds of technical stuff. I think Ron DeSantis needs to make a series of statements in a speech that would make it impossible for people to take the cheap shot that you and I have just taken about Ron DeSantis. And I'm happy to share that.
Well, what was cheap about it?
It was, from DeSantis's perspective, it would be a cheap shot. I want
to say God is punishing him for hating on Black people, the transgender youth,
now, see,
migrants.
No,
that's cheap.
No, that's not cheap. But blaming him for the hurricane might be. But I'm here to. I wrote that. I didn't have a lot of time today, but I wrote. Tell me what you think about these arguments, okay? You know, I want him to say, I'm Ron DeSantis, the governor of Florida. I'd like to clarify a few things. I was told that in 1985, that great Christian evangelist Pat Robertson, using prayer, diverted a hurricane from hitting his university in Virginia Beach. That diversion sent it to New England, where it cost 8 lives and $900 million in danger. Now, it has been suggested that if he could do it, why didn't I do the same thing? And here are a couple of reasons. Virginia Beach is pretty close to New England, maybe a 9-10 hour drive. And much as I hate New England, particularly Massachusetts, where they will soon elect a lesbian as its governor, my prayers would only direct at the roughly South Carolina or Georgia, both of which are run by good Republican governors. Why would I do that? That's a good point. I'm trying to help. I was talking to Mike Huckabee once back when Mitt Romney was running for the presidency, and we were talking about what he could and couldn't do to win the Florida primary. And I had some ideas, and Huckabee said, "You should write for him." And I said, "No, I don't like him, but that's one point." Now, here's another point. Pat Robertson, as you remember, Pat Robertson gave up his ministerial credentials when he ran for president. But I would want DeSantis to say Pat Robertson was still an ordained minister in the Southern Baptist Convention at the time. I was not ever ordained, and I am pretty certain that there is an advantage to being ordained because it gives your prayers more clout. What was I supposed to do? Join some ordination mill like the Church of the Flying Spaghetti Monster, the Universal Life Church, or even something I heard just last week, the Church of Feldman?
Yeah.
Yeah, he should say that. He should bring you up. This would be third. Pat Robertson in January of 2010, when that earthquake hit Haiti and killed 220,000 people, he claimed that Haiti had made a deal with the devil, and that this is why the earthquake was so much more severe in the half of the island that is Haiti and not so severe in the other half where the Dominican Republic. Now I want him to say this. In spite of some of my uninformed critics who have started referring to me as Ron DeSatanist, this horrible renaming, I mean, it's worse than calling me a trans person, caused me a lot of personal grief. And I do not want anyone to think I made a pact with Satan. So believe me, there will be no earthquakes in Florida, even though there was that one in 2020, but nobody died. That's a good argument.
Yes.
You know, and just to clarify something else that my socialist critics have said, if DeSantis declared some counties a mandatory evacuation area, why did he oppose mask mandates?
Yeah.
There's a simple answer. During COVID, people were very likely to wear masks, and it's quite possible that a person who wanted to rob you at your house or at your place of business would be mistaken for somebody that was just trying to be super cautious. The massive evacuations, by the way, were not going to cause more crime. Why? Because we took the time to send a lot of burglars, robbers, and other miscreants that were going to end up in Florida back to Massachusetts. And you know, I hate that state, where they belong.
Where they belong.
I mean, I think these are great. And then
I agree with you.
There's one caveat. This is one more thing to add to the. Finally, don't think I'm being a socialist for accepting federal disaster money. Why, for so many years, we have gotten in Florida nearly $3,000 per resident more than when they gave the federal government in taxes. That is not socialism. That just shows you how smart I am. These are points that should be well taken.
I love it. I love you as the angry minister.
Yeah, well, that's what I am today.
I love it.
Well, I'm going to continue it. I can't be angry that long, though, because I'm not getting enough sleep.
You're not sleeping?
No, I'm sleeping. The move.
Yeah, I know.
Is so
You
much
should
of it
never
is
move. I
good.
told you.
I know you told me
I
that,
told
but
you that nothing good comes from grandchildren.
well, yeah, but they were really. I was tempted to actually see if they wanted to join the show once. I'm very leery of doing that, but maybe you'd change your mind if you
Well,
just
we were,
saw them.
I know. Well, I wanted to have a competition between you, Professor Mike Steinel, and Professor Hart J.K., where all your grandkids come on the show and we vote on who's the cutest. And
I don't. What are the?
I've been told that would be traumatic.
Yeah.
But
Oh,
it would be
one-
traumatic for me to be entertaining. Your kids would be traumatized because I was entertaining people.
That's not the only thing that could cause trauma. You know, and seriously, for 1 second, one of the things that our twin granddaughters do is they constantly compete with each other. And we are trying to eliminate that sense that they have to constantly one-up each other. So we can't have a competition. We just
You're
can't.
right. You're right. Hey, let me play you a clip.
Yeah, please.
No,
I'm done. I'm done with the speeches. I mean, if I had more time, I would have written a better speech for him.
So Nick Fuentes is a far right-wing pundit. He is openly anti-Semitic, racist. He's got quite a following. There have been some, Michelle Malkin is part of his organization. He's trying to become like the next Charlie Kirk. He has something similar to Turning Points, where people speak and try to figure out how to move this country further and further to the right. He thinks the Holocaust is funny, and he says this is a Christian nation. And we had Professor Juan Cole on the show Monday with Professor Adnan Hussein talking about the theocrats here in the United States who sympathize with the theocracy in Iran.
That is true.
That is true. So let me play you
All right.
the great Nazi, the great Holocaust denier, the great racist, Nick Fuentes, and your reaction to what he's saying.
Masses of people in the public who came out of nowhere say that she was beaten to death by the religious police because she was wearing her hijab or was not wearing her hijab. So now they're all out protesting the brutality of the morality police against the women. Well, the Iranian government, who I'm inclined to believe and trust, they say that she died in custody and it had nothing to do with them. They didn't beat her up, wasn't their fault. And to me, this sounds exactly like the death of Freddie Gray. This is like BLM, but for women in Iran. It's like the same thing. George Floyd was trying to use counterfeit money and he was high. Cops tried to arrest him. They killed him. You know what? Don't use counterfeit money and be a drug dealer. Well, now in Iran, some woman not wearing her hijab gets arrested by the police, dies. Here's how you avoid entanglements with the religious police. Wear the hijab, wear the covering.
So I want to thank Norman Lear's organization, Right Wing Watch, for that clip, People for the American Way. Explain to me the thinking here, because he's a racist, he's a bigot.
Yep.
I would assume he would hate Ayatollah Khamenei and the Iranians just for being Muslim. But he's speaking up for the Explain his thinking, please.
Yeah,
Or
his
lack
thinking.
thereof.
No, his thinking is completely a mix of, I don't know, comparing bananas to pork chops. It's got nothing, there's no connection. And of course, he's blaming George Floyd, the victim of brutal excesses by the police, for causing this himself. And
by the way, nobody ever found out if he passed a counterfeit bill. That's the other
No,
thing.
they didn't. They did not.
Right.
But and also he seamlessly moves from the fact that he was high, which he probably was, to being a drug dealer, which has also not been established. So he's just trying to cashing in on the kind of racism that has befuddled and caused problems for so many people on the religious and the secular right. But here's what I would like Nick Fuentes to do. As you know, I'm as close to being a pacifist as anybody is without being a full-blown pacifist. But I did have this image this afternoon because I too saw that clip. Remember Jeanine Pirro, who has a Saturday night, I think, show on the Fox News channel. And a few years ago, she got in trouble for making the following statement. Representative Omar, who of course is a member of Congress, wears a hijab, which according to the Quran 33:59 tells women to cover so they won't get molested. Is her adherence to this Islamic doctrine indication that she adheres to Sharia law, which is itself antithetical to the Constitution? Now, let's say she and Nick Fuentes wanted to battle out the question, because I don't think either one is what we would call an Islamic scholar. I'm not an Islamic scholar, but I think that there's a big divide. Here is Nick Fuentes saying, just don't wear it. And then you have Jean Pirro, Judge Pirro, saying, if you wear it, that proves you hate America. And so I thought, well, what do other right-wingers think? Tucker Carlson, in the vacation time toward the end of December in 2018, Macy's, the chain of Macy's superstores, decided to launch a new brand of hijab headwear. And Tucker went absolutely ballistic over this. So now, I think it's Jean Pirro and Tucker Carlson could have a kind of a cage match with Nick Fuentes. That would be great. You could put that on pay-per-view. You could even do it. I could even invite all of them, although I really, I only know Tucker Carlson, but it would be great. You could do pay-per-view. You used to do pay-per-view.
Right.
I think we could get like six, 7 people to watch that.
I think you're right. I think.
Well, I'm trying to give you some good ideas. I don't just want to be angry. I want to be a man.
I like you angry.
All right. Well, maybe I'll get angry.
Okay.
Play me some more videos.
I'm going to play you Andrew Torba. He's the CEO of Gab. Gab is a ultra right-wing social media site. The guy who shot up the Tree of Life synagogue in Pittsburgh back in 2018 was on Gab at the time. I don't know if he live streamed it or not, but he had followers on Gab. Andrew Torba donated $5,000 to Doug Mastriano, who's running for governor of Pennsylvania against Josh Shapiro. And this is the CEO of Gab, Andrew Torba, who now wants to build a Christian nationalist internet. He's unabashedly Christian nationalist and says the problem is there isn't an internet for just Christian nationalists. This is Andrew Torba, who Doug Mastriano, the Republican nominee for governor of Pennsylvania, has hired, has taken money from, and has used as a consultant. He's used this guy as a consultant.
We are the majority, and we are done being the footstool. We are going to wake up the body of Christ in this country, and we're going to do something about you castrating our children, about you sexually indoctrinating them in the schools, about you, taking over our culture and taking over our government, and sending all of our money to foreign countries and allowing our border to be invaded. We're done. We're done with it, and we're going to step up, and we're going to rebuild this fallen and corrupt society from scratch, just as Christians have done many times before. And yes, we absolutely are going to get involved in public discourse and in politics, and you're not going to shut us up. And it's a message to the Republican Party too, that they are not to disavow us. They are not to condemn us, because we are 80% of the Republican Party. Christian nationalists are the Republican Party, and they're going to start doing the will of God, and they're going to start supporting biblical policies, and they're going to start, fighting back against this and not being complacent, or they're going to get out of the way, and we're going to go in there and we're going to do it ourselves. Those are their two choices.
Those are their two choices. So he says it's a party of Christian nationalists. I keep talking about this survey that says 2/3 of Republicans want a law passed that declares America a Christian nation.
That's correct.
Is it 80% Christian nationalist?
I don't know where he got that number, but I certainly have a clear majority of Republicans are Christian nationalists. And they, ironically, they always hate, with the exception of Nick Fuentes, who apparently thinks morality police are great. But most people on the right do not. I was having a telephone conversation with Pat Robertson once about some outrage and that he had said, and then he issued some press release. And so I called him up and he said, Barry, why aren't you trying to stop the State Department from going and writing constitutions in the Middle East, some of which may contain Sharia law? And I said to Robertson, it's because I'm spending so much of my time trying to stop you from making Christianity the rule of law in the United States instead of the Constitution. He said, no, that's wrong. It's not the same thing, but it is the same thing. It's only, first of all, anybody who thinks that you can determine what a Christian nation would be based on the Bible is simply unfamiliar with the Bible, because it's got all kinds of things that cut both ways. I remember doing something on CNN once where some guy was talking about gun control and he hated it and will be defenseless. And I asked him why in the what we Christians call the Old Testament, in the Old Testament, David is about to go fight the giant Goliath, and people want to give him the brand new weapons and swords and shields. And he says, according to the Bible, he says, just give me a slingshot and my faith in God, and I will be victorious.
Wow.
That's good.
So the NRA doesn't have faith in God.
That's absolutely right.
They're godless.
They are godless.
Wow.
They are godless.
Pat Robertson, son of a United States senator, and I
Oh,
believe,
yes.
and schizophrenic, right? Wasn't he treated for schizophrenia?
Well, here's what happened as I recall it. There was a lot of publicity when it was discovered that he had his first child out of wedlock. And so,
hang on for 1 second.
Yeah.
What a horrible child! Of all the parents that child could have chosen, and that child chooses to be a sinner.
Yeah.
I hope Pat could forgive that child for
being born.
No,
well, actually, journalists tracked him down, and he did eventually admit it, but he said, but I hadn't found Jesus yet. And he did have some kind of drug or alcohol problem, as I recall, but that too disappeared when he found Jesus. Now, it didn't stop him from doing all kinds of other crooked things, but he had an excuse. It's just not a very good one. But
I had heard that he was hearing voices in the 50s, that he was going to Yale, another Yale graduate.
Correct.
And was hearing voices.
I don't know if he was, I was.
I mean, these people are. They're clearly deranged.
They are truly deranged. And constantly people would ask me, when I had constant contact with all of these, James Dobson, Falwell, Pat Robertson, do they really believe what they say? And I think in Robertson's case, he does believe what he says. In Falwell's case, I'm not so sure. In Dobson's case, I just think he's a loon. I mean, he's just so far out there. But I think Robertson actually does believe the things. And although it's hard for me to ever say anything good about Pat Robertson, but I once heard him give a sermon about the Philippines and about the children who were living on garbage dumps and eating the garbage. And you would have thought this was some address by the late William Sloane Coffin or Martin Luther King. It was that powerful. So when he was at his best and he was listening to the voices of angels instead of the voices of devils, he could be a pretty powerful speaker.
Okay. I want to play you Doug Mastriano, who's running for governor of your state, Pennsylvania, where you were born.
That's right. That's right.
I think of Doug Mastriano as a kook. He was there on January 6th. He is an election denier. He recently gave an interview saying that we should arrest women and charge them with murder if they have an abortion. I just figured he's a loon. This is Doug Mastriano before making the trip to the United States Capitol on January 6th. He is a Pennsylvania state legislator. This is him in December of 2020 praying that Republicans have the will and the power to show up on January 6th and stop the certification. I was kind of surprised by how facile he was in the prayer, the lingo. I wanted your take on this.
Sure.
Him in 2020, December, praying for Republicans to seize the Capitol.
Before you in Jesus' name, and we remember the promises of old. And we know we overcome Satan by the blood of the Lamb and the word of our testimony and not loving our lives unto death. And we remember the testimony of William Penn, who spoke over Pennsylvania that'd be a seat of a nation in 1681, and it was. We remember 1776, our Declaration of Independence, speaking God's truth and word over what would become the United States of America. That promise here in Pennsylvania in 1863, a new birth of freedom, that all men could be free, spoken by Abraham Lincoln, right in Gettysburg here. And in 2001, while our nation was attacked by terrorists, a strong Christian man from Cranbury, New Jersey, Todd Beamer, said, let's roll. God, I ask you that you help us roll in these dark times, that we fear not the darkness, that we will seize our Esther and Gideon moments, that we will stand in a gap, that when you say, who shall I send? We will say, send me, and not him or her. We will take responsibility for our republic and not waver in these days that try our souls. I know we're surrounded by wickedness and fear and dithering and inaction, but that's not our problem. Our problem is following your lead. I pray, God, we'll have the favor of Esther, the discernment of Daniel, the heart of David, the courage of Joshua, double portion of Elisha, the wisdom of Solomon, and then we'll fight this good fight for freedom. God, we stand on the testimony and shoulders of giants. I pray, God, that we will not waver in this time of need when our republic needs us most. God, you're calling forth modern day Esthers and Gideons, and I pray that you'll give us the courage to do so. We think about, and now Aaron and hers as well, we think about our elected officials in Pennsylvania who've been weak and feckless, and we've handed over our power to a governor who disregards the freedoms of this republic. I pray that we'll take responsibility. We'll seize the power that we have given to us by the Constitution and as well by you, providentially. I pray for the leaders also in the federal government, God, on the 6th of January, that they will rise up with boldness. You'll bless these letters that President Trump asked me this morning to send to Mitch McConnell and Kevin McCarthy, outlining the fraud in Pennsylvania, and this will embolden them to stand firm and disregard what has happened in Pennsylvania until we have an investigation. God, we pray truth will go forth in victory, and that your truth will go marching on. In Jesus' name, amen.
Amen. Very powerful. Thank you so much, Senator.
So that is Senator Mastriano.
Yeah.
I want to get your reaction in a second, but he's the Republican nominee for governor of Pennsylvania. He's a QAnon follower. He is a friend of Donald Trump's. He believes that separation of church and state is a myth. Now, he's also a PhD. He has a PhD from the University of New Brunswick. He also has a master's from the United States Army War College. I think he also went to the National Intelligence University, and if I'm not mistaken, was a colonel in the United States Army. So when he starts praying, I thought he was a buffoon. And then I listened to that prayer and I think, this guy, that's who he is. This guy is centered. He knows exactly what he believes and what he wants. Pretty scary.
Very scary.
Not an idiot.
No, by no means. But, you know, you can have a lot of degrees and you can still be foolish. You can still choose to believe things like he does that are simply not true. So it's not about where he was educated. The only time I ever went to the Army War College was to protest against it because it was in Carlisle, Pennsylvania, where I went to college. It was a good place to march to.
But were you impressed by the way he
No, I was not, because the calling up Esther, calling up, I think he said a double dose of Joshua, whatever that means. But this is the way these people think. If you watch some of their religious,
by the way, Esther was the Jewish woman who married, was it Cyrus? Who did she marry? She saved.
Yes, yes, I think she married Cyrus.
And she was a Jewish woman who married out of the religion,
right,
and saved the Jews from extermination in the book of Esther.
Yeah, you notice they never cite any other woman in the Bible. If they're Christians, they don't cite any woman other than Esther,
who married out of the religion.
Yeah, and Mary gets she had something to do with virgin birth, but they don't even talk about.
By the way, her name was Miriam.
Miriam.
It's Miriam.
It certainly should have been. No,
the Virgin Miriam.
The Virgin Miriam.
I think that has a better ring to it.
I think it does too. Really. I have listened to these distorted views of what Christianity is and how goofy it is to connect them to the U.S. Constitution, which he also invokes. I think I may have mentioned on this show once a book by Wayne Grudem, who's a professor of theology, and I used to have him on the radio occasionally. And he wrote a book called Policy According to the Bible. And this not just means he has some thought about abortion or something, but this is about, he has even decided what the next generation of fighter planes ought to be based on his reading of the Bible. I mean, it's really wacky. It's crazy to think you can develop a policy about everything based on your understanding of a few Bible passages. But I hear it, and if you go to cable, you watch some of these preachers on the weekends, or they're on all the time during the week, just listen to them. They'll sound as facile as Mastriano does. They're good at that. I mean, it's what I always say about Ted Cruz. He sounds brilliant because he memorizes well. I couldn't memorize anything. That's why I never thought about becoming an actor. I couldn't memorize anything, but he memorizes anything. And that's why he's so good in debates, because there's so many predictable questions that are going to be asked. So if he's on a podium with 6 or 10 other Republicans, he's thinking, I need to be able to talk about Israel. I need to be able to talk about the tax code. I need to be able to talk about abortion. And he memorizes the answers, and it makes him sound learned, like he really did go to the Harvard Law School.
Right. Pretty scary. I wanted to play you one more clip. This is from Right Wing Watch. Norman Lear set this up, and he pays people to watch, keep an eye on these.
Yep.
Been doing this for decades. Keep an
Yes,
eye.
he has.
These people have always been around. They just didn't have access to internet. They were always they had radio shows, right? But
Absolutely. On 50,000 watt stations that can go from the deep south into most of the mid-Atlantic states because it's so powerful. Yeah.
So Stephen Hotsey is a doctor, Dr. Stephen Hotsey.
As he is.
And he's out of Texas, and he's an anti-vaxxer, among other things. Let me play you and then tell us who Dr. Stephen Hotsey. He's a religious right activist, medical doctor, and anti-vaxxer.
This is how it works. You're injected with graphene oxide. Once injected with the so-called vaccine, you become connected to the Internet of Things, and you can be mind controlled by artificial intelligence through maybe 5G. Why are they putting 5G everywhere? It's like the Tower of Babel. And how did God deal with the Tower of Babel? How much longer do you think he's going to tolerate this satanic plan? This is transhumanism. The Internet of Things. How would you like to be connected so your thinking would no longer be your thinking, but it would be non-biological? The real question is, who will control the computers that give you the messages? It won't be your pastor.
Your pastor should be controlling your thinking, not computer.
Not me. He wasn't talking about me. I had occasional run-ins with him over. The other thing he was known to do is use churches to endorse candidates, with all Republicans always, for elective office. And that you're not supposed to do. Nobody's been really willing to uphold that section of the Internal Revenue Service Code that says you can't endorse or oppose any candidate for public office if you are a tax-exempt organization. He would just deliberately flout it. And I think maybe the second time we filed a complaint against a church for endorsing a candidate, it was against the church of which he was, I think, on the board of directors in Texas. But this is, it's nutty. But if you listen to this stuff, if you listen to enough people, even if they don't claim a religious mantle, I mean, late night radio for a long time had a guy named Long John Nebel on it.
I remember as a kid, I used to listen.
I used to listen to him too. And we had a handyman for a while who listened to the guy that whose name I'm blocking on, but he did a 4-hour show every night in almost every market in the United States, just talking about UFOs, talking about chemtrails. Art Bell. And Art made a fortune. Did he believe this stuff? I have no idea.
Oh, but no, Art Bell was it? Oh, excuse me. Am I interrupting you?
No, go ahead. Tell me about Art.
What I loved about Art Bell was he never argued with his guests. He would treat them with respect. So if somebody came on the show and wanted to talk about the little people who live in between the Earth's crust and the Earth's mantle, and go on, yes, please go. Why aren't they talking? And he would just encourage. He would yes and them,
yes,
and it was brilliant. And I would listen to Art Bell when I was driving home from stand-up comedy gigs, and then I began to realize he was the only thing. As the years went on, and they got rid of the Fairness Doctrine and the Telecommunications Act of 96, 97. All of a sudden, you only had Art Bell and Christian evangelicals. There was no more talk radio. There were no more lefties, nothing. It was just all Art Bell, UFOs, and Christ, who may be the same thing.
It's possible.
Yeah.
It's a, do you know that flying saucers do exist, but they're piloted by angels? Did you know that?
I think you told me that once.
Yeah, I did tell you that once, and I remember listening to a lecture on that very subject at some event down in North Carolina that preceded a debate I had with somebody about whether you could literally turn the Bible into constitutional principles.
Well,
but it was very persuasive. I mean, if let me put it this way. If a flying saucer landed in Massachusetts and the door opened, I would not be surprised if there were angels in it. That's how convinced I am.
That they're angels.
That they're not flying saucers, and that hypothetical will never happen, and nobody will come out of it. Not people that look like Michael Rennie from The Day the Earth Stood Still, not lizard people, not anybody. They ain't coming. Why would you come from a presumably more sophisticated and brilliant civilization to live here in the United States?
Well, if you want to see flying saucers, come with me to the Russian tea room when I send the Blinny back. That was, I don't know why I said that.
I don't know why you said that either,
I
but
have no idea. Should I play you one? Well, so these people are a doctor, a medical doctor.
Yes, don't go to him. Do not go to him. Do not go to him, because if you go to be healed at a doctor, you don't need to go to somebody like this clown who believes that 5G is expanding, not because people want to make faster phone calls, but because they're going to be a part of the Internet of Everything.
So these are driven men who they have some mental hardware. I mean, it's not like they're idiots.
No.
So they just channel their energy into their mental illness. They right? They're
Yes.
they're obviously ill.
Yeah, I mean, I really think they are. I think that you cannot hold the universe of beliefs that somebody like Hotze does, or even Falwell did, and not have something significantly wrong with your ability to think.
And a lot of it is hatred. A lot of it is.
I mean, well, hate sells. I mean, there's no question about it. And
they're
I think they
consumed
discovered that.
But they're consumed by hatred. They channel their hatred into. They mask it, but underneath it all, they're filled with bile.
There really are. Every time I would have a debate, there'd be somebody in the audience who would come up to me and say, "Barry, I'm praying for you." And I would say, "What are you praying for me to do?" "Well, to see the error of your ways." They were sincere people. They were, but they were a little bit loopy, to be nice.
I know.
Do you have?
Go ahead.
Do you have a clip perchance from Steve Deese,
Yes.
who's on that Blaze TV, which used to be where
Tucker.
No, I don't think it was.
Oh, or the other.
Yeah, the other one. Well, who cares?
Glenn Beck.
Play something from Steve Deese, because this is kind of incredible.
I knew his brother, Steve D's Nuts.
I remember D's Nuts. Yeah. Glenn Beck is who we were thinking about.
Glenn Beck from Blaze.
Yeah.
Right.
Play this character. This is something else.
It doesn't matter which rhino you decide to vote for Congress. they're teabagging your kids at the public library down the street with drag queens. We're beyond this now. We're beyond it. As I said last hour, at this point, with very limited exceptions, elections in America are total depravity versus managed decay.
Yeah, it's interesting. Hang on. Where am I? There I am. There I am. So he's saying democracy, forget democracy. There's no choice. This is
That's
pure
right.
fascism, right? Just give
Oh,
up. on
absolutely.
voting.
Well, yes, it is. But I mean, for the midterms, I'd be happy if he was out promoting the idea that that Republicans are no good and you shouldn't bother to vote for them because they are presumably the people who are managing decay because they aren't totally depraved. So that's good. Don't, if you're thinking of voting for a Republican, I would say, listen to Steve Deese and and do something like go to the movies on election day.
Yes.
Yeah. But this thing about drag queens teaching at the library down the street.
No, teabagging our kids.
Teabagging our kids. Well, this is, of course, based on the fact that there really is a group of drag queens around the country that do occasionally give presentations at libraries. And this has driven people completely bonkers because they assume that drag queens are somehow, in fact, they say this, drag queens are trying to recruit those children they're reading stories to in the library to the gay lifestyle. Now, living in Washington for a long time, I had a lot of gay friends, and a lot of them, some of them were drag queens, and they would go to the big parades and so in Pride Week. And I have never known anybody who got even a hint of criticism for trying to seduce children or otherwise corrupt them in any way. But this has become a real powerful speaking point on the religious right. Now, if I can just segue to something I watched last night on television, I'm kind of obsessed with Netflix true crime serials and movies. And usually there's twists and turns. And so I got involved in one last night, just one episode. Albert Fish, ever hear of him?
No.
He's a New Yorker. In the 1930s, he was responsible for, they're not clear, but probably about 20 child murders in the 1930s. And this guy, I have to almost clean up the description of this. He was caught because he wrote a letter 7 years after he abducted, killed, and ate a young girl. So I thought,
In that order?
Yes.
Okay.
And I mean, it's not even a good documentary, but I kept waiting for the end to go, well, what is it going to be? That he was set up, but he was executed, and he was not doing anything. But then today, literally today, you know what synchronicity is? It's this Jungian idea that there are things that happen that are related to each other, but they're not causally related. It's not a cause and effect. So today, when I was listening to Steve Deese, I heard the story of Ruben, I'm going to butcher this name, Verostigou, a little known person. He was the Republican National Committee's digital strategist, a former official for Students for Life, but he was found in a joint investigation by the Department of Homeland Security and the Virginia police to having child pornography on his computer. And then they found a chat, and seriously, I am not making any of this up. He was on a chat with 17 other horrible people in which he explains that he's most interested. And in fact, he says, I masturbate to videos of adults having sex with babies.
Wow.
Sex with, now, he's with Students for Life. I mean, it would be, I guess, impolite to suggest that if he wanted people to not abort babies, he wanted them to be sexually abused after they were born and scream. He liked them screaming. What kind of people are these? Are worse than the worst horror movie villains you can find.
Wow. Wow.
Yeah.
We should, I enjoyed playing these clips for you. They're provided to us from Norman Lear's Right Wing Watch, People
Yep.
for the American Way. Should we do this next week?
Let's do that next week. Send me a few more,
Yeah.
and maybe we'll be able to figure out what to do to stop hurricanes,
Yeah.
because it's going to do damage in South Carolina and Georgia and bad places.
Yeah. The Reverend Barry W. Lynn, for nearly a quarter of a century, ran Americans United for separation of church and state. He is an ordained minister in the United Church of Christ. He is also a lawyer, a member of the Supreme Court Bar. I cannot recommend barrywlynn.com enough. Go there for his sermons, his writings, his lectures, his appearances on television shows like Firing Line, Crossfire Hurricane, and I think that was the FBI investigation of Donald Trump, right?
I think so.
Russiagate.
There is somebody with his hand up. Do you care?
Uh,
A Florida man has it just popped up on my screen.
oh, Florida man.
Do you want to talk to Florida man?
Yeah,
Well, let's talk to him. We have a minute.
we have a man in Florida.
Hey, good evening, David.
That's Benji.
Yes, this is Benji reporting live from Storm Central. I'm at Swampwood Studios, halfway between Daytona Beach and Orlando.
How are you?
Good, man. Everything's going good. Hurricane Irma, or Ian, sorry, still hooked on the last hurricane there. Hurricane Ian is still kind of hanging around and lingering. It's kind of like the smell in the men's bathroom after Steve Bannon walks out. But it's, as you would expect, a great deal of flooding and high winds. I was lucky in my area, though. It's almost like a typical Saturday night where a lot of my friends got blown really hard and I really didn't get much. But seriously, flooding is outrageous. I mean, down here, it's I was born and raised here. I've never seen nothing like it. I've been through a lot of these hurricanes, but I really did get lucky with this one. Most of my family and friends have lost power. I didn't lose power. I didn't lose cable. I didn't even lose a lighter, man. But knock on wood, which there's a lot of that too. I was practicing safe sex.
Good.
I need to. I need all the practice I can get. So, although condoms, they're not always a guarantee of safe sex. My friend was wearing one and he still got shot by this woman's husband. Crazy, man. And ironically, it's a woman I dated in high school, Tora Hyman.
Oh,
real nice girl.
Yeah, the Hyman family.
Yeah. But no, I'm thankful I eluded damage from the hurricane. I had it much worse last weekend. I don't know if you heard, but I kind of had an altercation with the police outside the Hard Rock Hotel in Daytona Beach.
Really?
Well, I say altercation. Actually, I got my ass kicked by the police. Trust me, I'll never start. I'll never start shit with Sting or Stuart Copeland ever again, man. Them dudes were throwing blows of complete synchronicity, bro. I mean,
synchronicity.
When they say that band kicks ass, they're serious about it, man. That's for a skinny dude with no last name, man. Sting's quite a fighter, man. But
yeah.
Even that, he even threatened me not to tell the real police when they showed up what happened. So he is the king of pain, So real police showed up, and I was like, the da. That's all I got to say to you, So. Crazy shit, man. But
man,
how are things in all seriousness? How are you holding up?
Actually, pretty good. I've had a little bit of damage. Just minimal damage. Just minimal debris in my area, but not far from me. There's streets flooded. 3 and 4 foot deep. They got a lot of streets around Orlando blocked out. Major roadways too. So it's something we've never seen before in this kind of drastic area. Normally, it kind of cuts through one certain area and it's gone, but it's kind of lingered almost through the whole state. So it's not many counties didn't get affected by it. So it's
and you're near Orlando.
Yeah, I'm kind of right in the halfway point between Orlando and Daytona Beach. So it's, southern Volusia County.
We saw the sharks. What about alligators just floating by?
You got sharks, alligators, and reptiles of all types that are just all looking for high ground right now, which is people's houses and people's yards, and it's
Oh my God.
it's crazy, man.
Alligators can't drown. They can survive this, right?
Oh yeah, they can stay underwater for long periods of time. They don't.
So it is conceivable that somebody can wake up, go to their basement, and be attacked by an alligator.
Absolutely. It's pretty common. I mean, once a week on the news, you'll see where an alligator's jumping someone's pool or in someone's front porch when they walk out in the morning or something. But times like this, they start going out all kinds of other places, and they're not really aggressive except during mating season. But
your mating season or theirs?
Both actually. But no, the real thing is with the serpents and things like that. There's a lot of poisonous snakes down here, moccasins and things like that, they could be anywhere right now. It's just, who knows?
Don't you have snake handlers down there who can take care of the poisonous water moccasins?
They only speak in tongues.
Well, I'm quite the snake handler, but
correct.
What was
I'm
that?
a snake handler, but just not professionally, but yeah.
Oh man.
All right, Florida man, stay safe. So the worst is past, right? It's on.
Yeah, I think the worst is gone. I think we're going to be all right, but we're going to be just kind of drying out for a long time, it looks like, in a lot of these places.
So you have internet. Are you able to watch television? Are you able to get reports?
Yeah, absolutely. So I get real lucky in that aspect because I've been in those situations where I lose power and lose everything, and you don't really know what's going on. So I was really definitely one of the few lucky people.
Why do you think you were lucky? Is it just?
I think because the storm was looking for DeSantis, and they know that I don't like DeSantis, so I think they spared me. I think the lefties got spared. I think they were looking for DeSantis, and I think they were shooting for Mar-a-Lago, but just kind of
No, that's only for a shitstorm.
Yeah.
Fantastic.
Hey man, y'all guys take her easy, man. Love y'all. I'll see you later, man.
You too. Great job, Benji. That's Florida man, Benji. Great job, Reverend Barry W. Lynn.
Well, listen, this is the only show in America in the last year where the word synchronicity has been used by two people
within
in the
5
same
minutes.
program. Within 5 minutes. Hallelujah. Okay.
All right. We'll see you next week.
See you next week.
We love you.
Bye-bye. Bye.
The Reverend Barry W. Lynn. Go to barrywlynn.com. Well, it's time for the professors and Marianne, I hope. Let me just get organized here. I should mention that everybody should go to adnanhussein.org and sign up for his class on the Crusades, which I believe is this Saturday morning at 9 a.m., or it may be Sunday morning at 9 a.m., and we'll find out. I know that Professor Marianne Cummings, there she is, and Professor Jonathan Bick, and Professor Ann Lee. There you are. But first, we have to be tortured by Joe in Norway. In Oslo, where are you now? You were in Switzerland, you were in France, you were in Spain, where Blackstone is buying up all the properties. You were in Belgium with Falco. Where are you now?
I'm back in Norway now. So I'm visiting friends in Oslo.
You're home?
Yes. I'm not home, but I'm close to home. I'm back in Norway. So my last leg in the journey. Just staying with some friends for a few days.
You are like the world's greatest guest because you cook the meal. So what are you going to be cooking for us, Joe, in Oslo?
I'm earning my room and board here by cooking some meals for everybody. I'll be making one of my favorite dishes for the cold winter months, which is tarkadal, split pea curry. And then I'll be making a spinach coconut curry as well. And basmati rice with probably cardamom and cinnamon.
Beautiful. Oh, get to work. By the way, are we doing office hours and hours tomorrow, or is it just office hours?
It's just office hours because it's the month starts on Saturday. So
The
you
month-
said the
That's
first
right.
Friday of every month. So
You're
yeah,
correct.
it was close. Yeah.
29.
And
And when is Professor Hussein's class?
9:30
9:30 on a
Yeah.
Saturday or Sunday?
Saturday morning.
Oh, great. Perfect. And how do people sign up for this? His class on the Crusades.
I believe Adnan could give us some more
He's not with
information
us
on that.
today.
Oh, he's not with us today. Okay. I have everything on the scheduling website. There's links to registration, both for office hours if you want to speak, or Adnan's course, which is separately held on Google Meets.
Right. Everybody right now go to adnanhussein.org and sign up for his class on the Crusades. We need to learn the Crusades. It's more relevant today than it's ever been. Go to Adnan Hussein, ADNANHUSAIN.org. He is being generous enough to teach a free class. It starts this Saturday at 9:30 a.m. Eastern. I believe it's the same class he's teaching at the university, right? I think it's the same identical class. Joining us is Professor Marianne Cummings, particle physicist, Professor Ann Lee, Professor Jonathan Bick. Let's start with Professor Ann Lee because she writes an update over the Daily Kos every night at midnight on Ukraine. How are we doing?
Oh, it's a festival. They're going to celebrate couple hours the signing, the annexation of those breakaway oblasts, provinces of Ukraine. They set up a stage in front of the Kremlin and everything. It's going to be a big deal, big speech by Putin, etc. So
is he going to be there? Is he flying in?
Is he going to be there? I'm hopeful that Trump will make an appearance. No, really, Trump was all in favor of mediating he offered, in fact, to mediate the peace between Ukraine and Russia. He just
It's a real estate. It's a real estate deal.
Exactly. It's always real estate. That's what it boils down to. Yeah, so that's happening. Then against that, there's other elements of it. Of course, what now does appear to be a bombing of the Nord Stream 2 and 1, both of them, pipeline. There's CNN reports that Russian military naval vessels were in the vicinity recently over the exact spot where the explosions occurred. And it's not an earthquake because it was two separate explosions and they were positioned right outside the international border. And one of the explosions, or whatever, two, it's probably one, got both Nord Stream 1 and Nord Stream 2 at the same time. It was at the junction. So pretty intentional, not a natural occurrence. And yeah, sure, it could have even been a private submarine. So, there's all kinds of James Bond stuff that could be happening here, but I'm pretty sure it's a Russian deal, mainly because the pipelines weren't in action, and because you actually make a bigger profit if you cut off some of your supply lines. This is a supply chain issue. Aside from the fact that taxes are higher on transmission through Ukraine and Poland and some of the other ones, and of course it does squeeze the potential for where Nord Stream 2 was going to go. It veers off towards Norway and a bunch of other things. So it is a much more complicated issue relative to supply, but it's pretty sure that, and weirdly timed when a couple of days ago, Biden mentioned, that the U.S. had the capability to knock out Nord Stream 2. That was kind of interesting. A lot of disinformation going on. So anyway, that's
why
that's
are
what's
they
happening.
saying? Why would Tucker Carlson and Charlie Kirk be hypothesizing that the CIA would be behind the bombings of these pipelines?
Well, because they do everything, don't they? If it's a conspiracy theory, it's got to be the CIA. No, it just works better for disinformation to have all this massive stuff piling around there. I mean, currently the latest conspiracy theory, which is a much more obvious one, is nuclear weapons doctrine. So it's actually kind of interesting.
What is what?
Well, Putin in his last big public statement made a side comment, really no different than other ones that he's made. The tonality is about the same. Well, we have better weapons, we have more serious things that we could use without saying nukes. And but the mainstream media went with nukes, and we have now some interesting speculation about what counts as Article 5 retaliation for NATO, and that is that the U.S. is not going to retaliate with nukes. In other words, if they drop a tactical nuke on somebody, there will be devastating consequences, but the U.S. is not, or NATO is not going to use nukes. It's not going to be tit for tat.
I thought that was the policy.
Yes, it's interesting. It's just that's the latest thing where it will be incredible non-nuclear retaliation, but there will be retaliation. It's just that it's not going to be nuclear.
Wow.
Which if you look at it from a gaming point of view is an interesting problem, because originally the doctrine was to threaten tit for tat, is to at least provide equivalent response. But there is this kind of reading now, and we'll see the nuances from all the usual analysts about what does this mean, a huge but non-nuclear response under Article 5.
Interesting. Anything else to report? Then I wanted to show you a map.
Oh, well, there's plenty of stuff happening. The usual, trying to close the borders to stop Russians from escaping. The warning to U.S. citizens, anyone left in Russia, get out. Let's see, what else?
You broke up a little. They're telling American citizens to leave Russia, else they'll get dragooned into the Russian army.
No, they just want to resist more. They haven't released Brittany Griner yet, or did they? I know it's they don't want to they don't want any more hostages to deal with. So anyway, I'll go ahead and show some maps.
Yeah, I don't know if, and please,
Can I ask a question about the pipelines? Haven't been following this as closely, but isn't Nord Stream 1 their principal way of getting natural gas to Europe?
It's not the principal way. There are plenty of alternative methods. There's a couple of other pipelines, but yes, you're right, and in fact it could be very problematic. But I think there was a certification on Nord Stream 2, and I can't remember why Nord Stream 1 was shut off, but there was some reason why it was shut off, or that it was not fully operative, even though it was leaking. But you're right, Nord Stream 1 is important.
So why would they blow up their own pipelines? Why wouldn't they just turn them off at the source?
Well, I think this is that disinformation thing. I think they're relying on the idea that perhaps they don't have to be the agent. It's not their decision to turn it off. That's just a guess. I mean,
I don't understand.
We're in a really serious disinformation phase now. I mean, you'd think that the Russians were winning. right now, the Russians are. If you were just judging from what's on Twitter, apparently, it's a reverse world, and everything's fine for Russia.
Right.
So,
In the disinformation, what you said was brilliant, and I never realized that it would be in Putin's best interest to blow up these pipelines to create to raise the price of natural gas.
it's short-term profit, but I think considering that the pipeline and with all due respect, the pipeline is reparable. I mean, it's only 40, technically it's 45 inches wide. It's not a James Bond pipeline.
Right. Professor Bick, you look confused, and then I have a question for Professor Cummings about natural gas spills in the ocean. Are they as bad as oil spills? But go ahead, Professor Bick.
Well, I guess I'm assuming from Ann's answer that the answer is they blew it up because then they could blame somebody else. But I mean, if their main objective was to increase the price of natural gas in Europe, they could just turn it off without blowing up their own pipeline. Then they have to repair it. I don't know. It just seems.
But then they wouldn't be blamed for, they can be absolved of price gouging if they can say.
I think that's the least of their problems.
Well, yeah, but I think it is this sort of cluster of disinformation that comes with all of these matters. That's all. I'm just saying that may be the reason. I mean, of course, because you can actually invent lots of alternative scenarios for why the pipeline got blown up.
Professor Cummings, how dangerous is a natural gas spill versus your traditional oil spill that we saw in the Gulf of Mexico in, 2011?
I don't know the direct effect on plant life like there might be with oil, but methane getting into the atmosphere is many, many times more potent a greenhouse gas than is carbon dioxide. And I was trying to get, some information about some estimate about how many, millions of cubic feet of methane is about to be, bubbling up to the surface of the Baltic Sea and into the atmosphere. And I haven't been able to get it, but methane is bad. Methane is a much more dangerous greenhouse gas than carbon dioxide.
Right.
But I don't know how much, and presumably, even if I know that there's always some pressure in the pipelines, but if the pipeline has been turned off for a while, then there would be it wouldn't be like a continuous oil spill. Presumably, there's a finite amount of natural gas in the pipeline, and then that just bubbles up to the surface. So, but I don't know how they manage those pipelines. I know that there's always a little bit of back pressure they put in it, but it's not like the entire source of Russian gas is leaking through the Baltic Sea and into the atmosphere.
Let me show you all a map, because I knew Professor Lee was going to be here. This is from Al Jazeera. Oh, hang on. These are the refugees. There have been 14 million Ukrainians who have been displaced since the war started. Now, displaced means they've been forced to leave their home and travel to other parts of Ukraine or leave the homeland to go to places like Romania, Moldova. And if you look at this map, you'll see we were told there were 6 million refugees who were forced to leave Ukraine, but it's a lot. There's 6.5 million who just went to Poland. There's about 800,000 who went to Slovakia, 1.5 million who went to Hungary, 1.3, 1.2 went to 2.6 million who went to Russia. There are a lot of refugees from this war. It's almost as though the country has been cleansed of Ukrainians. Even the UN didn't tell us this. Are you surprised by these numbers?
Well, I'm not surprised by the numbers, partially because I think people have been splitting since 2014. That's the first thing. And then the second thing is that, it's much more complicated than this. Aside from the fact that it may be a couple 100,000 kids are being sort of held hostage, essentially, in Russia. It's and then some of those kids, and it's a much smaller percentage, are actually being readopted, by Russian families, which is really crazy.
So when they say we're winning, when the West is winning, Ukraine is not winning.
Oh, no. No, I mean, no, in the sense that, how many $1 billion of infrastructure destruction has occurred, aside from the fact that that a lot of people need to come back. And of course, a lot of people aren't going to go back because Ukraine is under full mobilization. So if you didn't want to fight and not appear, unpatriotic, you would have stayed away. Under full mobilization, all males have to be conscripted.
Right.
And not young males. I mean, every male.
When we see 2.5 million Russians, 2.5 million Ukrainians fleeing to Russia, are those Russian-speaking Ukrainians who are leaving, or there's also been talk that the Russians are grabbing Ukrainians? I mean, what do you think?
Well, it's a little of both, isn't it? I mean, it is. It's more convenient, of course, and it's proximal for a lot of folks. A majority of people in the South and East primarily speak Russian, but that's disinformational as well. I mean, considering that, it's mainly a kind of bilingualism that exists in Ukraine anyway, aside from the obvious elements of spelling and, that it's different Cyrillic, but people did move, had to get out of the zone. It's terrible. And of course, the civilian casualty numbers aren't, we're nowhere near how to count them. The United Nations talks about it being somewhere in the 5,000 range, but I think it's much higher.
Looking at the map, and we've talked to Professor Adnan Hussein about looking at maps. You really can't understand history or current events without geography. And you just see this swath of red on the map that belongs to Russia now, going up from Crimea to Kherson to Mariupol to Donetsk, Luhansk, all the way up to the Russian border. Well, all of it's on the Russian border, then to Kharkiv, which seems to be the big battle that they.
The latest news is that the first major defeat for Russia might be occurring in Lyman.
In where?
Lyman or Lyman, Lyman. They're almost the Ukrainians appear to have nearly fully encircled Russian forces there. I don't know how many troops that means, probably about 5,000-10,000. But that could be the first major defeat for Russia, assuming that it's true. The issue of that particular town, because it's already been lost once, the Russians took it, and then the Ukrainians now are almost ready to completely take it back.
And where is it? I don't see it on
it's in the east, where you can see the little orange dot between the blue and the red. It's right about there.
I see.
But it's almost, it'll be the first real encirclement of the war, where where a large body of because the Ukrainians somewhat east of there almost got encircled, but it also speaks to the incompetence of the Russian forces, which is actually the
Oh,
biggest.
I see.
There
it
you
here.
go.
Yeah.
And you can see that there's a little bulge in there, and that there's an encirclement going on. That we'll see soon, because the Ukrainians don't talk much about what exactly is happening at ground level. Russians don't either, and there's a lot of military bloggers out there doing this and that. But it does look interesting in that particular shape. The other important point is that this is a highly mountainous region in the east, so it's not flat. I mean, it is flat in places. In fact, in the south, near Kherson, which is really where the real battles will occur, I think, relative to kicking the Russians out. But the issues are more geographic, in the sense that all the heavy mining and earth metals and all that sort of stuff is in the eastern region. It's still about wealth, ultimately.
Yeah, I wanted to ask you about that. So you're saying it's about mining? That's
all the heavy coal mines and
So Crimea to the south, that's a port they needed. But when you look at Mariupol, Donetsk, Luhansk, Kharkiv, Putin wants those regions because of coal and other.
Well, the ideological reason is that's all, what is it, Nuovo Russia, that in the original, in one set of maps, but in another set of maps, part of Poland and part of Russia should go back to Ukraine. So it's just, it's all about who draws the maps.
But cynically, if we believe that everything is power and money, and it's about the mines, that's what.
Yeah, a significant amount. If you look at the earlier GDP maps, the significant amount of Ukrainian GDP is focused in the south and the east.
I see. That's interesting.
Donetsk, I think, what used to be called Stalino. Speaking of Stalingrad. So it's it's unfortunately, on the one hand, Ukraine should give it up because it's incredibly polluted because of all of this heavy industry. But I mean, the costs of just trying to maintain heavy industry is bad for the economy. But on the other hand, the Ukrainians don't want to lose a significant amount of the economy.
Right. Incredible. Thank you for that. Everybody should read Professor Ann Lee over at the Daily Kos. She covers everything. At midnight, every night, she covers the war in Ukraine. Read her over at the Daily Kos. The handle is Annie Lee, ANNIELI. Professor Jonathan Bick, what would you like to talk about?
Well, David, I was talking with a colleague who is well-educated and generally well-informed. And we were talking about COVID, and his position was that, we're just going to have to get used to it like the flu, and it's pretty much like the flu, if you're vaccinated. And I said, that doesn't seem exactly right to me. So I took a look at the numbers, and as the New York Times reported as well today, we're still getting about 400 on average, 400 COVID deaths per day. And that's been the way for the last 6 months. Prior to that, it was much higher, of course. So that's about 12,000 people every 30 days. Now you think about what this country did when we lost approximately 3,000 people on 9/11. We're losing, more than 4 9/11s every month. And the flu between 2010 and 2020 caused deaths of yearly between 12,000 and 52,000 people per year. So that averages out to about 34,000 per year. COVID kills that many in less than 3 months. So, comparing COVID to the flu, not a great comparison in my view. And people, seem to be over it. A lot of people are not wearing masks. They may not be getting their boosters. And I think that's a really bad idea. There are a number of studies that I took a look at. The headline on one was post-COVID neurologic psychiatric symptoms may persist for 2 years or more. Up to 2 years after infection, people who had COVID-19 continued to face increased risks of neurologic and psychiatric sequelae compared with people who had other respiratory infections, a respiratory study showed. Health records of nearly 1.3 million people, mostly in the US, showed the risks of cognitive deficit, that is brain fog, dementia, psychotic disorders, and epilepsy or seizures were increased at 2 years for adults who had COVID, reported Paul Harrison of the University of Oxford in England and colleagues. And this was published in the Lancet Psychiatry Journal.
The Lancet is a medical journal.
A medical journal, right, in the UK, a very prestigious journal. Yeah.
They're with the Dr. Oz show. It's the equivalent of like Dr. Oz's show here in the United States.
Oh, yeah. I mean, nobody could quite live up to the standards of Dr. Oz's show, but they give it a good go.
Yeah.
With Omicron as the dominant variant, although we see much milder symptoms directly after infection, similar rates of neurological and psychiatric diagnoses are observed as with Delta, suggesting that the burden on the healthcare system may continue even with variants that are less severe in other respects, he added. So that was one study. Another study showed long-term neurologic problems rise by 7% after COVID infection. Risk of movement disorders, memory problems, strokes, and seizures rose 1 year after acute COVID infection. An analysis of millions of US veterans records showed. Former COVID patients had a 42% increase of neurologic problems 12 months after testing positive, said Dr. Ziad Al-Ali, MD of Washington University in St. Louis and Veterans Affairs St. Louis Healthcare System. Risks and burdens were elevated even in people who did not require hospitalization during acute COVID-19. COVID can lead to long-term neurologic consequences, he told MedPage Today. The virus is not always as benign as some people think it is. It is not only brain fog, he emphasized, that there's clearly a risk of strokes, headaches, seizures, and peripheral neuropathy, and more. So this is long-term stuff that, I mean, they're just beginning to, quantify.
Are they, excuse me, Professor John, are they differentiating between the strains of COVID?
Yes. So let's see. Well, in that first study that I talked about, they said, whether it was the Delta variant or the Omicron variants, they were still seeing these psychiatric symptoms and neurologic symptoms after 2 years at a similar rate, regardless of the variant.
Okay.
And there was another study from South Africa. This one, vaccine protection against hospitalization from the latest Omicron subvariants deteriorates rapidly even after a third dose, new data from South Africa indicated. With the primary two-dose series of Pfizer's mRNA vaccine, effectiveness against BA4 and BA5 related hospitalizations slipped from 47% after 3 to 4 months to just 19% at 9 months and beyond. Said Glenda Gray of the South African Medical Research Council in Cape Town and co-authors writing in a correspondence to the New England Journal of Medicine. Even with a booster dose where data were more limited due to the time frame of the latest Omicron subvariant waves, vaccine effectiveness against hospitalization from BA4 and 5 declined from 69% at 1 to 2 months after the third dose to 47% at 3 to 4 months. So what this is suggesting, this study, is that you should really get your boosters as soon as they're available, because they seem to fall off significantly after 4 or 5 months or so.
Interesting.
Yeah. And it's yeah. So I you know, people think this is just the flu or something. It is not. It's much more dangerous. It has long-term effects that the flu does not have, and it's killing at least twice the amount of people that the flu does when the flu is in season, except that COVID does it throughout the year.
Interesting. It sure feels like, or we're being told, especially by our president, that we've turned the corner, Professor Cummings.
Yeah. Yeah, it's kind of interesting. I just look at the plots, and I'm seeing that there has been a rather significant decline in the number of cases, but the slope for the number of deaths seems to be it's almost flat. So how come it is that we're getting sick? And even considering like the 3-week lag between, between cases and deaths, I think that we're not even reporting. I think the number of cases are being dramatically undercounted right now. And I have a good idea why, because tests are no longer free. I saw my bill from Blue Cross Blue Shield. Fortunately, I'm not paying it, but the 2 COVID tests I took earlier this year each cost $100, and that was just a quick turnaround test. $100. People in my neighborhood aren't going to pay $100. If a lot of people are self-employed, don't have health insurance, it's crazy. It's relatively cheap to get a handle on a pandemic, unless they don't want to get a handle on a pandemic.
Right.
I mean, and I think part of the problem in terms of the death rates that Professor John just quoted is that if you take a look at the age brackets now, most of the deaths from COVID, and whatever the variant, this one vect has been amazingly consistent. Over 75% of the deaths are people 65 and over. And of course,
Well, give me that number. What percentage?
75% of the deaths from COVID are still 65 and over.
So what does that tell you?
Well, one, when you had something like the 1918 flu, it really hit society hard, not just because it was as deadly as COVID, but the group that had experienced the largest amount of ratio of deaths was like the 18 to 25-year-olds. In other words, the young, robust adult population. And if this were hitting kids, young kids and a young, robust adult population, at the rate it's hitting people 65 and over, particularly at the rate it's hitting like people 75 and 80 and over, then you'd have a real problem. But it is mostly hitting older people, and there's a very cynical calculation, I think, that's being made. Yeah.
Although I would point out one thing that this study about the rise in neurologic problems emphasizes. It says analysis by age as a continuous variable revealed two key findings. Regardless of age and across the age spectrum, people with COVID-19 had a higher risk of all neurologic outcomes examined in this analysis. So as far as long COVID is concerned and the neurologic and psychological impact of that, age does not seem to be a major factor. So it's happening across the board.
Yeah. Oh, I felt a little out of it. I mean, I never stopped working or doing things when I had COVID earlier this year, but I do remember sitting, waiting for a stoplight and watching the truck in front of me just roll down the hill.
Right, you told us about that.
I just looking at it, oh, look, and then it wasn't until he actually hit me. It wasn't a hard hit, but it was a thunk, enough to get an adrenaline rush, enough to like snap me out of it. But yeah, that happened a couple times. There wasn't, it kind of went away, but there was definitely some brain foggy experience there, about a week after I got sick. But that would be scary if that persisted. And I have no idea. We really need to get Irritable or Henry in here.
Yes.
Because there's so many questions. And, all I can think of, though, is Li Fang's reporting last year.
Li Fang.
Li Fang? Yeah. Is that how you pronounce it? Okay. Li Fang reporting where he recovered memos from Pfizer execs who were early in January of that year, urging the incoming administration to not, release the intellectual property and give the formula to factories all over the world of the vaccine to start producing in massive quantities. And one of their comments was, well, if this goes endemic, we see a lot of, real potential investment opportunities here. And these guys were only just talking about market share. I mean, I think it should have been both Moderna and Pfizer should have been commandeered by the US Army and then forced to give these formulas out. Can you imagine if early last year, we had factories in India and China and in Africa just churning out hundreds of millions of vaccines. And we spent April, May, June, or even earlier, February, March, April, just massive push to vaccinate everybody. We may have not, we don't know, but we may have not have had the Delta variant emerge. And that was the thing that Michael Osterholm over at University of Minnesota had warned against, a variation, a mutation that would render the vaccine, it could certainly protect people from death and illness, but it doesn't stop the transmission of the disease. And that was kind of the big problem with the sort of the game changer with the Delta variant, was that the earlier original variants, the vaccine stopped the spread of the disease. And with Delta, they did not. They might have slowed it down, but, so I'll put millions of deaths at the feet of Pfizer executives. And Bill Gates, who urged the Oxford crowd not to give away their formula, but to partner with AstraZeneca and Moderna. And at least Moderna was honest. They said, hey, we're not in the business to save the world. We're in the business to make money.
Right.
And, the other thing too, I remember very early on, and boy, when we had those COVID town halls, there was such a tsunami of information coming at us from Irritable and Henry. But I do remember Irritable talking about the development of the vaccines against viruses that reproduce from RNA rather than DNA. And the problem was that the viruses that reproduce from RNA were much more prone to not only mutations but recombinations.
Right. And
So-
this is an RNA virus.
And this is an RNA virus. Measles is not. Measles is pretty steady. I mean, there's a lot of viruses that are pretty stable. They do mutate, but nowhere near the rate that the RNA viruses do. And boy, if you can hunt him down and maybe give us a little lecture about what's going on right now,
Yes.
that would be awesome.
And Henry, I haven't spoken to him since the war. So broke
He
out.
posts on Twitter. He's enjoying life. So, I guess if you can enjoy life, you should enjoy life. Why stay on Twitter or even podcast and get all depressed and mopey
Right.
like us?
Yeah. What would you like to talk about? Boy, Twitter, it's amazing. I go on Twitter and I go, oh, this is interesting. This is interesting. And within 5 minutes,
Yeah.
like somebody gave me a depression pill.
I don't know what's going on, what it is about Twitter, in particular Twitter. Now, Twitter is way more entertaining than Facebook. And I mean, when there's a lot of original statements. There's a lot of good people that post on Twitter, but my God, I don't know. They just have this tendency to revert to junior high school and get
Yes.
very clicky. And it's like suddenly everybody's traumas from adolescence is just being played out again on the Twitter feeds, and then they just block you, and they just what we used to call in the old days flame wars. But it just seems, the posts, and these are from people who are actually kind of smart and have something to say, but they post about each other, and it's like, dudes and dudettes, we don't care about your personal issues. I don't know.
I think that's the appeal, is it's so dangerous. I think
Yeah, maybe.
it's like Russian roulette, where you can have a couple of drinks, go on Twitter, and destroy your career.
Well,
Who,
people
will I?
don't use Twitter for that, but
Yeah. So what would you like? What would you like to talk about tonight?
Well, I have to say that Professor Ann brought up disinformation. Oh man, there is a boatload of disinformation particularly on war. And the more I think about it, I mean, we are gearing up for war. I just read that the U.S. is going to be loaning Poland money to buy something on the order of 500 HIMARS weapon systems, and that they're just selling weapon systems all over, NATO countries. It's like, boy, somebody wants to gear up for war. And I think of all the stuff that's been going on in Ukraine and the 8-year civil war, and like all of that could have just been avoided. It could have just been avoided if we had sat down. All right, after we let Nuland and these guys, help foment a coup, there was the adults in Europe were sitting down with the combatants and coming up with a set of accords that could have been implemented, and they would have been implemented if the US seriously backed Ukraine into implementing them. And there might have been a lot of back and forth and people like getting pissed off, but when you get people talking, they're not killing. And that war, and I think one of the things about the referendum, now I don't know about Kherson, and I really would like to find somebody who is knowledgeable about Kherson, like people who have been there and reported from there, but there's hardly anybody reporting from these areas. One gal I do know of is Ava Bartlett. She's in Donetsk, and she's been reporting on the referendum. But I mean, the two most populous oblasts that have been annexed was Donetsk and Luhansk, and they have been engaged in a civil war for 8 years that have killed a minimum of like 10,000 civilians, mostly on the rebel side. And people don't go to war, over Twitter spats. I mean, when you go to war, I mean, something really fundamental is being threatened. And they felt that with the draconian laws coming down the pipe after the 2014 coup, that not only the Russian language and Russians associations, but there was some dangerous sounding language, about people being too Russian, being too close to Russia. What does that mean? I mean, millions of people in eastern and southern Ukraine have relatives in Russia. There was something like 1.3 million Russian citizens living in Ukraine, mostly in the east and south, at the time of the Civil War. So, and relevant to the Russian invasion, I had pointed out earlier, before Russia invaded, that it seemed that the initial efforts of Zelensky's regime, in terms of, because he ran on implementing the Minsk Accords, and it seemed like the instances of ceasefire violations went down rather dramatically. And this is the OSCE. It's the one European organization that monitors wars, that was taking account of the civilian deaths as best as they could. And that seemed to have some hope, for maybe a path to implementing the Minsk Accords in full. But a month before the Russian invaded, they had noted that there was a very sharp, dramatic uptick in the ceasefire violations in that region. So we were often told about the, 8,000 to 100,000 troops that Russia amassed on their border with the Donbass region, but we weren't really getting reports very much in the Western press about the 60 to 80,000 troops amassing on the other side of the Donbass region and the Ukraine. So there was going to be a massive, they looked like the Ukrainians were planning a massive offensive into Donbass. And that's the point where Putin and his generals just decided, okay, for whatever reasons, and we still don't know, we don't know what their thinking is really, but that's when they did go in. So to the people in Donetsk, in Luhansk, it's easy for people on the outside to be very cynical about these referendums, but I can imagine for people who have been living under war for 8 years, and then recently, what the Ukrainians have been doing with these HIMARS has actually been lobbing shells deep into civilian areas, into Donetsk city. And there were several, there are a lot of people reporting from Donetsk. Eva Bartlett was one of them. And, I would say that at least in those two oblasts, which are the most populated ones in that area, in the eastern part of Ukraine, you could probably think that, hey, there's a country, we don't want anything to do with this country that seems to hate us. We've been fighting for all these years. There may very well be a kind of relief and, a real desire to just, leave this situation, that they might find that their chances are better with, aligning with Russia or joining Russia. But we don't get, anytime you read anything, it's kind of funny because I just came in from Michigan here, and when Professor Lee was talking about the Russian ship, I just went on Google and I saw all these spate of articles that I didn't see earlier today. There was a Russian ship that was in the area, and a rather U.S. ship in that area too. And people were reporting planes were circling the area around the pipelines. Now, this is a good example. Are Russian ships in the Baltic Sea? Are U.S. ships in the Baltic Sea? Are U.S. planes flying around NATO area? Well, yeah, all the time. So, when people want to contrive a conspiracy theory, you can cherry pick to the extreme. But and I don't know, the the increase in the call up from Russia for the increase in Russian troops, these are not conscripts. I mean, they're not. This isn't a new draft. These are reservists, of which there are over 2 million reservists in Russia, and they're calling up 300,000 of them. I don't think if they are preparing for major defensive battles now that they've claimed these new territories, I don't think they'd want to call up like 300,000 conscripts that they'd have to then, train from scratch. You would probably want to call up not only people who have, stayed associated with the military, but people who have had fairly, like within the last few years, military experience, so that the training wouldn't be so much. But I don't know. The problem is, though, as I said, no one in our State Department wants to talk about negotiation. And my biggest objection to thinking that the Russians would blow up that pipeline was that there were still some talks about the Russians, possibly making a deal with various European Union countries, often in defiance of the sanctions. But people need oil and people need heat. Factories need to run. I mean, Germany is facing a huge, enormous deindustrialization. And so for Russia, which is probably thinking long term. Certainly Putin, we've known from his past speeches, had been thinking very long term in terms of building up Russia as a real power in the world. That they completely destroy one of their bargaining chips, future bargaining chips, for dealing with countries in Europe, just seems to me counterproductive. And as Professor John said, they can cut off the gas anytime they want. They just, righty tighty, lefty loosey, somewhere, or whatever the equivalent is. I just don't know how that benefits them. It certainly introduces chaos.
Right.
But there was one interesting thing I did hear. I did hear.
Okay, and then we have to wrap it up.
Okay, the court. People have been hearing this, the Cortez, when he landed in the New World, he landed and with about 100 men, and then he ordered his ships burned, which means, hey, there's no going back. We either prevail in this new land or we perish. And, maybe. So this was by suggestion that the US was telling its allies, particularly Germany, no, you're not going to make deals with Russia. You are all in with the sanctions, and there's no going back.
Interesting.
Yep, just another.
Yeah. Professor Marianne Cummings is a particle physicist as well as Parks Commissioner, Aurora, Illinois. Follow her on Twitter at Razor Girl. Professor Ann Lee writes for the Daily Kos. Read her over at the Daily Kos. Her handle is at Annie Lee, ANNIELI. Great job as always. And Professor Jonathan Bick will be teaching The Twilight Zone as well as Star Trek at office hours.
I may be teaching Star Trek on Saturday, but I'm getting my bivalent booster Saturday mornings. I don't know if I'll be up to it or not. We'll see.
Is that number 4?
Number 5 for me.
Number 5.
Yeah.
Okay. We also should mention that Professor Adnan Hussein, chairman of the religion department over at Queen's University in Kingston, Ontario, is teaching the Crusades, not how to crusade, the history of the Crusades. And I'm going to be there. I'm going to be taking that class. I'm going to sit in 9:30 every Saturday, starting this Saturday. Go to AdnanHussein.org, ADNANHUSAIN.org, It's free. Go sign up and learn about the Crusades, more relevant today than ever before. I'll see you Saturday morning at 9:30 for Professor Hussein's class. Thank you, everybody. Joe in Norway, before we bring in Professor Harvey J.K., tell us what you've tortured. That looks absolutely beautiful.
Thanks. Yeah, so this is essentially a creamed spinach with coconut and spicy. I put habanero chili in there, so it's quite spicy, creamy curry. And this one is split pea tarkadal, it's called, with toasted garlic at the end. And I made basmati rice with seasoned with clove and cardamom.
It's the presentation is stupendous. And who's going to end up eating that?
I think I'll be eating it right now.
What time
Got
is
the
it?
house to myself.
What time is it at
It's,
house?
should be a little over 4 o'clock. And I just want to mention, if we have any early birds, I'll be doing a bicycle tour of Oslo from the ultra old to the ultra modern. We'll see some Viking ruins, did an overview of the fjord, and we'll check out the really cool modern library, public library.
Are you doing this at office hours?
Yes.
What time?
I intend to do it at 6 in the morning, but if I can wake up, I'll do it at 2. So
Okay.
it just depends on my schedule.
We'll be going. We'll be going. I'm going to go get some beans. We'll play some music from Professor Mike Steinel and come back and we'll talk to Professor Harvey J.K. You're listening to The David Feldman Show, davidfeldmanshow.com. Office hours every Friday night at 8 p.m. Oh, I didn't do it. Now I've done it.
Big tech's got me caught in a bind. I'm going kind of crazy, I'm losing my mind. I got books to publish, I got songs to sell, but I'm stuck in the middle of Amazon hell. Amazon hell. I wanna be on Audible and Bookbaby too. I've checked it all out, it's the best thing to do. The more I dig around, the more that I knows. It looks like it's owned by Jeff Bezos. Amazon. I'm in Amazon hell, and it's starting to smell. Jeff Bezos. Amazon hell. I just want to sell my little old book, but Amazon is everywhere that I look. I'm not gonna say that he's a bad guy, but he's got his fingers into every pie. He owns Audible, Twitch, Love Film, Zappos, Body Labs, Graphique, Quidzy, what? Whole Foods Market.
Whole Foods. Hey, I like Whole Foods. Have you tried that balsamic vinegar? It's pretty good.
Pill Pack. Bebo. Blinko. Egghead Software.
Egghead.
Book pages.
Read a book. Read a book.
Shop up. Good reads.
Good reads, good reads, good reads, good reads.
Digital photography review.
Digital photography review.
Reflexive entertainment. Without a box.
Without a box, without a box, without a box, without a box,
Box office mojo.
Box office mojo, mojo.
Custom flicks.
Mojo, 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 yeah.
Book Surge.
Book search.
Snaptel.
Snaptel.
Touchcode.
Touchcode.
Toby Press.
Toby Press. Toby, 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 Toby.
Avalon Books.
Avalon Books.
Liqua Vista.
Liquid Vista.
Yep.
Yep.
Push.
Push button. Nobody puts baby in a corner.
Amiato.
Amiato.
Shoe Fitter.
Shoe fitter.
Apthwack.
Apthwack.
Orbeus.
Orbeus.
Nice.
Nice.
That is Professor Mike Steinel and Rosanna Eckert. Those are all the companies that Amazon owns. That is terrifying. Joining us is Professor Harvey J.K., author of his first book. It's been reissued by Zero Books, The British Marxist Historians, and it's written by Professor Harvey J.K. It's got a foreword by Eric Hobsbawm and a new preface by Professor K. I was going through this last weekend. It's a great read. It's an introduction to British Marxist historians. When was the golden age? Was it after? I was reading the introduction. Was it right after World War II? Was that the golden age to be a British Marxist historian?
I wouldn't call that the time of it wasn't a golden age. That was the formative period. So they had mostly begun their university studies in the 30s. Their educations were interrupted by World War II. Almost all of them fought in World War II in the British Army. And after the war, they came back to finish their degrees. A couple of them did land university jobs. Some others landed what we would call Workers' Education Association jobs, which is something we didn't have in this country since it was so limited university education. There were these adult education and worker education programs run by local governments and also by labor unions. So in the period from 46, 47, all the way through to 1956 was the golden age of what was called the Communist Party Historians Group. It was really the formative years of their intellectual development and scholarly work. But the best time, if you think about it in terms of their influence and in terms of their best work, probably we're talking 1960s into the 1970s, though their work continued after that. It's the 60s into the 70s.
And what did they see happening? They didn't see Margaret Thatcher coming, did they? Did they think?
I think in the 70s is when she rose to power. Really, she rose up into power during the 70s. And they could see that coming. I mean, they remained socialists, and Hobsbawm remained in the Communist Party. In some ways, the Communist Party died around him. The others became members of the Labor Party and remained socialists. To what extent did they see? I mean, they were historians. Did they see her rise? Probably did not expect it, but when it was coming, they spoke out against it. Each of them had a different political trajectory at the time. Increasingly, Thompson was involved in the campaigns for nuclear disarmament and European nuclear disarmament. Eric Hobsbawm was seriously involved still with what remained of the Communist Party. And he was writing about basically what was called the Forward March of Labor Halted. This was an important book of his during that time. I can't remember if that was in the 70s or that was in the 80s. And he's really challenging the British left to think about some kind of broad coalition against the rise of Thatcherism. Well, the Thatcher government and so on.
Who did more damage to the Marxists in Great Britain, Stalin or Thatcher?
Well, Thatcher probably couldn't have cared less specifically about the Marxist historians and intellectuals. They were a target. I mean, generally, her enemy was Labor, Labor Party and labor unions. And it was in the course of the miners' strike of 1982, I'm forgetting the years, times have passed, that she smashed the coal miners' unions. And as a consequence, it was not unlike Patco in this country, the kind of significance it had to the labor movement at that time. Stalin probably was the greatest drain on Marxists. It was also the case that the Marxists themselves in Britain had split. There was a very strong sort of Trotskyist intellectual presence, socialist, the international socialists, and then you had the communists, and then you had Marxists who were still a part of the Labor Party because they would have nothing to do with the Communist Party after 1956. Most of the British historians left the Communist Party in 1956 with the Soviet invasion of Hungary. Hobsbawm stayed in, but the others all left.
Well, why is that? Because you can't hold Stalin, you can't hold communism accountable for Joseph Stalin, can you?
No, you could hold the Soviets responsible for their own invasion of Hungary in 1956.
But that's not an indictment of communism. That's an indictment.
Well, Thompson would often say that he had become a libertarian communist with a small c. In other words, he quit the Communist Party, but he remained on the left. Generally they call themselves socialists, but when he was interviewed at times, Thompson, E.P. Thompson, who was really the foremost and most outspoken in 56 against the Communist Party, having been a member himself, he called himself a humanist socialist and a libertarian communist, all small capital, all small letters.
He was mad at the Communist Party because
the historians group itself rose up in dissent in 56, not only about Hungary, but also the revelations about Stalinism. Okay, the fact that the Soviet Party itself had been revealed to be sort of totalitarian, and if you throw in the invasion of Hungary, imperialist, you might say. So they began a dissent within the British Communist Party to reform the British Communist Party. But the British Communist Party leadership those folks were in the pay of Moscow. I mean, everyone knew
I
them.
wanted to ask you about it. Is it Comintern? Is that the...
Yeah, I don't remember the name for that. I mean, I'm not a historian of the Soviet experience.
So when we were kids, we were being told that the Russians are trying to infiltrate all these businesses and media and professors and people are on the payroll, and it was poo-pooed. At least my parents.
No, I mean, the Communist parties were decidedly, they took their orders from Moscow. That was the way it worked.
And they were getting money.
And the communists in this country and other places did try to infiltrate. They did infiltrate progressive organizations, okay, with the idea that they would take over the progressive organizations that had included sort of liberals, socialists, and communists. And the idea was they wanted to control those. There was an organization that was formed right after World War II in this country called the American Veterans Committee. It had about 100,000 or so members. These were very, very progressive World War II veterans, okay? I mean, seriously progressive. They, in contrast to other veterans organizations, they insisted on the inclusion of women. They were desegregated, even in their Southern United States chapters. And what's curious, this is almost a comical reference. The communists tried to infiltrate the American Legion, okay? And the Legion just kicked them all out. They purged them. So the American Veterans Committee became the next target, and they did succeed in taking over quite a few of the chapters, but it seriously damaged the American Veterans Committee, and it survived through the 50s, but it was pretty much viewed as a communist agent.
Okay, so
communist.
I've been trained to believe that J. Edgar Hoover saw communists underneath his sheets, that it was paranoia.
Well, it isn't a question of like all or nothing.
Right, but there wasn't
basically. Look, the FBI already knew who the communists were. I mean, they knew in the late 40s. It served the purpose of Republicans and Cold War Democrats to imagine that communists at home were this phenomenal threat. But those who were a phenomenal threat, the spies, the FBI knew who they were. I mean, it was well known. But they used this argument as a weapon against the left broadly. Not just merely the communists. The Communist Party was never larger than 80,000 or 100,000 members, but they used it against liberals, socialists. The broad array of the left were all being sort of painted as, soft on communism or pinkos or fellow travelers and so on and so forth.
They still are.
Well, but today it's farcical because there is no international communist movement. So I mean, nowadays it's just literally a hangover. It's like a bizarre hangover.
Yeah.
Okay?
Yeah.
Really.
The threat so there was a germ of truth to the idea that writers, professors, performers were in the employ of Moscow.
Well, it wasn't like they were in the employ, but they were members of the Communist Party and they were active in a whole host of organizations. And generally speaking, they didn't talk loud. They didn't talk loud. Look, in 1947, Truman, under this Cold War pressure, which he himself, contributed to, instituted a loyalty program in the federal government. Loyalty oath and not unlike in broad scale investigations of people's backgrounds. That didn't help the situation very much. It made a sense of paranoia. And then you had before McCarthy ever appeared on the scene was the House Un-American Activities Committee, which, by the way, here's the irony of that. The original House Un-American Activities Committee, well, it began as a liberal and progressive initiative in the House of Representatives to investigate fascists in the 1930s.
Wow.
But I forget, I just blanked on his name. Martin Dice or Deese, depending on how you want to pronounce it. So, but the right wingers took over the committee and basically in the late 1930s already began investigations about communist influence in government. Hell, they investigated everyone. They wanted to investigate. Well, they wanted to investigate Eleanor Roosevelt, who, by the way, had very close connections to a lot of communists. Period.
Now, was the Chinese Communist Party an adjunct of Moscow, or were they pushing their own version?
Well, it was always. Presumably there were always Russian dollars that flowed in to support Mao, but it is also the case that Mao was generally operating his own revolution. The Chinese communists had enough support in the countryside that whether or not Moscow supported them wasn't really that crucial. But also because Chiang Kai-shek, who led the nationalist forces, I mean, it was the most corrupt regime imaginable. I mean, utterly corrupt. I mean, even the American aid that went to the Chinese Nationalist Army, people on the ground, American troops who were in China alongside the nationalists said that the Chinese forces were basically starving half the time because so much of the money was siphoned off by the corrupt nationalist officials.
What did Russia want? What did the Russian Communist Party want from America?
You got to say, I'm not a specialist on these questions you're asking me, but I can try to field them. So what did they want from who?
What did they want from the British what did they want from the Marxist historians in Britain and in America? And
well, here's the thing. In the 1930s, it wasn't only the United States that suffered the Great Depression, and the conditions in Britain were terrible. I mean, really terrible. And these young men and women, but especially the historians of of this group, men who were undergraduates at Oxford, Cambridge, and down in London, but especially Oxford and Cambridge, many of them on scholarships. They were not necessarily wealthy young people. They had excelled in their schools and were brought up to Oxford and Cambridge. And they joined the party because, number one, Britain was in such terrible straits. Number two, they imagined that an alternative, that the Soviets might represent an alternative. And in any case, that communism itself was more serious than the Labour Party in the 1930s about bringing about change in Britain. So they joined, and then they went to war. Don't forget, during the war, the Soviets were allies of the British and the Americans, and they felt, that they were, fighting the same war against fascism, period, against fascism. So when they came out and they pursued their historical studies, they saw their task as re-examining and rewriting British history from the bottom up, with serious attention given to peasants and to workers, the folks who did all the work that kept Britain running, you might say. So they had a rule inside the historians group, or an understanding, that they would not write 20th century history, because they did not want to challenge the words that, they didn't want the Communist Party, the British Communist Party, expected them not to dissent from the Communist Party's own guidelines. So they generally they did medieval history, they did ancient history, medieval history, early modern history, and 19th century labor history. And Eric Hobsbawm, who I said remained in the party for, as long as there was a party to remain in, as he said, he would not write 20th century history. As he put it, you don't write history of your own time, but really it was, you don't write the history that might have challenged the authority of the British Communist Party itself. And then eventually he gave that up and he said, screw that. And he did write a history of the 20th century. It was the 4th volume. Originally, there was the Age of Revolution, the Age of Capital, and the Age of Empire. And then he ended up writing the, I just blanked on the title of the book, The Age of whatever hell.
Are there more or fewer Marxist historians today?
More folks have been writing, probably from a sort of Marxian perspective, but actual folks who say I'm a Marxist historian, I don't know anyone who says that.
And what does that mean what does that mean to write from a?
It means that it means, for example, that you have an understanding that history is, on the broadest level, when Marx wrote in the Communist Manifesto, the history of all hitherto existing society is the history of class struggle, that went utterly against the grain of the historical profession, even perhaps to this day. And a Marxist historian would fundamentally want to ask about relations of exploitation and oppression, the social relations of production, exploitation and oppression, whether it's slavery or serfdom or the capitalist wage relationship. You start there. And the expectation is that exploitation inherently incites class conflict, not necessarily class war in the sense that you'll see a revolution undertaken, but that you will find resistance, actions of rebellion, whatever it might be. And the historians really did rewrite British history. Not everything they wrote turned out to be, fully accepted, or for that matter, not challenged even by themselves in their later studies. But it was the case that my generation of historians, those of us who were undergraduates or graduate students in the 60s and then finished up in the early 70s or mid 70s, we were, even if one didn't call himself or herself a Marxist, the influence of the historians was like our entire generation began to think in terms of history from the bottom up, whether it had to do again with slaves in the South or workers or women's experience, this experience of African Americans fundamentally as slaves and then as low-wage workers. It really did transform the writing of history.
Right.
Once upon a time, if one said social history, it was history with the politics left out. after the historians began their work, social history was understood to be the most critical kind of political history, because it wasn't limited to the history of the elites, nor a history specifically of what we think of as politics and government, but rather that the relations among classes are relations of power, relations of struggle, and that is politics on the grand scale.
We're talking with the great Professor Harvey J. Kaye. They've reissued his very first book, The British Marxist Historians by Harvey J. Kaye, forward by Eric Hobsbawm. If you were teaching this book,
Oh, can I, as long as you raise that question, I must tell you that the book really was never out of print, but there was a moment in which a publisher that had the rights to it gave it up and another publisher picked it up. So maybe 2 years it was out of print. But here's the funny thing. The other day, this is a full-scale ironic story. So it was the Jewish high holidays. And so I attended services on the first day of Rosh Hashanah. And I was coming out, and a fellow I know who teaches at the local Catholic college, who's about half a dozen years younger than me, something like that. I said to him, "How's the new semester going for you?" And he said, "Oh, it's really great. Let's talk outside." And he said, "How's your semester going?" I said, "I retired 2 years ago because of the pandemic." He said, "Oh, really?" And then we were talking about what we were both doing. And he said to me, he said, "You got any new book coming out?" And I said, "Well, my very first book ever is being reissued this very week, The British Marxist Historians." He says, "The British Marxist Historians? That was your book?"
Really?
I thought he thought of me as an American historian. He said, "That was your book?" I said, "Yeah." He goes, "I'm teaching, I teach historiography to my students, and I spend 1 week on the British historians. I didn't know that was your work." I said, "Yeah, it's fine. Here he is in the same city with me." So right. I may go in and give a talk to his students. But you were asking me if I were teaching
If you were teaching this book and you wanted to introduce 18-year-olds or 20-year-olds to British Marxist historians, who was the British Marxist historian who got you interested in this subject?
Well, actually, it was an American historian, Eugene Genovese, who was one of the great historians of slavery in the United States. And I was working as a Latin American. I trained in Latin American studies back in the 70s. And when I was hired, I was what was called a Latin Americanist. But during my dissertation work of the early 70s, and I was very interested in landlord-peasant relations in Spanish America. But I was utterly frustrated by the way in which historians and social scientists tried to deal with those questions. There was no real sense of class struggle in anything people were doing, it seemed to me. So I went over to this. Sorry, we're over time. I'm sorry. This is
it's fascinating.
So by the way, I went from London to Louisiana. So I'm now doing my PhD at Louisiana State University in rural sociology and agrarian studies. So I was a little different than most of the other grad students, but I wanted to figure out about class struggle in landlord-peasant relations. So I walked off campus to the nearby little bookstore, which I'm convinced must have been owned by two old radicals from the 40s and the 50s. And they had the greatest collection of books on slavery and all that. So I sat down because I didn't have much money to buy books. And I just picked off the shelf this book, The Political Economy of Slavery by Eugene Genovese. It was wonderful. And I ended up buying and reading all of his work. And it went completely against the grain of what even I was talking about on landlord and peasant questions. So I sent him a letter and I said that so far, this is what I've been working on. He goes, "Forget everything you're doing." He said, "Stick to the subject, but read the British Marxist historians."
Wow.
And my wife is British. So I thought, well, that's reasonable. So I started doing it. And so
who did you start with?
The first one I started with was actually probably Hobsbawm. And I already knew of Hobsbawm and another one of the historians who's not in this first book, George Roudet, I am the literary executor of George Roudet's estate. I started with Hobsbawm because he had been starting to write about Latin America. So I was reading them and I finished a dissertation. And then this is a lot, by the way, this would definitely require another half hour for us to do.
Next week.
Yeah. So, okay. So next Thursday night, the continuing adventures of Harvey K's intellectual life.
In the
Okay?
meantime, let's give everybody an assignment. Everybody should go buy, it's published by Zero Books, The British Marxist Historians. Give us a chapter and a topic.
Okay, right now, just read the 3 prefaces: the original preface of 84, the new preface of 96, and also Hobsbawm's forward, and then the brand new preface that I've just written. That'll give you the sort of entree to this stuff. And I promise you, I'll hold nothing back next week. I will introduce a whole host of names out of the Marxist tradition of the late 70s. Anyone who's interested in literary studies will know the name Frederick Jameson. He's involved in this question. I mean, it's all serendipitous. It's even now when I think about it, I think, God, how did, the trajectory was just amazing.
Thank you.
And we're talking really now, we're going to talk about 45 years ago. And all of this was happening in the middle of when class war was declared against working people in the 70s, which also propelled me all the more in that direction.
And they won.
And they won, you bet, and they won. But I did not surrender. They won.
Everybody go pick up The British Marxist Historians by Professor Harvey J. Kaye, and we will continue. This is exciting. By the way, Professor Hussein is teaching a class on the Crusades at his website Saturday.
Right. Yeah.
So.
Yeah, I'm gonna do his podcast as well. We don't have the date yet, but I already said absolutely, no question about it.
Fantastic. Thank you so much.
And Ben Burgess is I'm doing too, and so, but you'll get the fullest version of the story right here.
Great. Thank you, Professor.
Thank you. I'll see you next Thursday.
Thank you. Follow Professor Harvey J. Kaye on Twitter at Harvey J. Kaye and pick up his reissue of The British Marxist Historians. It's published by Zero Books. Let's go to Dave in PA. That looks familiar. What are you making?
I just thought I'd go back to playing around on the sunflower, just carving on it some more.
Beautiful.
Yeah, I didn't feel like running a machine or anything. I just wanted to be quiet and just whittle away.
And that cat seems so realistic.
Yeah, well, I got to get the bugs out of it, but literally, I think she has worms. But no, she's going to the vet tomorrow. Don't tell her.
That looks beautiful.
I was in your town yesterday, your lovely city.
Really?
Yeah, I had to make a delivery to Irving Place.
I would have had coffee with you.
I got a parking ticket in 5 minutes.
How much was the ticket?
$65. There was an empty curb right in front, and they said, the contractor said, "Yes, park it right here. We'll unload you, and you can go." And while I was inside helping him set the thing down, I got a ticket.
Yeah.
So he paid it, but yeah.
65. I thought it would have been more.
Yeah, I think it's a hit and run, but
yeah,
it was lovely. It was a beautiful morning to be there, and I got into the tunnel by 7 and out of town by 8:30. It was great.
Wait, 7 a.m. or p.m.
a.m.
And you were out by 8 p.m.
8:30 a.m. 8:30 a.m.
Oh, that was
I just had to make a delivery.
Wow.
I just had to make the delivery. It was great because I had a truck and I didn't want to.
Good for you.
Yeah,
all right.
Pretty tight. It was tight going down 9th Avenue. I was following a backhoe, so I felt right at home.
All right. That looks beautiful. Thank you.
Thank you.
Let's go to Matt Strackbine. I don't know if I'm pronouncing the name.
That's right.
The letter hack. Hello, Matt.
Hello. How's it going? Nice. Thanks for having me on.
Oh, are you kidding? Thank you for doing this. You are an artist and you have a new book out where you've painted left-wing podcast hosts. Is that correct?
Yeah. So that's generally what I'm known for. Is I put the artwork that I put online is to promote leftist podcasters, independent YouTube shows and news commentators, and I have a new sketchbook, which is a behind the scenes peek at my process, works in process, sketches, pencils, inks. It's called the Letter Hack Sketchbook Volume 1.
And how do we buy that?
You can pick it up at Comics Wellspring. That's comics with an X. They're a fantastic printer. They handle a lot of independent comic books and stuff like this. And they'll sell it right on their website, which is another thing that benefits independent creators like myself.
And give me the website again, Comics
Wellspring. You can go to cwsbookstore.com and do a search for The Letter Hack. It'll come right up, or you can look at my pinned tweet on Twitter at The Letter Hack. All my social media has my link tree. It's the very first link on that, and it's pretty easy to find. You can always
you drew me. It was hysterical.
Yeah,
Very
that's
funny.
right. It was a parody of a classic Rolling Stone cover with Eminem, but I used you in place of Eminem.
Right. You listen to all the leftist hosts.
Yeah, all of them. The 3 or 4 at a time, usually.
While they're all at the same time.
Yeah, if you get the volume just right, you can sort of listen to everything that's going on at the same time, and they don't drown each other out. Occasionally, you got to mute somebody, but
Seriously?
yeah, and consider that.
Who are the left? Who would you say is out there? There's Sam Cedar.
Yeah, that's a good.
Alinsky.
Sure. Yeah, it's a good question. I currently have an illustration going of 102 of them. It's 51 inches wide by 11 inches high. It's 102 people that I consider a lot of who I consider to be on the left, but I got a lot of suggestions from people as well. So I would say, oh boy, you're in there. Andy Kindler's in there. There's a ton of people. Professor
I don't know.
Harvey
Is
Kay.
Andy a leftist?
I think so. Yeah, but
okay. I mean,
but
he's a
that
Democrat, but I'm not. Who else do you have?
and
This is interesting. I'd like to know how you classify these.
yeah, I would like to broaden the definition of leftists, I think, because I think there's strength in numbers, and it's my thing is really just to find out who's talking about policy and topics and politics and current affairs, and promote their voices and their work.
Right.
But the issues themselves, I'm not an expert on that stuff.
So who would you say is? Well, Michael is not with us, but who would you say is furthest to the left of all the people you listen to?
Oh, geez. Furthest. That's a good one. I don't know. I don't know who I would put on one end of the spectrum. Gosh. That's a good, let's see, because I have Beau of the Fifth Column is on there, David Dole's on there, but also David Pakman. $27, who's a Twitch streamer, Ray Vana. Gosh, a lot of Ben Dixon is on there. A lot of people that are probably, if it's a spectrum, they're not in the center of it. But then there's a couple
David Dole, is that David Dole? I know is out of Canada.
Yeah,
great show.
Irrational National.
Yeah, and then Pakman, brilliant, out of Massachusetts, I believe.
Yeah,
and he is probably a little more to the right of me, I think.
Oh,
right?
definitely. Yeah. But like, and this is another reason why I'm able to watch a few of these shows at the same time. You got to consider the same topics are being discussed. It's from a different point of view. The Humanist Report, Hassan Piker, these guys are all talking about the same thing, but it's from a different perspective, or even a slightly different perspective. So it's easy to kind of tune out, oh, I already know what he's going to say about this, or I've already heard people talk about the latest Dave Rubin thing or whatever it is, you know. But that is a really interesting question. Who's furthest to the left?
They are, so they cover you find that they cover a lot of the same ground, but with their own particular slant.
Yeah, like it's interesting to hear what a Canadian would have to say about our healthcare in the US.
Right.
And so when Bernie Sanders is making a play for universal healthcare, it's interesting to hear what David Dole would have to say about it. Or Left of the Box, Sandy Lovis. And it's, I everyone wants to know we all agree that Medicare for all is the way to go, I think, right? If you're on the left, we all agree on that. But what's the perspective from somebody who already has that? Is it good enough? How could it be better? And, Canada has been up and running for a while, and they're still not perfect. And there are still politicians who are trying to privatize it. So you can kind of see into the future. You can kind of see what's down the road for us if we ever actually get anything like that, So
you have a perfect job for listening to podcasts because you're drawing.
Yeah.
And you're listening to podcasts at the same time.
Yeah. So, and I don't even really get paid to do it. I mean, the majority of what I put online is, I put it out there and I let people use it however they want. The people I draw, if they want to use it in their social media, their banners, profile pics, whatever, I'll let people use it for merchandise if they want. I don't charge them for that. Occasionally I'll do a collaboration, like I did a coffee mug for the Majority Report. And, they're going to have some say over some editorial control. And so that's a paid gig, but I prefer to just make art as I see it, like you said, while I'm listening to these podcasts. So a lot of what I do is produced in real time. So if something comical, let's say you're calling into the Majority Report and you say something that everyone is finding hilarious on Twitter or in the chat, I can produce an illustration of that and put it online by the end of the show.
Right.
And now we're all sharing an inside audience, but I'm also, or an inside joke, but I'm also poaching that audience for myself. And then they'll see, oh, let me check out this guy's art. He's drawn a lot of other people. What's funny is this is a side bonus I never counted on. The people I draw, like I'm doing an illustration of 102 people and I'll tag all of those people individually. They'll begin to network with each other through the illustration. I'll see people on a show for the first time and they'll say, how'd you find out about me? And they'll say, through the Letterhex drawing. And that's really a win-win-win because I'm getting them to look at my art. I'm getting them to appreciate different voices and work through art, which is that I think art should be more educational, right? And that's the perfect way to do it. But now they're finding out who's on their side, who else is in their field. And this is an opportunity for some people to be pushed further left. You could end up networking with somebody who's going to give you an all new perspective because it's so easy to just sit here in front of this camera and in front of this microphone by yourself and be locked into your views or your way of thinking. And the more people that you engage with, the more opportunity there is for you to grow and evolve your own personal views and outlook. And like I said, a lot of these guys are coming at it from a different perspective. Or a different lifestyle is behind their perspective.
Right.
And I think it's important for people to engage with each other and to, evolve and go further left. So I don't know if that's going to happen to some of these guys, but it could.
To take care of one another, to promote each other and absolutely.
I mean, you look at how unified the right is. And there's a lot of money behind that and funding, and people are making sure that the talking points are getting around somehow because they're all using it, right? And so, whatever we can do as supporters of independent media to unify, and this is something I was getting from Michael Brooks, who you mentioned. There's got to be a way to engage with each other where we hold each other to account. And I'm saying each other as if I'm involved, but the people that I illustrate, I want them to hold each other to account. I want them to argue and to debate, but I want them to walk away hand in hand and more unified. and I think it can be done. And so if I can bring them together, that's huge. But
Right.
really, in the meantime, I'm just trying to get people to look at comics and illustrations and fun art
Right.
and make them laugh.
I've heard podcasting referred to as an art. How do you define art?
Yeah, I think art is a very broad term.
For you, what does it mean to be an artist?
Personally, to produce something from nothing, to stare at a blank canvas, whatever that may be, a drawing board in my case, a blank piece of paper, and to have a pen in your hand and to just begin. And really, the artistic method for me, and this is evident in the book, because it is a bunch of work in process stuff. And this is true for life. Everything is just practice. So every time I draw, it's just rehearsing for the next time where I'll get it better.
That's what Professor Mike Steinel says about playing the trumpet.
Yeah, I mean, there are some people who can apparently just sit down and nail it the first time, and I really admire them, the Picassos of the world. But I believe that everyone who is considered an artist on some level doesn't really believe that or wants to continue to live up to that label or that name. I've never called myself an artist. I just go with it because enough people have after a while. I'm 47 and I've had enough people in my life call me an artist. So I go with that. And so I need to live up to that.
Watching Dave and PA making a sunflower.
Yeah. Oh, exactly. It's pure art.
Pure art.
Mm-hmm. I can't do that.
He's making something from something. I mean, that was a piece of wood. There was something there. But I'm curious, when you give up a piece, you're able to see every flaw and every imperfection, right?
Yeah. I hate it.
But
I'm filled with self-loathing and self-doubt the whole time. I'm rarely satisfied with anything I finish, but I believe in finished, not perfect. Everything I do gets out into the world. It'll see the light of day one way or another.
Right. There are certain.
Amen, brother.
Dave and PA, you're that sunflower. You'll let it go, but you can tell what you did wrong with it, even though we can't. Right?
Yeah. Well, this is just a study piece. Like I said before, it's just because of the way each petal interacts with the grain differently. I have to cut it differently, and so it's just a practice, and it trains my hand so that it can do what my eye sees. You know, I can see what I want to do, and then it's a matter of training your body to produce it and learning the material and stuff like that. The interesting thing about art to me is when do you produce something new? You know, when is a new thought? When is it not cut and paste? You know what I mean? Which is his own art form, you know. But totally agree with the perfectionist. Feeling bad about it, wish it was better. You know, sometime you have to just let it go, right? And
right.
My secret is to be a little bit more picky than my clients and hope they don't see what I see.
Right.
But otherwise, you know, it's got me in it. So I'm full of mistakes too.
It's interesting to do something publicly and consider it practice. That's how I used to view stand-up. That it was something you're never going to get it right. It's elusive. You just go out there every night and try to get better at it. And
Yeah,
then
the art is the effort, really. I mean, just having the guts to do it and to put it out where people can see it. I mean, I live stream my drawings once a week, and you know, that's really difficult. People are watching me do it.
How do we watch that?
You can go to my YouTube channel, The Letter Hack on YouTube. It's every Monday night at 9:30 p.m. Eastern. I'll live stream. I'm going to be inking and coloring the 102 people that I drew. I call that piece Spectators. And if you look at that piece, you can see, I think I know who's furthest left in that, by the way, but of all the people in that, you can see they're all watching the same thing, but they all have different reactions. Some
Right.
people are in shock and some people are just kind of like checking it out and some people are distracted.
Yeah.
But I think Andrea Rovinsky, do you know her? Andrea
Of course, because
Rovinsky?
yes, of course, she's been on this show. Yeah.
Oh, okay. From Above It All. She's pretty far left, I think.
And a real troublemaker.
Yeah, she'll wake you up in the morning for sure. That morning show is that it'll shock you into the day.
Yeah. Yeah, she's great. Mila introduced us.
Oh, sure. Right. Yeah,
And
of course.
She's gotten into it with Professor Ben Burgess.
Oh, yep. Yeah.
have they-
See, they made up.
They made up.
Yeah.
Good.
Yeah.
Are there feuds? I know Jimmy Dore, but Jimmy isn't really.
He's asking for it. I mean,
do you consider him to be on the left?
No, not at all. When I came into this, it was 2016, and I had no idea. I was up to my ears working for an international corporation. I used to design Olympic ski apparel full time.
Really?
And yeah, and I did it for 5 different nations during the 2014 Winter Olympics. So the very high, it was an intense gig. And when I got out of that and went freelance, I had all this time on my hands. You know, it was 2016. So that election was, volatile and just all over the place. So I started listening to podcasts then. And that's when I started to learn, that's the first time I ever heard of Jimmy Dore's name. And I was like, okay, he was called Aggressive. That was the name of the show, Aggressive Progressive. And I was like, this is a little too much for me. Like, I'm trying to ease into this. I don't want to be angry. I'm just coming from this high octane job where it was very high stress. I'm trying to relax a little. And so I would listen to some of the things they would say, but never like at length. And so then I started to cherry pick, and I was like, well, I need something a little bit more boring, right? Somebody doing interviews. And that's not that Sam Cedar is boring, but he does interviews. And that's what I wanted. I wanted a variety of perspectives. But occasionally they would talk about Jimmy, or he would be on that show. And I just was like, a real turnoff, Lonesome Rhodes these days.
Yeah.
The way, if you know that character.
Yeah,
but
yeah. Facing the crowd.
Yeah. I think there's a lot of grift going on there for.
No, the
frankly.
ending of what's so amazing is the most satisfying ending of a movie is Facing the Crowd. And every day these guys have that moment, and it doesn't end their career.
Right.
It's like they're caught with a live mic. No, they keep going.
Yep. It's incredible. You think of when I was a kid, you'd hear a politician's name involved in any kind of scandal and be like, well, they're done.
Yeah.
And we're so far away from that now. So of course the people that commentate on it are, I don't know, they have like double the Kevlar for some reason, but, and so I think they lean into that. And I think he definitely does. I grew up in Maryland. I'm from Annapolis, Maryland. I spent the last 23 years in Colorado, in Boulder County, and I just moved to South Carolina.
Oh, you're in South Carolina? Are you in South Carolina right now?
Yeah. Right now. Yeah. Since April.
Be careful.
Yeah.
I don't want to break it to you.
No, I know.
It's an earthquake coming your way.
Yeah.
Not an earthquake, a
hurricane.
Hurricane. Sorry.
No, it was very windy today. It's funny because they said, oh, we're going to have wind up to 40 miles per hour. And I was like, I'm from Boulder Valley. 40 miles per hour is nothing. We have 80-mile gusts in the middle of a wildfire on Christmas Eve. It's this is easy. I thought you were going to say be careful because I'm behind enemy lines or something.
No, I'm totally. Matt Strackbine is the author of the Letterhack Sketchbook Volume 1. Original works in progress, pencil sketches and inks drawn by Matt Strackbine, also known as the Letter Hack. And go to cwsbookstore.com and buy this. I love your little Norman Rockwell parody on your website.
Thank you.
Yeah, that's really great. Go to cwsbookstore.com and pick up Matt Strackbine's new book, The Letter Hack Sketchbook, Volume 1. You know, we do if you ever want to ink on our show and sell books, you're welcome. We do ASMR for the eyes. So
Sure.
we have Joe in Norway cooking, and we have Dave in PA making sunflowers. So if you ever I remember Leroy Neiman used to, remember him? He used to draw at the Olympics. They'd go to him drawing an event.
Well, for Playboy, right? Didn't
Yeah,
he have
but
a
he would
lot of
do-
art in Playboy? Yeah.
But he would
Oh,
also
he's the
do
best.
things- yeah, he would do things where there'd be a boxing match, Ali versus
Right.
Frazier, and he would paint it, and then they'd keep cutting back to him. So anyway, cwsbookstore.com. Thank you. You'll come back?
Anytime. Sure. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you. And thank you for including me in your art. I'm honored to
No problem.
listed with all those people. Thank you. Great.
Sure.
And thank you, Mila, for booking another wonderful guest, Matt Strackbine. Go to cwsbookstore.com. Let's go to Rodrigo in Mexico. How are you, sir?
Hi, David.
How is it? How are things tonight?
Good. I thought Matt would talk longer. When we leftists talk about gender roles, most people roll their eyes and prepare for a lecture on why we should give women or minorities preferential treatment. And that's a loss to propaganda wars, but I wanted to talk about how this man-made structure damages everyone. Women grow up with stories of Prince Charming, an emotionally available man who is also a good provider and a good protector. When they're old enough to look for someone to settle with, most of them keep alive the dream of finding a man they can change or a man that doesn't need changing. But even when they find decent men somewhat worth staying with, they don't necessarily stay that way, because they're supposed to work harder and harder just to live up to the stories from their grandparents, building a house and sending their kids to college on minimum wage. So the drinking and the fights start and get worse. And men aren't allowed to cry at the movies. They're not even allowed to like the movies that would make them cry. The incel movement is now saying that having sex with women is gay because touching women's bodies feminizes you. You were talking about.
That's amazing. And that's amazing. That's almost a joke.
It
Go
may
ahead.
have started as a joke, but once you start saying it, you can take it back. The position of men keeps getting worse, but since everyone is afraid of being called gay, they keep doubling down on their toxic masculinity. It's not just a never-ending cycle, it's a cycle that has gotten worse within our lifetimes and keeps getting worse. Let me give you a practical example of how this ties into capitalism. The Twitch community has been in an uproar lately. Let me try to explain without using anyone's names, and imagine I said allegedly after every other word so no one gets sued. The big streamers do this thing where they meet in person to stream together because something about meeting in person makes people watch them more. Last year, a girl got so drunk she passed out. A guy was found touching her chest, and he refused to leave the room after being asked to repeatedly. He now says he did nothing wrong and he was checking her pulse and he's going to talk to his lawyers. A girl who was there and was friends with the victim back then started telling people recently to attract viewers, and the victim had to cancel an appointment to meet with friends and get her version out. In that group were two girls who were sent by a guy who may or may not have been her boyfriend to make sure his friend was protected. They kept asking the victim, "Are you sure you remember it right?" And think of his career. We spent last week, with people accusing each other of knowing and not saying anything. We found out so much about this because one of the streamers accused of knowing borrowed $300,000 to pay for his gambling addiction, and now Twitch has banned gambling streams. And here's the important part. Only one person asked the victim for the side of her story, and it was one of the people accused of knowing. But what I want to talk about is why people are behaving this way. When you're on Twitch, if you have 36 followers, you're in the 1%. When you have 100,000 followers, Twitch offers you a contract for 70% for them and 30% for Twitch of the income you generate. Smaller streamers get a 50-50 contract. The big streamers don't subsidize the small ones. The small ones subsidize the bigger ones, and everyone subsidizes Jeff Bezos. There is every incentive to throw your friends under the bus to get a little bigger, and no incentive to be a decent person, much like in the rest of the economy. This is a community and an entire economy that didn't even exist a decade ago, and it already reflects the worst of the real world. And don't even get me started on all the people defending Putin and all the people defending NATO. Bernie asked for a study, and the CBO just came out with it. The Congressional Budget Office said that the poorest half of America, 150 million people, hold only 2% of the country's total wealth. Wealth of the top 10%, has grown markedly since 1989. In 1989, it was 4%. In 2019 dollars, it's now 2%. So COVID-19 probably made it worse. But remember, the rich keep getting richer and the poor keep getting poorer. This is how the system is supposed to work. The poor subsidizing the rich. Finally, a reminder that Iranian cops are killing women and no one has the attention span to talk about that and Ukraine. This is not an accident. We're supposed to focus on one conflict, so we forget that we have to fix the entire world. Thank you.
Great job.
Sorry for the stumbling.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Rodrigo. Thank you, Dave and PA. Thank you, Joe in Norway. Thank you to all our guests. They were John Ross. Follow him on Twitter at Fun with Friction. Thank you, Ben Burgess, Professor Ben Burgess. Read his book. Where is it? I have it here. Christopher Hitchens, What He Got Right, How He Went Wrong, and Why He Still Matters. Please pick that book up. And then thank you to Sir Arthur Grebe Streebling at Rimington Hall in East Anglia. Thank you for joining us. Thank you to Ethan Hirschenfeld. Pick up his book, Today Is Now, by Dr. Samuel Benjamin. Thank you, Dr. Philip Hirschenfeld. Thank you, Emil Guillermo, columnist for ALDEF. Read him over at the Asian American Legal Defense and Education Fund. And listen to the PETA podcast. They drop a new episode every Wednesday. Thank you to the brilliant Reverend Barry W. Lynn. Go to barrywlynn.com. The professors in Marianne, Professor Marianne Cummings, follow her on Twitter at Razor Girl. Professor Jonathan Bick will be with us at office hours teaching Star Trek and maybe teaching the Twilight Zone and maybe Star Trek, depending on how he's feeling after his shot. And read Professor Ann Lee over at the Daily Kos. Her handle is Annie Lee, ANNIELI. Read her over at the Daily Kos. The brilliant Professor Adnan Hussein is teaching a class on the Crusades for free jump at this opportunity to learn about the Crusades, more relevant today than it's ever been, go to adnanhussein.org to sign up, ADNANHUSAIN.org, Saturday at 9:30 p.m. a.m., 9:30 a.m. I'm tired. I've gotten a little tired here. I want to thank the mods. They patrol our chat rooms and they do a great job at it. Today's mods were Autumn Leaves, MIDI Doctor, Bob Carmody, M. Toussaint, Choking on Ashes, Lexi 444, S. Scout is taken, Dent F, Andy Brown, Sarah Bush, and of course, the Invisible Ninja. Thank you so much for keeping our chat rooms safe. Today's show is produced by, who are our producers? Dan Frankenberger, the Quizmaster, along with Professor Jonathan Bick, Andy Brown, Sarah Bush, the Invisible Ninja, Grace Jackson, and Joe in Norway. Thank you to all of them for making this show happen. Thank you to everybody in our virtual studio audience. I appreciate it. If you'd like to join us in the virtual studio audience, go to my website. Office hours every Friday starting at 8 p.m. I host the first hour or 90 minutes, and then the community takes over. Please join us. Go to my website to get the link. And while you're over there, sign up for my newsletter. It comes out every Friday at 6 p.m. and that's 2 hours before office hours starts, and it includes a link to office hours. By the way, if you can't find the link for office hours, just go to my website. You'll see office hours. Click on that. It'll take you right in. To everybody listening in the path of Hurricane Ian, our thoughts are with you tonight. Stay safe. We're getting reports about how much of a pounding Florida took. Let me just double check, see if there's anything I missed about, record flooding in Central Florida, and it's heading towards the Carolinas and Georgia. So our thoughts are with you. This is all caused by ExxonMobil, Chevron, Occidental Petroleum. It's caused by people like Jamie Dimon from JP Morgan Chase, who refuse to stop investing in fossil fuels, people like Warren Buffett, whose Berkshire Hathaway, his mutual fund or his stock, is the largest holder of Occidental Petroleum. He just pumped $25 billion into Chevron. This has been caused by people who for decades have been investing in fossil fuels, denying climate change. This catastrophe in Florida is because of fossil fuels. It's because of the oil companies. I'm David Feldman, reminding you to stay strong and protect the weak. Here's some more music from the brilliant Professor Mike Steinel. Take it away, Professor Mike Steinel.
I'm traveling light, got everything I need. Got a little bottle of Woolite and a little bag of weed. Got a Saul Bellow novel, cause I really like to read. I'm traveling light. I'm a creature of the road, got no regrets. Gave up my postal code and cigarettes. I'm doing much better with a touch of Tourette's. I'm traveling light. Just need a clean room in a Motel 6. Not too close to downtown, but not out in the sticks. I need my Penn and Teller magic kit so I can do my tricks. Got my favorite pillow, which I call Mr. Fluffy. 4 kinds of allergy pills in case I get stuffy. A pound of Epsom salts, cause my ankles get puffy. I'm traveling light. I got 2 pairs of socks and shorts in my little valise. A couple of passports and my sex doll Denise. I'm staying real quiet so they don't call the police. I'm traveling light. I need my sedatives and my antipsychotics. A high-speed parallax motor cause I'm into robotics. And my little red Speedo, I like to do aquatics. I'm traveling light. Got my CPAP machine and my George Foreman grill. A copy of Lolita and my little blue pills. A Navajo blanket in case I get a chill. I'm traveling light. Got my margarita mix and my rusty old blender. A 50 tequila in case I go on a bender. My attorney's number in case I want to change my gender. I'm traveling light. So light, so light, so light, so light, so light. Twizzlers in case I have some visitors. Febreze if I'm really stinky. A Polaroid in case I get kinky. My Jesus bobblehead and my Star Wars bedspread. I'm traveling light. I got my rabbi costume and my portable dark room. My hair plug lotion and my expensive wrinkle cream. My Emmy statue for my self-esteem. I'm traveling light. I got my podcast mixer and a fancy microphone. My exercise bike so I have a place to hang my pants. My very valuable Hummel collection. A menorah made of fish heads. A Christmas tree. I like to keep my options open, don't you know? A shoe shine kit. A skill saw. A crossword book. A large supply of mechanical pencils. A year's worth of New York magazines I've been trying to get around to read. Some scripts that I've been tweaking for those people in LA. And my enemies list. Don't forget about my enemies list.
Yeah,